me see if the stream is running. Alright, let's do the sample. Alright, this is hello, hello. Alright, I think this is about right now. Let me Alright, perfect. We are ready for this. Alright, we're doing the Phantom of the Opera in Time Princess. They did an adaptation of the Phantom of the Opera story by Gaston Leroux, so it's like a Phantom of the Opera visual novel. But you also get the option of like changing the ending from like the canonical book ending. Cause since she's a time traveling princess, she'd be like, well, what if she wants to have the ending with the Phantom and go to hell around type of situation? Whatever. Let's just bite into it. The Curtain Rises, Chapter 1. This is. I am surrounded by voices and there are people walking in all directions. Christine, there you are. I turn subconsciously towards the person yelling at me. Why are you standing there? Everyone's ready and the show's about to begin. Why is she calling me and why does she look so familiar? I am baffled for a moment before a torrent of images rush into my mind and I recall memories that don't belong to me. Oh, I enter the book. This is the famous Paris Opera House. I finally understand why there are props all around me and why the people here are dressed in costumes. Christina, you're right. Are you feeling unwell? Don't worry, Meg. I'm just a little nervous. It's a big day after all. Today is the premiere of Poliote, and everyone in the opera house has been looking forward to it. I am a newcomer, and this is a rare chance for me to go on stage. My dream of becoming a female lead is still far from becoming reality, but at least I'm getting a good start. The orchestra has started playing, Christine. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Meg. I'll go right away. I take a deep breath and step onto the stage, accompanied by an exciting surge in music. For the first time ever, thousands of people are watching me, and I feel a little faint, and my palms are sweaty, and my voice trembles just a little. I focus on singing and immerse myself in the music, and after one stanza, I get a little more accustomed to this level of anxiety and start looking at my surroundings. The artist doesn't seem to be paying me any attention at all. Dazzling lights shine down upon the female lead and all her eyes are on her and she sings her heart out. Oh my, Carlota's beautiful singing voice is heavenly treat for the ears. I think her singing is the best among all the sopranos in Paris. Her acting is flawless and every high note is perfectly pitched, and her singing echoes around the hall and everyone is mesmerized. I am so ordinary compared to her. When will I be able to become a great singer like Carlota? Oh, why am I feeling so down when it's my first time on stage and I need to pull myself together? The angel of music must be worried about me. I put aside my worries and throw myself into the role I'm playing and I do my best to portray the character's feelings. The show ends, and the curtain finally falls, and the audience erupts in applause, and I believe all the performers are moved by it. Out of the way, don't block the corridor, and why are all of the actresses these days so undisciplined? Ah, I'm sorry, and we just got off the stage. Carlota starts hurriedly past us, and she doesn't start to listen to the explanation and doesn't even look at the girl who spoke. Carlota's performances are perfect, but her temper is terrible. Everyone's upset, but they don't dare to say anything. Oh, what beautiful flowers. Someone is holding out a bouquet, and I lift my head to see a young man standing before me. There's a friendly twinkle in his eye, and I take the flowers. Forgive me for being so forward, Miss Christine, but your performance was simply unforgettable. Thank you, and how do you know my name? It is a wonderful feeling to receive flowers and compliments right after my first performance. I'm just a small supporting character, and I didn't even have any solo parts. I remember your voice, Christine. Your singing is just as beautiful as I remember it. Thank you, sir, and have we met before? I guess you don't remember me. I'm sorry, monsieur. The twinkle in his eyes dies off, and I try my best to recall something about him, and instead I hear someone calling my name from the distance. Christine, it's time to put on the costumes away. I look at the man apologetic, and he nods at me. I won't keep you any longer, and we'll meet again. The man gives me a small bow and then stands aside to let me pass. Oh, but I have to change out of this costume quickly. I keep thinking about the male stranger while changing. His demeanor feels very familiar, and the way he spoke to me makes me think that we used to be close friends. Christine, how was the performance today? And you must have learned a great deal from the experience. A gentle voice sounds inside the room, and I'm not startled because this is how the angel of music talks to me. Of course, teacher, I have so many things to tell you, and you said I shouldn't be nervous, but I tell my angel everything about the performance, and he responds with a light chuckle and encourages me to continue. He is filled with patience and concern for me, and I can no longer remember the lonely days I spent without his companionship. 2 months ago, I was practicing high notes on a quiet night, and a wonderful singing voice inexplicably found its way into my room, and I stopped practicing and baffled by the sound at first, and I was quickly charmed by the singing. However, it's so beautiful, like an angel singing. I don't think any human can manage such a wide range of notes. You can train to expand your vocal range, but not everyone knows how to. It's the voice answering me. Cause don't forget the Phantom. He's a ventriloquist. Like I actually read the original Phantom of the Opera book. That's how he can project his voice from like various locations. But I don't know if ventriloquist really functions in the magic way that he claims to be able to do so. But whatever. He played it off as a big thing. Moving on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I hurried out of the room trying to find the source of the mysterious voice, but I couldn't see a single soul. I'm the only person left in this part of the building and who's talking to me. Feeling a little unsettled, I paced up and down the cluttered corridor, and I couldn't help wondering if something was hiding in the dark. Christine, don't be afraid. I don't want to hurt you. The voice seemed to be coming from the phone-less mirror, but all I could see was my own reflection. Who are you, and why won't you show yourself? Like I remember in like the Phantom of the Opera movie, they had the guy start to groom Christine since she's a small child, but in the Time Princess retelling of the story, he only shows up to bother her after 2 months. So after she been alive for no, after she only 2 months ago. So it's a little less grooming. It's a little less grooming than the TV version. version of all things, where it literally 100% looks like the Phantom tried to groom Christine since she was a small child. Also, like in the book, yeah, in the book he also showed up a little later. He didn't start from like very young age, but it's very weirdly implied that he may have known her for back when he was in a caravan and she with her father as well, and they just happened to meet each other again because she only knew him as a circus performer back when she was wondering about with her father, the violinist. Whatever, I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, not getting ahead of myself, it's more backstory. A sigh echoes throughout the room, and it seems as soft as a swan's feather, and I wait with a bated breath. Forgive me, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm afraid I can't meet you face to face. His voice betrayed a deep sorrow for a moment, and I forgot my fear and yearned to hear him say more. I just want to help you, and you have a great singing talent, but I don't wish to see it buried. His words remind me of a legend my father once told me. When someone's music touches an angel, the angel will come to his side to protect and guide him. Before his death, my father held my hand and promised me that he would pray for an angel of music to come to my side. Are you an angel of music? He did not reply right away, and I thought he hadn't heard my question, so I tried calling out of him once more. He said, like, he'd be like, I could be an angel of music. Yeah, now take a look at this gaslight that I'm holding up. I mean, like, that's a new bit I haven't tried. Well, I guess, I mean, some of the angels that they paint them pretty in the painting, but some of them are nightmare feel. Like, if you read like the description that Ezekiel has in like the Bible about like an angel with half the face of a lion and the other half of the face being what's that other animal? Like a bull? It's like a weird mixture chimera of animals. Like angels can be creepy too. Cause there's a reason why some angels when they show up they tell the humans do not do not be scared. Do not be scared. Relax. God sent me. Then they just run away. Then he answered me. Yes, I am an angel and I'm here to guide you. So and I also brought this gaslight with me. His reply made me tear up, and I was overcome with joy. The arrival of the angel of music made me feel as though I am linked to my late father in some way, and I'm no longer alone. He told me that he would do his best to coach me and take care of me and arrange lessons for me. Over time, we grew rather close, and I tell him everything now. Christine, what are you thinking about? I just remembered the first time we spoke, and back then I thought it was impossible for me to go on stage. And now you know how the allure of the stage. Yes, my dear angel, but I don't think I really experienced the stage properly. Because you haven't performed center stage yet. The angel of music has spoken the thought I could not make myself vocalize. Christine, I know you're worried, but you shouldn't be. Have confidence in yourself. Your talent far exceeds Carlotta, and one day your voice shall win the applause of Paris. Thank you for reassuring me. No, you will soon know that I'm not saying this just to comfort you. Christine, it's getting late. You should go home, and I'm proud of your performance today. Remember the joy you experienced today and let it accompany you in your dreams. The angel's words warmed my heart, and I stand silently in front of the mirror thinking of him. What? A sudden scream interrupts my thoughts. It's followed by a loud crash that reverberates through the building, and scared I reach out in front of me in the dark, but all I find is an icy surface of the mirror. Light flashes across the mirror, and I instantly squeeze my eyes shut. What happened? I think of my feeling my way to the door, but I'm afraid of what might be outside the room. Time creeps by and gripped by fear. What should I do? Is anyone there? What happened? I yell out while feeling my way to the door, and when I gently open the door, the hinges creak loudly, and I feel a breeze on my face. And there are footsteps in the distance, and dim lamplights illuminate the far end of the corridor. Who's there? Christine, is that you? It's late, and why are you still here? The familiar voice sets me at ease, and I realize that my palms are covered in cold sweat. I was practicing some songs in the dressing room, and time just flew by, and I heard a scream, and do you know what happened? Wait here and don't move. I'll go check the circuit board. The footsteps fade away along with the voice, and I just had to wait in the dark. Alright, Christine, heavy home. It's not safe here. Wait, but wasn't in the Phantom of the Opera the electricity gas light? So the circuit board is like electricity, right?
No, they do have lighting.
Oh yeah, they don't, yeah,
Bars.
no, yeah. I think that they had the light bulb already during this time period.
Hmm.
Yeah. They had both gas light and the other light too. They had all the lights.
And they have guys with their hand in the wall
And
holding.
they have also guys with their hands in the walls holding out candelabros. As I remember in like the Phantom of the Opera movie. But there were a lot of people living in the sewers of the Paris Opera. Like a lot of weirdos, as described in the book. It was, and even like somebody that was more scarier than the Phantom that had like, that used to like burn rats to burn rats in like trying to clean out the rat infested sewers there. So like the Phantom of the Opera wasn't the only weirdo in like the Paris Opera House, at least according to the book.
Maybe that was a sequel. They were going to make a sequel Phantom.
Mm. All right, Christine, hurry home. It's not safe here. You're worrying me. What happened? Don't ask about that now. Let me escort you to the entrance. You'll find out tomorrow. I know he won't tell me even more, even if I insist, so I return home and wait for tomorrow. The next day, I arrive at the opera house to see policemen surrounding the place, and no one is allowed to enter. And I overhear people saying that someone has hung himself. That crash I heard last night. I spent the day waiting in my room, accompanied by an uneasy feeling, and I hear a woman screaming in my dreams. And a few days later, the opera house resumes operations. Christine, you didn't look well, and I heard you were in the opera house that night. It was so scary. I thought the police would come interview me, but they didn't show up at my door. I guess I want to sweep it all under the rug as quickly as possible, and nothing ever gets resolved. Who are they? And my dear Meg, please tell me what happened that night. Perhaps I look particularly fragile right now, for Meg hesitates a little before placing her warm arms on my shoulders. Christine, the person who died that night was Joseph Booger, the mechanic. The cleaner found him in the understage area. So it was the cleaner I heard screaming that night. Like in the movie, Joseph Booker dies in the middle of the movie after like making fun of the Phantom a lot, and then he shows up hanged. Joseph Booker, hold your tongue, keep your hands at the level of your eyes. Like Madame Geary, she in the movie she goes from being a well, they have her play the dual role of like a helper to the Phantom, but also the one that. But also, she also plays the role of the Persian. But I'm not gonna over explain who the Persian is because in this adaptation of the Phantom in this visual novel type of game, he shows up as a character. Like the Persian, he's the one that knew the Phantom before he moved to Paris. Heck, he helped him move to Paris because he got the Phantom got it like a way. He helped he helped the Sultan make a cool echoey palace, and then the Sultan didn't want anyone else to like have a design of the fancy palace. So then he had so then he wanted the phantom dead, because that's just how, because he didn't want him to like make a fancy castle for anyone. Yeah, that was a non-compete back in the day. That when they didn't want you to non-compete, then your employer will have you killed. Which is not very different how it is now, with a non-compete agreement. So yeah, so like the Persian helped the Phantom like move to like Paris, and he also had to go into exile for helping the Phantom escape. And he gave him his human, and he calls it the Phantom Eric, but the Phantom Eric, he implied that that isn't really his true name. That is just something, a name that he acquired, and then the only friend he has in the entire world just calls him Eric. So, you know. But yeah, talking about the rosy days of Mazandarin. Whatever. So it was the cleaner I heard screaming that night. Well, and the reason why Joseph Booker gets killed in the book is because the Phantom, I forgot, the guy saw him and the trapdoor that he had, because the Phantom saw that the guy was following him, so then through the trapdoor, so then he grew paranoid, and then he murdered Joseph Booker because he thought that the guy was like getting too close to like his secrets and stuff, or maybe he thought that like he was an assassin sent by like the Sultan from the Ottoman Empire. Alright, let's continue. Enough backstory. Let's move things along. Meg tells me everything she heard in a tense voice, and her face is pale. The cleaner said she was in the middle of her chores when the blackout occurred, so she lit a gas lamp, and when she turned around, she saw a pair of dangling feet. Heavens! The watchman hurried over to her, and they found a red rose under the dead man's feet. A red rose! He managed to calm the cleaner down and was on his way to check the circuit board when he saw you. No wonder he looked so tense, but why would he say that the place isn't safe when Joseph hung himself? It's a red rose, Christine. When they saw the red rose, they knew that it had been the Phantom who killed Joseph. That's a bit of a serial killer ritual. Gotta leave a red rose every time he gets ate. But I don't remember if the book version did that or not. I gotta reread the Phantom of the Opera, the actual book one of these days. The Phantom. You're new here, so you might not know about it, but the Opera House is haunted by an ancient and scary ghost. He comes and goes undetected and has always harmed many people, and he always leaves behind a single red rose. Well, it's important to know that he's just taking the identity of another spooky stuff, because since they call it an ancient ghost, obviously maybe different people have embodied the Phantom of the Opera, using the superstition of the opera ghost in order to like commit various murders for various reasons. And then just the same way that Christine told the Phantom, are you the angel of music? And then after a while he said yes. So then now they'd be like, are you the opera ghost? And then he'd be like, maybe I am. Just him taking on various identities, like, you know. But I never heard of a ghost haunting the Paris Opera. It's a secret guarded by the people here, and many horrors have occurred, and the police have never solved anything. And even the spirit mediums can't do a thing. Oh yeah, they should put that in the next Phantom of the Opera movie. Having a spirit medium like try to make contact with like the Phantom of the Opera. I don't know. I think it'll be a funny thing. And news about this press, I'm afraid the opera house will be ruined. I came to the opera house filled with hopes and dreams, and I never expected that this place would hold such terrible secrets. Christine, don't you believe me? I'm telling the truth. I believe ghosts exist. I mean, if the spirit is real, whatever. You can't like be like you can't believe in the afterlife but not believe in ghosts. It's either one or the whatever. Meg, I do believe you. I'm just too shocked. This explains why the opera house has so many strange rules, and I never wonder why we have them. Christine, I know it's hard to accept, but you need to pull yourself together. So the police aren't going to do anything about this incident. Going by what they done before, they'll treat it as an accident or rule it as a suicide. The new manager is about to take over, and the current manager just wants to smooth things over so that he can live in peace. Oh yeah, like in the book he was moving to Australia. He was like getting a. Even in the movie they poke fun of that. If you need me, I'll be in Australia. That here's his hot potato. Bye. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what happened anymore. I don't agree with his way of handling things, but there's nothing I can do. The incident hangs over me like a dark cloud, and I occasionally get nightmares about it. Well, he was collecting the 20,000 francs before Christine came into the picture. So I don't know. Well, maybe they're gonna. No, I think in this one they show what he's gonna do with the 20,000 francs. Yeah, but I don't want to spoil what I'm reading yet. You know. Well, to get around to it, what he was doing with the money. I just knew you were hiding somewhere and practicing by yourself, Christine. Come with me now. The banquet is about to begin, and you haven't even changed your clothes. Then your manager is taking over today, and it won't look good if you're late. Ah, I forgot the time. Thanks, Meg. Let's go. We rush to the banquet hall in panic, and when we get there just in time for the manager's speech. Dear friends, I am thankful for this welcome dinner you arranged for me, and I am honored to have this opportunity to work in the upper class opera house. I hope that we can all help one another and that I can lead us to all to even greater heights. Everyone applauds, but they look as if they're just politely putting up with him, and the manager's enthusiasm has no effect on them at all. Maybe they are feeling disturbed about Joseph's death, just like me. I don't care about the greater heights, and I just hope this new manager won't offend the phantom. He looks like a very incompetent person, and as I listen to the whispers behind me, I start worrying about the future of the opera house as well. Alright, Christine, it's time to relax and you can start frowning now. Yeah, cause like, she needs the opera house to like make her bread and butter. Cause what else is she gonna do with like, cause like back then they had like women had like very limited career opportunities, you know. If she had money, then maybe she could open a drugstore. But if she didn't have money, then a waitress, like maid servant, and like what other stuff were maybe a shopkeeper, but you know. But like being a performer was like one of the was a very good high paying option for like for like women that couldn't that didn't that weren't born into money. I saw you eyeing the pastries on the table just now. Are you teasing me? I won't help you get some then. Everyone starts to forget their worries amid the music and wine, and the duo close at midnight in high spirits. Your previous manager was a scaredy cat, and I suspect there's nothing wrong with his brain. He said something to me about a ghost in the opera house. I hushed sense upon the crowd, and the women stopped dancing, and the men put down their glasses. You think it's funny too, right? He puts down the wine bottle he's been holding all evening and gets up unsteadily. He even gave me a list of rules. The rules at the top look pretty normal, but there's a whole bunch of things at the bottom about a contract with a ghost. The atmosphere turns icy, and out of the corner of my eye, I see some people fidgeting uncomfortably. A counter with a ghost. I guess he's referring to the strange rules. 20,000 francs to be paid to the Phantom monthly. Haha, that's preposterous. There really is a ghost of the Opera House, and many have seen him. Oh, stop with that nonsense. And how could there possibly be a ghost? Or maybe they could have the Ghostbusters deal with an opera ghost in like their next movie, as a bit of a spoof to like the Phantom of the Opera. I haven't seen any ghosts over the past few days, and if there really is one, he can show himself to me now. Well, I don't know what the previous manager was thinking, but I must set some new rules. From today onwards, the chandelier in the hall has fallen, and there are shards of crystal everywhere, and they glint in the light as they fill with tiny fireworks. The hall is suddenly dim, and the candles among the walls glow feebly. So I guess over here, like the chandelier doesn't fall, just falls earlier than they did in the movie and in the book. Because like in the book, the chandelier fell on a woman that was to replace Madame Geary, who was good friends with the Phantom. So then, like the woman that was coming there to take her job, the chandelier fell square on top of her head, and that killed her. But over here, it seems like it fell earlier. The manager is thrown by the table, and everyone panics and screams circle around the hall. Christine, I'm here, and you're right. Your finger, did you get cut by a shard? I look down at my hands, and there's a cut on my finger, and blood is slowly seeping out of the wound, and it feels like an ill omen. I'll go look for some ointment. Meg. I wanted to warn her to be careful, but she left too quickly, and the large banquet door slowly opens. Our tall man is standing in the doorway, and he's wearing a cloak the color of midnight. The dim candlelight keeps flickering, and I can't see his face clearly, and his shadow seems abnormally long. The shadow flickers along the candlelight, and I gaze along the length of the shadow, and I notice the red rose on the man's chest. A red rose, is that a coincidence? I sense a terrible force being directed towards me, and his head has turned in my direction. Is he looking at me? When my eyes finally get accustomed to the dimness, I notice that his face is deathly pale, and he's wearing a white mask. There's an icy cold aura about him, and I want to yell out to the people beside me, but somehow I can't make a sound. Am I the only one who can see him, and why isn't anyone else reacting to him? Who is he? Da-da-da-da-da. Well, canonically in the book The Phantom of the Opera, he does show up to like bother the new managers wearing a mask that has like, and then they were like hyper focus on like on the nose because they be like, cause it was like a fake nose that he was wearing. Cause the Phantom of the Opera in the book, his face is more a la Voldemort, and he's very spiteful that he wasn't born without a nose, and he plays and then he be like a curse upon everyone who was born with a nose. And when he went to bother the manager, he was just like sitting at their table, and he didn't drop any chandeliers on them. It was more of a relaxing venture. He didn't feel the need to start like doing like his gaslighting and his pranks and like threatening people and stuff. Not just yet. Like he gave them in the book more chances to give him his money, to give what they owe to him. And technically, since he's like the one that composes a lot of like the operas there, and he has a good reason to like demand his 20,000 francs. Cause like, and also, that was implied in the book, right?
Yeah.
That he also composed a couple of the operas that they performed there, especially the Faust one, where he was always acting up in within Faust. So it's half implied that he also shadow composed that, you know. So he just wanted the royalties for all of the work he did, you know. And since he was the one who was always picking the program and the Paris Opera did well because of his taste in music, then obviously he'd be like, I like the background there. I'm the backseat driver behind these managers, and I don't work for free, so pay me what you owe me, or I will drop various chandeliers on you. So yeah, if you're in the Paris Opera House, stay away from the chandeliers. I am still wondering what to do when a woman loses her balance and crashes into me. When I look back towards the doorway, the sinister figure has vanished. Christine, are you alright? Huh? Are you talking to me? Yes, Christine, and you're often going to a date these days. Is that so? I haven't noticed. Alright, then let's stop talking about that and come on and try your new costume, and I want to see if you need any alterations. Medford had reminded me that I should pull myself together and prepare for the new show, Faust. Like Faust is the story of that philosopher guy that he traded his soul to a demon in order to have just one moment of thrill and enjoyment because despite all of his brain smart, he hadn't found the joy of living and stuff, the joy of painting or whatever. And the demon in his solution to that problem that Faust had was to like just get him a girlfriend, get laid. Right, yeah, but you know why you're not happy because you haven't, you haven't felt the pleasures of the flesh. Yeah, just get yourself a girlfriend, you nerdy loser. That's what the demon told Faust. But yeah, whatever. And it was newish, the story of Faust, because like I think Goethe wrote it in like the or like 50 years ago, or like it was relatively new, the story of Faust, in like when the Phantom of the Opera was written. Thank you, Custom Genie. All right, time to change the word outfit yet again for Faust.
Okay, so it's alarming that the phantoms of Magnus is actually the one triumphant, which is the opposite of what the Phantom of the Opera is.
Well, let me see if it fits you a lot better. I think you just need to get a few ways. Let me see. It fits you a lot better now, and I think we just need to get a few waist seams altered. Let me shade the stitching along the sides, and there was some loose threads on some of the dancers' costumes the last time we had them tailored. I guess we better send the opera ghost to go hang a few tailors for not being very swift with the work. Meg is busy fussing over my costume, and her clear voice makes me feel at ease. She succeeded in putting my mind back to reality, and I'm no longer thinking about that frightening black figure. Christine, has anything happened lately? And you can tell me everything. You've been lost in your thoughts ever since the banquet, and I'm worried about you. Meg gazes at me patiently, and I finally gathered the courage to tell her what I saw. I saw a very strange figure on the night of the banquet, and I don't think he was one of the opera house staff. And I don't know why, but I find him very scary and sinister too. Christine, you just made the angel of music very sad to hear that. When did you see him? And you were with me all evening. I described to her how it happened, and the dark figure with the white mask and the scarlet rose. A red rose, Christine, did you see the phantom? I'm not sure, but it looked like a man. And wouldn't a ghost look more ethereal? Nobody knows what the phantom looks like, and he also changes the way he looks. More maybe because the phantom of the opera is played by different figures throughout like their ages. Like how old is the Paris Opera House? Like 500 years old or something?
And actually, this phantom is specific, is like a new development. It's been there for like 20 years.
And like the Phantom of the Opera of Christine in specific, he's only been in like the opera house for like 20 years. So if they're talking about an ancient phantom that has been haunting the place for like 100 years, then clearly it's well established that there's been lots of different people that have played the role of the phantom, and for various reasons.
And the guy who kills rats has been there for longer than the phantom.
And the creepy guy that murders Rat is probably the previous phantom. Oh my god, like.
Because they describe him as having a skull face with fire.
Because they describe him as having like a weird skull face with like a fire flame torch. I don't know. That was the scariest thing in the book of the Phantom of the Opera. More so than the weird glass room with the weird jungle painted over there. With a weird glass maze.
Oh, and the mermaids.
Oh, and also like the mermaid, whatever.
There was something new that wasn't.
Some people see scary skeleton, and others see a ghostly ball of flame. Yeah, that's the right catcher guy. The ball of flame guy. I heard that the phantom is as old as the opera house itself, and they tried all sorts of ways, but they just couldn't get rid of him. The figure was indeed frightening, but I'm not certain he's the phantom you're all talking about. Judging by the way you say, I guess the phantom has been manipulating everyone here for ages. Are we going to let the phantom torment us forever, and do we all have to live under his shadow? Spending each day in fear, unable to retaliate. I am still thinking about the phantom when there's a knocking at the door. Please forgive the intrusion, ladies. Good afternoon. Oh, you're the person who gave me the flowers that day. Person who gave you the flowers. I guess you still don't remember me. Since someone is here to see you, I'll go out first and see you later. Meg's look of concern turns into a smile, and she waves to the man and leaves the room. Well, it is a little unbecoming during those time periods for like a guy to just wander into like a unmarried woman's room, but then like ballerinas and like opera people or ladies, they had like back then the same reputation as courtesans. I'm sorry I've been I'm not blaming you. It's been a very long time, and I can't possibly expect you to remember me right away. Do you remember Perros Girek? Isn't that the place where I lived with my father when I was a child? Well, since you remember Perros Girek, I'm certain you have merely forgotten me. Smiling, he shakes his head, and his golden hair catches a lamplight. Piero Girek, blonde hair. You're my friend, Raul. You finally remember. I recognized you the minute I heard your voice. Like Raul in the book, he had a little, they got the hair right. I remember he was blondish. And they also got the fact that he was, like in the movie, they just made him like a random nobleman, but he was in the Navy, so obviously, the Raul is canonically buff, because I don't know anyone from the Navy that doesn't lift, bro. And he had like a silly little mustache. That's the thing that all Rauls need in like all of the plays and all of the remakes of in the book he had a silly mustache. Well, I guess they don't put I guess facial hair has gone out of style in like the modern days, and not giving him a mustache makes him look younger and stuff and more naive, but it'll be more fun if they give like a very young looking person a mustache, and then it seems like somebody who's old, who's like young, trying to look more adult. Please forgive me, you changed so much since then. We were still children and you used to listen to my father and I perform on the street. When the performances were over, we would go strolling on the beach and you even held me between my shawl when the wind blew it into the water. I nearly fell into the sea too. All right, I know you remember everything. Raoul scratches his head awkwardly and we laugh together at the memory of the incident.
Well, you should mention that Raul in the movie is actually that Raul has a brother who's actually the owner of the opera, but in the movie and in this they combine them into one character.
Well, he's not the owner, he's a rich patron of the opera.
Yeah, but like the rich person of the opera, one of them is Raul's nephew who gets killed by the phantom.
Oh yeah, with the bra. Like in the it often happens that at least in all of the movies that I've seen, Raul's older brother, the one who's in charge of all of his money, is they usually like remove him completely because Raul's brother was against Raul's marriage to was one of the things that was standing in the way of Raul marrying his childhood sweetheart Christine. And he also, so usually like the books and like the movies and even in the plays, they tend to aside from the Persian, the other person that they usually blip out of existence is Raul's older brother, like the money guy. Like the older brother who controls all of his inheritance and stuff. The main person who stands in the way of this guy marrying Christine. More so than the Phantom even. It was the best summer of my life. After the summer, I returned to Paris with my mother, and when I went back to Perros-Guirot the following year, I couldn't find any news of you. Why did you leave all of a sudden? My father passed away, and I had to go, and after traveling to a few cities, I arrived in Paris. I see, I'm very sorry, Christine. It is a pity I'm not often in Paris, or I would have met you earlier. Those days are long gone, and I started a new life, and I believe my father wouldn't want me to keep grieving. I found my path, and I have dreams too, and perhaps this all sounds a little silly to you. But whenever I lose myself in my singing, I feel the warmth and guidance of my father used to give me. I look up at Raoul shyly, and he doesn't laugh at me, and instead he's gazing at me attentively. I'm sorry I wasn't there by your side when you needed me help, Christine. And I believe you'll become a great singer, and you always love music. Thank you, Raoul. And what about you? And if you're usually not in Paris, where do you go? I am a team of nautical explorers, and I'm at sea almost all year. And I am busy planning an Antarctica expedition when my brother told me about the haunting in the opera house, so I decided to come investigate. Alright, so this one didn't get rid of the brother altogether. I want to ask him about. Yeah, it's opera house, man. The opera goes, and how do you find out about that? I have some insider information. Even the best kept secrets can be leaked. And someone told me about it on purpose. Must be the Persian. I don't understand why you're investigating this. My brother handed me the case, and I think just wants me to stay in Paris and not go to Antarctica. I think it was the other way around, because he wanted Raoul to go to Antarctica to get away from like the woman of to get away from the poor woman that he had the heart for. So he figured, sometime in Antarctica it's gonna cool off my brother. Yeah, a time in Antarctica will cool off anyone. Go to the North Pole and get away from temptation. I gotta go to the North Pole, little brother, so you get away from temptation. No, I'm thinking of that's the South Pole. Antarctica is the South Pole. The Arctic is the North Pole. Yeah, I got it, my North and South Poles confused. Whatever. The point is, he sends it to a cold area to cool off. I'm a bit angered by his words, and he doesn't understand that we're all living in fear. Thank you for coming, and I don't think a mere ghost will hold much attraction for you. What? No, Christine, you misunderstood. I admit it all sounded rather ridiculous at the beginning, and it's like how there are always ghost stories about famous places. But when I found out more, I realized that it's not as simple as it seems, and I've been blinded by conceit. Joseph's death has made me aware of how ignorant I am, and I am adjusting my attitude. Raul looks a little panicked, and he reaches a hand out to me, but then lowers it again. It's not entirely your fault, to be honest, and I find it a bit hard to accept the existence of the opera ghost too. And it was rude of me to say to you, and I apologize. It's just that we've been through so much. I understand, Christine, and I know how terror can bring about despair. And please believe me, I won't stand by and do nothing. Christine, can I come in? Of course, Meg. Please come in. I'm sorry I didn't mean to disturb you, and I forgot to take your costume with me. It's no matter, madam. I'm just about to leave, and I have an appointment with the manager. I'm really glad we managed to talk, Christine, and let's meet up again. Raoul nods at us before leaving, and he shuts the door gently. I know I shouldn't ask, but I can't help it. What is it? What else? And how do you get acquainted with the Viscount of Chagny? The Viscount of Chagny? You mean Raoul? The Viscount of Chagny is the older brother. Raoul is just the guy that they're gonna send to the South Pole cause he gotta call off. Cause the reason why he joins the Navy is because he ain't getting a cent of the inheritance, so he's gotta go make his own money as the second brother. Cause that's how it usually was with inheritance back then. The older male heir got everything, and all of the other siblings, male or female, just had to live off whatever scraps fell from the table. Come on, Christine, don't act like you don't know a thing, and you seem pretty close to him. Raoul and I were friends as children, and I didn't know he's a Viscount. His older brother is the Count of Chagny, and who is one of our court patrons, and haven't you heard of the Chagny family? I never thought about that. The Chagny family. Raoul kept saying that his brother wanted him to investigate the opera house. I see. No wonder Raoul knows a secret about the ghosts. Alright, I need to go after the costume now, and tell me all the details tomorrow. Wait, Meg, don't tell anyone about this. She's gone before I finish my sentence, and when I lift my head, I only manage to catch a glimpse of her snowy white skirt. You seem to have made a new friend. Angel of music, you startled me. You're not looking forward to talking to me. I am not as welcome as your new friend, is that it? Oh my God, he's already getting. In Spanish, you would call that un ataque de tarros, or a jealous fit in English.
Or a beta mouse.
Or a what fish?
Beta male.
A beta, what?
Beta male fit.
Or a beta male fit. No, I look forward to talking to you every day, and this isn't the usual time of day, so I wasn't prepared. Ah, I see. I should not visit you without notice, like he did. A friend of high status is surely entitled to a higher level of tolerance. Oh my God, chill, dude. Perhaps you're getting tired of my companionship. I should wash myself. No, don't say that. I'm always waiting for you in earnest, you know. You know that. The angel of music has never spoken to me like this before, and feeling lost, I gaze into the mirror, but I only see my reflection. Are you angry? Please don't be angry at me. I am willing to do anything to make you happy. Anything? Alright, that's a red flag. Then sing for me, Christine. The way people sing reveals everything about them. My songs are always dedicated to you, my angel, my teacher, and please don't doubt my loyalty. The angel of music is silent, and I know he's waiting for me to sing. I sing fervently, but I can't stop my voice from trembling. He does not guide me gently as he did before, and he does not sing together with me. I am really afraid that he won't answer me in the future, but I don't dare stop singing to ask if he's there. Like he's ghosting her right now, when they're living like in the middle of the conversation. Go say that they're living in the middle of a conversation.
No, they don't talk to you,
They don't talk to you, period. They don't like, they just like leaving without saying why. So yeah, the Phantom of the Opera is ghosting her. Masquerade, if it plays a different face, masquerade, hide your face. The angel of music seems to have vanished. Yeah, he ghosted me. He let me singing by myself, and then he just upped and peaced out to work on his Don Juan triumphant, like some diva. I started hearing his voice in the dressing room. I faced the mirror and talked to myself, hoping that the angel of music would hear me begging and calling him out to him, but all I get is silence. It is like a piece of my heart has gone missing, and I don't know what to do without him. Why would I try to keep Box 5 all to myself? This is ridiculous. It's Madame Geary and the manager. You are the usher for the VIPs, and who else will have the opportunity to come out with these pranks? Box 5 is a Phantom's box, and you know the rules and so the seats. Of course the Phantom will be offended. You anger the Phantom, and that's why he's harming the patrons, and you're the one who has to bear the consequences. Well, in Box 5, what he did was like do like very weird talky stuff, you know, like his ventriloquist and pranks and move stuff around. Like it wasn't as crazy vindictive as dropping a heavy chandelier on Madame Geary's replacement. It's a Phantom again, and we just regained some peace and something else has happened. Don't use the ghost as an excuse, and those rules mean nothing to me. I think you're just trying to keep the best box empty so that you can sell the seats and earn some cash on the side. Every gay place has its own rules, and I've been working here for decades, and how dare you accuse me? The previous manager might have been scared by your little tricks, but I'm not, and I won't put up with any troublemakers here. Box 5 belongs to the Opera House and to the patrons who pay money for the seats, and it doesn't belong to some ghost. You will pay for your ignorance. The Phantom will let you know how conceited you are. Let go. Stop pulling. I can live on my own. And one day you'll come back. You'll beg me to come back. Wait, Madame Geary, where are you going? My shout is drowned by the shattering of the crowd, and Madame Geary doesn't even look in my direction. That's enough drama, and if anyone else dares to use the ghost as an excuse to do anything funny, they'll be sent away just like her. Oh yeah, like aside from helping Christine in her career, in the book, the Phantom helped, like Meg is Madame Geary's daughter, and he also helped push for Meg to have like a more prominent role in like the opera house as a ballet dancer. So Christine wasn't the only one who was getting like help with like their artist career. The manager is raging, and he talks angrily at his disheveled clothing while yelling at us. The manager sent Madame Geary away, and what happened in Box 5? They say the patrons heard the Phantom talking to them, and one gentleman was so frightened that he tumbled down the stairs. Did he get hurt? Apparently he broke his leg, and now we can't keep the Phantom a secret anymore. No wonder the manager is so upset. I hope I don't run into the scary ghost. Let's go. I tend to leave as well, but suddenly I notice a dark figure. It's behind a pile of clutter, and most people won't sense its presence at all. The stars slowly leave the area, but the figure remains standing there, and it seems rather bizarre. Is that the man I saw on the night of the banquet? Meg says it might be the Phantom. Should I inform someone? The figure vanishes while I'm still hesitating, and I rush forward in search for him. Like that's why he didn't have like time to go like talk to Christine and stuff, because he was in the middle of like doing pranking stuff. He was being Phantom of the Opera instead of being Angel of Music. There he is. He's headed upstairs. He moves swiftly and vanishes at the end of the corridor, and I didn't even get a chance to talk to anyone. If it's just a strange worker, he's simply playing pranks on us. But if it's the ghost, he must be up to something again. A sense of duty battles with fear within me, and I think of Joseph, and if someone had hurried over when he was attacked, maybe he'll still be alive. Fear keeps swatting away all of my courage, but I know that I might never get a chance like this again. I must follow him. This is box 5. I sneak after the figure, and my inconveniently long skirt and my noisy heels made me feel incredibly insecure. I thought he discovered me a number of times, but he didn't seem to care what was happening behind him. Then he stepped into box 5. Madame Geary said that this is the Phantom's box, and perhaps the figure really is the ghost.
Oh, yeah, in Reddit, there's a Reddit of Phantom of the Opera called Box 5.
As another side note, the subreddit in Reddit that dedicated to everything the Phantom of the Opera is called Box 5. So if you're watching me from Box 5, hi. A pair of hands emerged from the drapes and grabbed hold of me. Don't move, keep quiet. I want to scream, but he shoves me against the wall and puts a hand over my mouth. His back is in the light, but I can't see his features clearly, and I struggle against the iron grip. Listen, you are in trouble. What is he saying? Who is he? The Phantom has taken an interest in you, and if you leave the opera house now, you might still have a chance to escape. Taken an interest? And how is he related to the Phantom? The man still holds me still but does not say anything else. I quickly realize that he doesn't intend to harm me, and I feel the warmth of his hand on my skin. Ghosts should be icy cold, right? And this clearly a man of flesh and blood. Well, that's debatable because, like, my hands are usually rather cold, but I ain't no ghost.
Oh, and the Ghost Rider.
And the Ghost Rider, his hands are like fire hands. Oh yeah, the whole thing that ghost hands has to be cold is debatable.
Oh, yeah.
I know what you're thinking, yeah?
Like, it's fun that in the book, after he finds out that he's in the hand, that his
Uh,
he goes completely solution.
yeah, like, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, he stops talking and stares into the corner of the box, and he listens for something. He's coming. There's no time. Listen, leave this place and save yourself. This could be the patient. Wait, who's coming? Cue the Phantom of the Opera. The man lets go of me and shushes me and then hurries off. I ran out of the bus, but I don't see anyone at all, and the strange man has disappeared. It's just the Persian. He knows since he saw how the Phantom like built the Sultan fancy palace with all of the hidden doors and corridors and stuff. He knows where to look in order to walk through like the Phantom's hidden like places in the opera house. So he knows where to search for the pivots and stuff to enter like the corridors. So he can also play disappearing tricks, the Persian person. I think his name, I forgot what his name. I think he had a human name, Veroga or something.
Yeah,
I forgot what the. I remember him as the Persian, cause cause that's what he was called by a lot of people. But he had a human name. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. Like write it in the comment if you remember what was the Persian's name in like the book. Everyone had a name back then. The strange man has disappeared. And I had enough of such experiences, and there are secrets everywhere, and I'm completely helpless. Everyone's afraid of the ghost, but no one dares to face him, and they're all pretending that everything will be fine as long as they don't talk or even think about it. Well, that strange man certainly knows something, and I must tell someone about this. Who should I talk to? Raul or the manager? Yeah. I remember Raul telling me that he's investigating the ghost and maybe that man will turn out to be an important clue. I should contact him as soon as possible and tell him that there are strange people in the opera house. Thank you. I wouldn't know how to find Raul without your help. Oh, you're not going to ask me to stop talking about you and Raul. That's not what oh, Meg. Stop gossiping. All right, I know you're feeling shy and you should go out more. And I just practice in the opera house all day.
Shut up.
Shut up, Meg. Stop telling people about me and Raoul. Yeah, it's the original shut up, Meg. Almost everyone in Paris knows where the Count of Chagny stays. Will I be able to deliver a letter there? And guess security must be really tight. I guess most messengers won't be able to get inside, but I can try talking to the guards. Anyway, you say that the letter is important, so I think I should personally deliver it. May start thinking about how to get the letter inside, and I feel rather comforted, and the dark clouds in my heart diminish. Dear Meg, I really don't know how to thank you. I stroke her hair lightly, and she looks at me with a smile. Don't be silly, we're friends, and this is what friends are for. It might be rather inappropriate to send a letter like this, but time is of the essence, and this is the only way. Dear Raoul, and my apologies for writing you out of the blue, and when last we met, you told me that you were investigating the Phantom, and I managed to get a hold of some information. And please come to the Opera House when you have the time. Your friend Christine. Meg was off with the letter, and she turns to wave at me reassuringly. Did something unexpected happen to you today, Christine? It's the angel of music. My angel, you're finally back. I thought that you'd never come to me again. I will always be by your side for as long as you need me. I need you. Of course I need you. And do you know how helpless I used to feel? And your companionship gives me strength. Then I suppose you're willing to share with me what happened today. You know about it? I am your angel. I know everything, and I'm always watching you. Red flag. And he's wearing a red vest, so he's waving a red flag. Well, right now he's more of a voice in the wall. I saw you approach something dangerous, and I'm rather disappointed in you. You mean the strange man? I didn't want to, but I have no choice. Are you saying I'm wrongfully accused you? But you don't seem to need me these days, and perhaps I should give you your freedom. He keeps accusing me in an icy voice and refuses to listen to my explanation. My angel of music, the one I trust and rely upon the most, insists on misunderstanding me, and I am so sad that tears come gushing out of my eyes. Trying to suppress myself, I am unable to answer further. So, do you admit it now? No, no, and I beg you, don't be like this. Stop it with your tantrums, you lunatic. Christine, are you crying? His coldness has cracked, and the panic tone makes him sound like a human being. Did I make you cry? Yes, of course, you lunatic. Christine, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. I just hope that you'll focus on your music. That's all.
Wait, that's like typical gaslighting abuse going on.
You and me, and with our music, and we will surely reach a pinnacle that will never been achieved before. You're distracted. The mortal world is affecting you too much, and this will threaten your musical pursuits. But perhaps you're not the one towing the boundary of danger. The darkness is corrupting me. What do you mean? What darkness? He answers with a sigh. After that, no matter how much I call out to him, all I get is silence. It's a classic, he's evil, but I can change him story. He's evil, but I can change him story. Yeah, the ghost keeps ghosting her and stuff. Well, we got two options. We can investigate with the manager, or we can go with, or we can go to Raoul to box 5. Alright, let's just go with Raoul then. The angel of music told me that the darkness is corrupting him, and it's very disturbing, and I'm worried I might lose him. I don't know what he meant by darkness, but I think it might have something to do with the phantom. Now I can only hope that Raul will be able to find out the mystery of the man's identity soon. Meg tells me that she has handed over the letter to Raul in person, and Raul has agreed to come to the opera house tonight. It's getting late. I should change out of my rehearsal costume. Like, it's funny when everybody remembers that it's a dress-up game. When I'm done changing, I head outside and see Raul rush into the building. I hope I'm not late, Christine, and what do you want to talk about? His forehead is beaded with sweat and he seems sincere and reliable. Thank you for coming down. Honestly, I don't know who to talk to about the incident because it's a bit unbelievable. I describe everything that happened that night, and Raul listens, nodding his head. When I talked about the mystery man restraining me, Raul grasped my hold on my shoulder. Good heavens, Christine, that was dangerous, and you get hurt. I shake my head and continue describing the incident and then tell him my theory. My phantom theory. My book theory. You're right. I think this mystery man is an important clue, but please put your safety first and don't go putting yourself in danger again, alright? He seems rather insistent and looks at me worried, and I can only agree. Who's there? There's no performance going on right now, and no outsider should be in the opera house. A familiar voice has interrupted our conversation. Madame Geary, why are you back? I don't mean to question her, I'm just a little surprised. I know I left under some rather unfortunate circumstances, but that arrogant manager is to blame. And I say he'll have to beg me to come back, and I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Madame Geary is trying to pretend that it's no big deal to her, but she can't hide the smugness in her face. Everyone in the opera house knows about the fight between the manager and Madame Geary, and it doesn't seem likely that the manager to ask her to come back so quickly. Don't you believe me? No, it's not that, I had no reason to lie. The manager came to my home and personally asked me to come back. Of course, I had to thank the Phantom for his support and his trust in me. He has helped me and acknowledged my importance in this opera house. The Phantom, Madame Geary seems very familiar with him. Madame Geary, and why are you sure that the Phantom helped you? Who are you? I just said outsiders shouldn't be here. Madame Geary stares at me disapprovingly. And please allow me to introduce myself. I am Raoul Shagney. Oh, you're the vice of Shiny. Please excuse my tone, and I'm just doing what I was supposed to do. Madame Geary is looking at us, and it's making me feel rather uncomfortable, and I think she may have misunderstood something, but this isn't the time to explain. Will you tell us about how the Phantom helped you? The Phantom left a letter locked in the office, and the cavalry manager was so scared that he asked me back in a hurry. A letter? That's right, this is how the Phantom communicates with people in the opera house. And the manager was frightened because he's an ignorant coward. Madame Geary is muttering to herself, and I suddenly have a lot of questions. Everyone is so scared of the Phantom, and he has done so many horrible things. And why is Madame Geary so close to him? You seem to be very close terms with the Phantom, and he has never harmed you. That's because I earned his respect, and I know how people think of it. But my conscience is clear, and I'm merely to do my job, and you should ask the other if anything there to be done is shameful. Raoul continues questioning Madame Geary, and she tells us more about Box 5. As the usher for the VIPs, I am supposed to satisfy the needs of the patrons and protect the reputation of the opera house. One day, the previous manager suddenly announced that the seats in Box 5 will no longer be sold. He emphasized that it's still my duty to keep Box 5 in good condition, however. After the performance, I noticed a pair of opera glasses on the table of Box 5. Opera glasses? The seats haven't been sold and the box was probably locked. Yes, I thought it was strange too, but I am not an impulsive and nosy young woman like you. Madame Giry glares at me and I lower my head ashamed. So I did my job and kept the opera glasses saved, and I played the opera glasses back on the table just before the next performance. And when the performance ended, I returned to Boss Fight and discovered that the opera glasses had disappeared, and there was a thank you letter in its place. Let me guess, the letter had something to do with the Phantom, is that right? Yes, the Phantom wrote that thank you letter, and he thanked me politely for keeping his opera glasses safe, and even gave me a tip. Like it sounds like the Phantom, he puts like random little texts on people to see, to gauge their level of like evilness or level of compliance or something. You know, like people that just poke you to see you explode or something like that. You know, like since the Phantom at this time period doesn't consider himself part of the human race because like people be jerks to him because he wasn't pretty. And he even got rejected by his own mother who kept telling him to put on a mask whenever he tried to kiss her. So then like his approach to humans now is constantly like very sus about it. It was a very generous tip, far more than the nobility had ever given me. Yeah, of course, he gets 20,000 francs a month, of course he can like give generous tips. So yeah, that's another thing he's using the 20,000 francs for, to like give generous tips. So you would want the Phantom of the Opera to visit your restaurant because you give an awesome tip if you're nice to him. I am embarrassed to hear this. I guess we should prepare better tips next time. And Geary flicks a glance at Raoul, and I guess her experience at the opera house has given her a bad impression of the nobility. The Phantom doesn't show himself often, but he leaves me a letter whenever he has a request. And most of the time he just wants the program booklet or perhaps some wine or drink and snacks. And when I fulfill his request, he always leaves me a tip. And if he happens to be in a good mood, he might even leave me a red rose. The Phantom sounds like quite the gentleman. I'm just telling you the truth, and you can sing whatever you like, and excuse me, and I have work to do. Madame Giry is another Raoul's jesting tone, and she leaves in a huff, and Raoul gives her a little bow. And what about you, Christine? What do you think? Me? You mean about the Phantom? Everyone in the opera house says that the Phantom is behind all the strange happenings, and yet different people have different impressions of him. Some people say he looks like a Green Reaper, and others say he's a disembodied skull, and Madame Giry's story is the most interesting of all. In her eyes, the Phantom is a gentleman who respects her, and I don't think she's lying. What do you think, Christine? Is the Phantom behind all of this? Maybe the Phantom really exists. So many people have run into him, including me. No one has truly interacted with him face to face, not even Madame Giry. How would you explain all these mysterious occurrences then? I explain many bizarre things at sea. I have experienced many bizarre things at sea. Yeah, Raoul's bizarre adventures. I guess he saw aliens or something. Drifting voices, strange lives, and inexplicable deaths. I guess it was in the voyage of the Demeter where they had like Dracula there. I mean, this is the time period where like Dracula was like lurking about, and but in the end we will find out that they were the result of natural occurrences or the work of men. I simply can't imagine what that must be like, Raoul, and I envy your bravery and your adventures. Raoul chuckles quietly for a moment. Anyway, that's why I believe in ghosts, and just give me time and I'll find out the truth. Raoul's enthusiasm has infected me, and I am reminded of how worried I've been about the Angel of Music. I'd like to investigate this mystery together with Raoul for the sake of everything I love. I am not a policeman or a detective, but would you be willing to let me join your investigation? You'd like to investigate as well? It won't be easy. Of course, and I'm just an opera singer and a brave explorer, but I believe I'll be of some use. I can sing very loud. You've always been a tenacious girl. Hi, Odix. As a child, you've been filled with courage to live. Well then, Miss Christine, Raoul clears his throat and addresses me in a very serious tone. However, there's a glint of mischief in his eyes. Captain Raoul has approved your request to board the ship, and you're now my first mate, and we shall battle side by side. Don't say I didn't warn you, and I'm going to be a tough journey. Are you prepared? I burst out laughing, and then I look into his smiling eyes as I answer. I, Christine, will follow all of your orders, Captain Raoul. Raoul's face turns a little red, and when we were children, he used to blush like this whenever I teased him. It felt as though we're back to those days of children adventures, and I'm now determined to find out the truth. Alright then, we shall go to investigate Box 5 now. Raoul and I enter Box 5 warily, and there's no audience in the opera house, and it's deathly quiet. There isn't a speck of dust in the box, and two comfortable red armchairs wait for the viewers in silence. I gently pull on the drapes and shake in the exterior of the box, and everything seems pretty normal, and it's hard to associate the box with the phantom. I asked the manager about Box 5, and he says he couldn't be bothered to follow the phantom's contract, so he sold the seats. But when the patrons heard the voice talking to them, there really wasn't anyone inside the box. The voice even described a secret that the patrons didn't want anyone else to know. A secret? And how would the phantom know such things? Maybe our mysterious phantom is a psychic, and I'd like to know what the phantom would say to me. Why has it gone dark, Raoul? Are you alright? A pair of hands touch my shoulders in the dark, and before I can scream, they grab hold of my arm. Don't be scared, Christine, it's me. Stay by my side and don't move. Alright. This sudden blackout might not be an accident, and the famous phantom may have arranged something special for us. We can hear the sound of wind howling, but there can't possibly be any wind there, and the drapes by my side are motionless. Raoul and I huddle together and wait for the phantom's next move. The opera house turns bright again all of a sudden, and the grand golden carvings reflect the light, and Raoul and I squint instinctively. That's all? And what was the phantom merely trying to demonstrate his control of the wind, or is there more to this? Raoul, look! A red roll has appeared on the table. The phantom must have been right beside us when the wind was howling, and perhaps he was looking at us in the dark. The red rose is a warning for him, and he's mocking our ignorance. Alright, I can't read anymore. I hope you have fun with me, like doing this vision, reading the vision novel for you, and next time, bye bye and God bless. I hope you have fun with this Phantom of the Opera. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, that's your sister, and we're continuing with the Phantom of the Opera. Valentine Princess. Alright then. Alright, let's the sound test is more or less done. Alright, let's bite into it. The opera singers, the dancers, and other workers have been busy preparing for the costume ball, and everything's going smoothly. Though my thoughts are still revolving around the red rose in box 5. Come look, it's snowing. It always snows just before the annual ball. But this year, hey, do you think the Phantom will ruin our New Year's Eve ball? I don't know. The dancers hang their heads and sigh before walking away. I open my window and find there is snowflakes lying on my hair, and the road outside is covered by a thick layer of snow. The side is peaceful, but my feelings are a mess. Christine, what are you going to dress up as when you go to the ball? I haven't thought about it yet. And why aren't you looking forward to it? It's just a few days away. Do you even have a dance partner? I don't know who to ask. You could ask a close friend. The vice connection need would be perfect. And why are you hesitating? Can I really do that? And there's such a huge gap in social status. And the people in the opera house are already gossiping about Raoul and me. And they say I'm trying to make use of the nobility to achieve fame on the stage. People are always gossiping in the opera house. Ignore them. I know what kind of person you are, and they are just jealous of you. Mistrust in me is reassuring, but when I think about how I lost the angel of music has been lately, I'm sinking to despair again. The angel of music behaved really strangely the last time we spoke, and he left without saying goodbye, and he hasn't come back. If I attend the ball, will I miss a chance to speak with him? Thank you, Meg. But I need to think more about this a bit more. Alright, but you should decide quickly and don't miss the ball. Meg looks past me at something and her smile becomes a teasing one. A gentleman is here to see you and I shouldn't stay any longer. She leaves before I can get her to stay and I look to see who's there. Raoul, why are you here? It's snowing heavily outside and you have something urgent to discuss with me. I was talking to the manager about the costume ball preparation, so I dropped by to see you. Did I disturb your practice? To be honest, I haven't been able to come enough to practice. I don't blame you. Everyone in the upper house is tormented by the phantom. Don't feel bad about it, Christine, and if you try to relax, it might help you practice later on. But the phantom's holding a knife to our necks, and how could I possibly be in the mood for any fun? You look exhausted and worried about your health. The phantom is certainly a threat, but if we abandon our joy and allow terror to overwhelm us, we will not win this battle. The custom ball will be held a few days later and take the chance to lighten up a little. Will you be there? Cough, of course. I dropped by because of the ball. Do you like dancing, Christine? Raoul looks to the side and he doesn't dare meet my gaze and his ears are red and I wonder, is he thinking of inviting me to the ball? But what if I'm mistaken? I shouldn't be shy, frowning and staring into Raoul's face. Raoul, you're acting a little strange today. Are you keeping something from me? No, I'm not, Christine. It's just that the manager asked me to take a dance partner to the ball, and I instantly thought of you. Cough. And may I have the honor of having you as my dance partner? He rushes through the question and then hangs his head as if afraid that my answer would disappoint him. I'm glad Raoul has invited me, but I'm really not in the mood to attend the ball. I'm sorry, Raoul seems to sense I'm about to reject it and the smile freezes on his face. Please don't you reject me right away, Christine. Perhaps it's difficult for you to accept the invitation, but please let me know your reservation. Too many things have happened lately and everyone in the opera house is terrified. The mysterious man said the phantom has taken an interest in me and I might end up causing trouble for everyone. I don't want you getting in danger because of me, Raoul. How could you possibly cause trouble for anyone? I'm ready to help you with your troubles, Christine. I cannot guess what you're worried about. And we live in the light and the phantom lives in the dark and we can't solve the problems caused by the phantom overnight. If you can't stop worrying because of the phantom, aren't you letting him win the battle? Raoul's right, but what about the angel of music? He's been gone for a long time now. Raoul notices that I'm still hesitant, so he doesn't try to persuade me further. You don't need to give me an answer right now, Christine. And I just hope that you'll be able to attend the ball and put the troubles for a while to celebrate the new year. Of course, if you decide to reject me in the end, I won't force you. I just want you to know that I won't have any dance partner beside you. Thank you, Raoul. You're always so kind. I will consider it carefully. After bidding Raoul goodbye, I return to the dressing room where I hear the angel of music's voice. It's been a long time, Christine. Angel of music. His voice is gentle yet firm and seems rather happy, as if all the torment from before has melted away. Angel of music, you come back. I heard your heart calling out to me, and you have been waiting for my return. Your yearning and your face have healed me, and for you I have awakened from the darkness. Is that true? But then I think of the darkness plaguing the opera house and my joy is overshadowed by worry. Please don't leave me all of a sudden again. You know how helpless I am without you. So many terrible things have happened and I really need your guidance and your companionship. Even in my sleep I miss you. The darkness is powerful and frightening, Christine, and it's been getting harder for me to resist its temptation. He almost sounds like he has dual personality. I will persevere for your sake, but you must persevere as well. You look like you haven't had a good rest in ages, and you must be exhausted from all the tension. It's almost New Year's Eve, and perhaps you should prepare for the ball like your dancer friend. Learn how to enjoy life, and your happiness should become a source of life for me. If even the angel of music says so, I guess I should attend the ball. Perhaps you're right, life goes on, and I should look to the future, and even if it's just for the angel's sake. I'm not good at dancing, though. The dances of the ball will be completely different from the dances on the stage, and I have no experience with social dancing. You'll be fine, I shall teach you. It's not difficult. Really? But I have no talent for dancing. Music and dancing are linked, and you'll have a great music talent, and don't be such a hurry to judge yourself. Music starts playing in the air, and it sounds like a waltz and seems to have no discerning source. Do you believe me, Christine? Of course I do, and you are my angel of music. Focus on the music, and I swear that I should teach you everything you need to know. I nod earnestly and put my worries aside, then I turn my attention to the beat of the music. The angel of music instructs me tirelessly in pointing my feet, side and lean and turn. Under his guidance, I managed to familiarize myself with the dance steps, but it's still not enough. I guess I do need a dance partner. I need a partner to practice with. It's impossible for me to do this alone. If only you... Oh, never mind. Christine. The angel of music gently calls my name, and it sounds like a sigh, but he doesn't continue, and I wonder if I imagined it. He remains silent for a long time, and a sense of failure is starting to envelop me, and I decide to pull myself together. It's alright, I can still get the gist of it without a dance partner. Perhaps I'll get the hang of it naturally at the ball with the right atmosphere and music. Without waiting for the angel to reply, I grab hold of a piece of clothing and raise it in midair to pretend it's my dance partner. It's not as easy as I thought, and without a partner to support me, I am unable to twirl easily, and I almost crash into the mirror. Ah! Watch out, Christine! I manage to recover my balance, and when I lift my head, I catch a glimpse of a figure in the mirror. I blink and the figure's gone, and I can only see my own reflection and the things inside the room. I am certain I saw a figure in the mirror, but it has disappeared. And oh my god, the lunatic almost crashed into the mirror. When my heartbeat finally slows down, I realize that the angel of music hasn't said anything for a while. Angel of music, have you left? The figure in the mirror, was that you? No one answers me. Bye-bye. The eve of the new year has crept up on us amid all of the anxiety and anticipation. The custom band was to begin. I had to get dressed and people are waiting for me. The band starts playing and the ball has begun. There is merriment in the field, swishing in skirts, and gentlemen bow to invite their partners to dance, and people seem to have forgotten about their fear of the phantom. And when I enter the ballroom, I'm a little overwhelmed. Beautiful lady, will you do me the honor with a dance? I recognize his voice. He is smiling behind his mask, and his blonde hair glows in the lamplight. Perhaps he did put some effort into his costume, but he couldn't fool me. It's Raoul without a doubt. I haven't been able to take my eyes off of you the moment you stepped into the hall. He seems so serious, and I feel like teasing him. I am sorry, sir. I already have a dance partner. There are many beautiful ladies here, and perhaps tonight you should dance with them instead. I have eyes for no one else. Ah, that is indeed rather vexing. But my first for my partner, and perhaps you could wait for a while. Is your dance partner here yet? Here he is. However, Raul steps forward anxiously, and there's an incredulous expression on his face, and I almost burst out laughing. It's very peculiar. For some reason, he's hiding his identity while asking me for my first dance. Should I accept his invitation? Raul is dumbstruck for a moment, and then he takes off his mask in beret, and he has no idea how I managed to recognize him. I guess maybe he's like the only blonde guy, naturally blonde guy in all of Paris roaming about. Christine, and when did you know that it was me? The minute you spoke to me. That Batman voice couldn't fool anyone. Maybe I spent too much time at sea and not used to these events. I took days to prepare for the ball, but I guess I can't keep up with the latest fashion in Paris. Do you think I'm dressed unfashionably, Christine? Of course not. That's not how I recognize you. Then how do you do it? It's your first mate, and how could I possibly not recognize my captain? So, will my first mate dance with me? Of course I will. I am honored. The music feels real, and the lights are dazzling, and the dance floor is full of twirling figures, and it feels like a dream. My finger rests on his shoulder as he wraps one arm around my waist. This is my first ballroom dance, and I'm still not familiar with some of the steps. Your first dance ever? I can't tell at all. Believe me, you look like a natural, and many of the men keep glancing at you with admiration and amazement. They're making me a little jealous. Oh God, I guess Christine just has the bad habit of attracting jealous, possessive men, because you thought that it was like just the Phantom who was jealous, possessive, but well, I guess being jealous, possessive psychopath was a fashion of the day in France. Raul, don't make fun of me. Oops, did I step on your shoes again? Raul smiles and shakes his head, and he leans towards me and gently corrects me. I never danced with my partner before, but with his guidance I managed to finish the dance in almost complete fashion. I didn't make a fool of myself. You have a winning dance partner right here, and why don't we practice a few more times? A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Before the next dance can begin, the sound of this chord and piano playing interrupts the music. Everyone is silent for a moment, and then the crowd starts murmuring. Who is that, and how did he get to the middle of the dance floor without any noticing? And what a creepy man. His eyes look like he's about to devour someone. The guests back away instantly, and a wide space opens up around the man as if he's a demon. Raul and I look in the direction of the commotion. A stranger is wearing a bizarre mask that covers half his face, and he's wrapped in a black robe, and a scarlet rose adorns his chest. I guess they didn't go for they forgot. I guess they didn't do the whole Phantom of the Opera showing up as the blast of as the Red Death from like that Edgar Allan Poe series, book, not book, short story. The Phantom. He's finally shown himself in such a dramatic manner, and what is he planning? I blurt out the name in my surprise, and the people near me overheard, and the news spreads like a contagion, and chaos erupts. The Phantom, he's come to kill us all. Oh heavens, Lord have mercy on us. People are trying to flee the ballroom in panic, and someone knocks me over. Unfortunately, Raul catches me in time. Watch out. I shiver was down my spine, and I pull away from Raul's grasp and look in the Phantom's direction. He is staring at me meaningfully and flicks a look of utter contempt at Raul, and I can see his hatred and his anger. Are you sure that's a Phantom, Christine? I am certain it's him. Fire! The Phantom has set fire to the building. The thick smoke is rising into the air, and someone has knocked over the candelabra, and the velvet curtain next to Raul have caught fire. The flames are about to reach us, and looking gray, Raul shields me with his body, and we back away. The flames leak upwards towards the ceiling and starts consuming everything in its path. What are you waiting for? Put out the fire. The phantom has vanished amidst the chaos. I know which way he went. I'm not going to let him get away. Christine, find a safe place and wait while I go after him. Raoul watches up before I can stop him. No, I'm sure the phantom is after Raoul and I can't let him risk his life alone. I dash out of the barroom, but I can't see them in the hallway. The stage is to the left and the backstage is down the stairs. Which way did they go? There's a lot of things stored backstage and maybe the phantom is hiding there. I hurried anxiously to the backstage and saw Raoul there, and Raoul is scanning his surroundings warily when I approach him, and he turns and lets down his guard when he sees me. Christine, why are you here? You went after the phantom alone. Of course I worried about you. I'm sorry that was a poorly thought, but it seems like your concern was for naught. I lost track of him here. Do you see him disappear? I couldn't see any sign of him when I entered. Maybe he's still hiding in here somewhere. I thought so too. It's a lot more clutter in here than usual. And I should check out the shelves and notice that many of the objects have been displaced and the wooden props are scattered on the floor. Let's split up instead of the way. Well, that's usually like how bad horror movie things happen, splitting up. But I'm worried. I know you're worried about me, but I promise I'll be careful and we need to act quickly before he slips away. For me if you find anything unusual. Alright. We split and cautiously search the mess basket, and there's a lot of clutter to go through. And it's deathly quiet apart from the noises we're making. Perhaps the phantom isn't here anymore. And I hear something breathing lightly behind me. And then the tips of my hairs move slightly, as though disturbed by a breeze, and a chill runs down my spine. Who's there? I spin around and catch a glimpse of a shadow behind the shelves. Christine, what's wrong? Raoul, there's someone here. Raoul shoves aside the prospect and he rushes to me and he draws his sword ready to attack. Show yourself, stop sneaking about like a coward. Raoul's voice echoes in the empty space. And what happened, Christine? I tell him the details and Raoul wrinkles his brow in silence for a moment. He's deliberately provoking us. We can't do anything about it. And we search further but find no trace of the phantom, so we can only leave empty-handed. In the days that follow, the opera house is surprisingly calm. But no one knows this is merely the calm before the storm. The accident at the costume ball has made everyone even more fearful than before, and we're afraid that the phantom will bring even more disaster. However, nothing happens for days, and there aren't any more rumors, and perhaps the phantom has disappeared. The manager decides that it's time for a change in atmosphere. He wants to hold a repeat performance of Romeo and Juliet for the nobility. With high expectation and audition for the role. Thanks to the angel of music, my singing has improved greatly. However, I am sorely disappointed when the manager reads out the name of the lead actress. Congratulations to the most sought-after singer in all of Paris, Carlotta, and she will play the role of Julia. You deserve it. Everyone applauds, everyone idolizes Carlotta, and I can't help but feel a little down. Don't be discouraged, Christine. The conductor complimented you on your progress. With time, you'll make a dream come true and surpass Carlotta to become the lead. Thank you for your kind words, Meg, but I know I'm not her match. Oh, that's a little bit of self-awareness. It's barely enough. If opera singing were that simple, Paris would be full of singers by now. Carlotta's bride comes before a fall. Meg, stop it. I grab Meg's arm and try to pull her away, and she yanks herself free. Can you see how far Christine has come? Everyone knows how hard she's been practicing to audition for a lead role. Oh my, I never said she wasn't trying. But talent is a gift from God, and do you think that by practicing diligently you can make up for what you lack in talent? How naive. You're full of nonsense. Christine is the most talented person I ever met. Talented. If it weren't for her associating with the Viscount of Chagny, would she even get to attend the audition? Raoul, I never use him. I'm sure you know what you've done. Carlotta, what's what you're saying? Carlotta shoots me a look of contempt and raises an eyebrow at Meg. She leaves with her nose up in the air, humming part of Juliet's music as she goes. She's mocking us. Meg is so angry that she almost runs at Carlotta. However, she can bear to leave me alone, so she tries to comfort me awkwardly. Christine, you mustn't believe anything she says. I'm sure Carlotta was impressed by your singing, and that's what she's trying to put you down. Don't fall for her trap. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Raul and I were childhood friends, and I know I don't have anything to feel guilty about. I'm not going to let idle gossip ruin our friendship. I'm glad to hear you say that. After the audition, I kept thinking about the ways in which Carlotta's singing is better than mine. And what do I have to do to surpass her, take the lead? And how do I become a star singer? I practice almost daily, but there has been no significant progress. And Carlotta's words keep echoing in my head, and I start to doubt myself. Is it true that I have no talent for singing? I feel as if I hit a dead end and I'm trapped and I can't find a way out. Angel of music, I need you. A soft sigh sounds from the walls around me, and it is as if he heard my heart calling out to him. Angel of music, is that you? Thank goodness you're here. I was afraid the darkness had consumed you. Does this mean that you conquered the darkness? All I can hear is my voice echoing in the room. Please answer me. I'm lost without you. Christine. I am always thinking about you, and I watched your audition. I didn't do well. I am nowhere as good as Carlotta. Christine, don't think so poorly of yourself. You have a real talent, believe me, and what you lack is professional coaching. Are you unable to believe what I say? No, of course not. After my father passed away, you're the only one I relied on, and I trust you. I look up and tell him all about my faith and how attached I am to him, and he listens carefully to every word. And as I speak, I catch a glimpse of a figure in the mirror. Is that the angel of music? I take a few steps forward and try to reach out to the figure, and all I feel is the cold surface of the mirror, and the figure grows hazy. Christine, don't look for me. Just know that I'm here for you. Angel of music, don't you want to see me? I'm sorry, Christine. I wish I could be with you like a normal person, but I can't. I understand, and I know you don't have a choice, and thank you for letting me see you. It is just a vague image of you, but it's enough. Promise me that you won't reveal my existence to anyone, not even to those I trust. I am your angel of music, Christine, and yours only. Therefore, no one else must know about me. Of course, angel of music, I promise not to tell anyone about you. You have helped me so much, but you ask nothing in return. How can I not grant you such a simple request? I won't say a word. I trust you, Christine. The angel of music patiently guides me and points out my mistakes, and we practice late into the night. Christine, I have to leave now. You have to believe in yourself when I'm not with you. And please trust my judgment, and you will have a bright future in Paris. And I will be with you until that day comes. The performance of Romeo and Juliet is a huge success, and Carlotta's singing is exceptional, and the people come in droves just to see her on stage. I am not jealous of her, however. The angel of music affirmation has restored my confidence, and I give my all and do my best for every role I get. Christine, come and see this. You're in the paper. Meg comes running to me with today's paper, and I catch a glimpse of my photo. Is that really me? Of course, the critics in Paris have noticed you. Look what it says here. They say you're an upcoming star. Congratulations, Christine. You finally gained recognition. Either that or the Phantom of the Opera used part of his 20,000 francs to bribe newspaper people to write well about Christine. I mean, when we're getting 20,000 francs a month, you can like do anything. Even buying a lot of gunpowder. My goodness. Before I managed to digest this wonderful news, I noticed the manager walking towards me. He looks angry. Christine, you must be in cahoots with the Phantom. The Phantom? How so? Stop pretending. The Phantom left a letter demanding that I give you the lead role. He says if I don't, he'll punish the opera house. But why would the Phantom do that? You're asking me. You should be telling me that. Who knows what tricks you used to get the Phantom to help you? I swear to you, I don't know who the Phantom is and how could I possibly work with him. I do want to play the lead, but I would never do anything like that. You're going to need proof if you want to pin this on me. That's right, you had no proof at all. The Phantom merely mentioned Christine in the letter, and that doesn't prove anything. Christine might be a potential victim as well. Shut up, Meg. He said it. Shut up, Meg. Shut up, Meg. This has nothing to do with you. The Phantom always does as he pleases, and if you carry on accusing Christine, you might be the next one to suffer. Meg, how dare you? Unable to produce any proof, the manager turns off. Meg stays on a long time comforting me and tells me that not to think about it, but I can't get the Phantom's letter out of my mind. Why did the Phantom mention my name? The manager is reluctant to let me take the lead role, but is afraid of reprisals from the Phantom. And I believe that any compromise might make the Phantom bolder in his demands, so I declined the lead role. I think this should prevent the manager and the people in the opera house from getting involved. And it's getting late now, and I have to get changed and get to the rehearsals. The star rushes at the door, and I quickly get changed, but I accidentally knock off one of the dresses in the closet. And just as I'm about to put the dress back, I notice that the hem is torn, as if it has been cut by something sharp. How did this happen? If I hadn't noticed this today, it would have been too late on the day of the performance. After the customer hands out our costume, Meg always alters mine carefully before keeping them. Did someone do this on purpose? I think about how much effort Meg puts into altering my costumes, and I feel a rush of anger. I must investigate this. Has anyone been to my dressing room? What is it, Christine? What happened? Someone went in while I wasn't there and damaged my costume. What? Are you sure it wasn't an accident? Or maybe it's the Phantom? I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out if anyone saw anything. I thought the Phantom would damage my costume if he wanted to attack me. Think carefully, and have you seen anyone going into Christine's dressing room? I think I saw Carlotta heading in that direction last night. Carlotta? I can't be sure. I didn't see her walk into your dressing room, and I was in a hurry to get home. Christine, and why don't we go ask her? She's at the rehearsal today. Meg pulls me along, and we bump into Carlotta at the door. How rude, and shouldn't you apologize? Carlotta, there's something I need to ask you. My time is precious and not to be wasted on someone like you. She holds up her nose and waits for us to move, but we refuse, and I suppress my anger and ask her, did you enter my dressing room last night? Why would I? It is such a remote area, I wouldn't want to go there. So you do know the location of my dressing room. Carlotta flinches and clears her throat again and raises her chin and speaks. All of the supporting singers are on that one floor, and I don't even need to guess. I keep it short and hope you answer truthfully. You were seen near my dressing room last night, and today my costume is in tatters. Did you damage my costume? Carlotta smiles disdainfully. Who saw me? Get him here to testify against me. Your costume is ruined, and you should reflect on how unpopular you must be. You're having an affair with a noble and using men to steal my lead role. Perhaps the Phantom's letter was written by you, and you're despicable and you had no right to accuse other people. I will not allow you to slander my relationship with Raul, and I am competing with you fairly. Who will believe that nonsense? You can achieve any status with dirty tricks, and I'll make sure everyone knows how shady you are. Well, Carlota's technically right about it because the Phantom is legit threatening, like threatening people in order to get the chick he likes to sing.
Also, Carlota looked like how they described Christine in the book because Christine was like
A little sorry.
yeah.
And also, like Christine was also a bit, like a bit of chubbier in like the book. You will be the disgrace of Paris. Everyone be fat lady singing. You don't have any proof, Carlotta, and you will get karma for slandering others. Proof? You accuse me of ruining your custom without proof. I'm not going to argue with you anymore, and I can't afford to waste my time. Carlotta, listen, I can't stop her, but I believe the truth will be revealed one day. Carlotta throws a tantrum during the rehearsals and claiming that everyone has ruined her mood, and she leaves the opera house, but no one says a thing. Everyone's used to her tantrums by then now, and the rehearsal doesn't carry on, and I return to my dressing room angry and sad. Why are things getting more complicated, and I came here to fulfill my dreams? It's not your fault, Christine, and humans can be evil and unpredictable. Kind of like you, Mr. Angel of Music. Angel of Music, are you here to comfort me? I tell you I need company, and I promise to be here when you need me. I've been holding back my emotions, but I can't help tearing up upon the sound of his voice. Why do people have such a distorted view of everything I do? I never try to take any shortcuts, and I don't want to rely on Raul's status, and I definitely don't want anything to do with the Phantom. People rarely see the truth or care for it. They are only interested in themselves. Asking them to admit their mistakes and changing their perception is like asking the blind to see. Yeah, that's he not from like experience because like people have just been absolute worse because of because of the way that he's described. Because the Phantom looks like Voldemort in the book, because he has no nose. The Angel of Music sounds sorrowful, and I know he understands my pain. And I can't hold it in any longer, and the dressing room is my only sanctuary. And my angel stays silent as I cry my heart out in his company. I know you've been putting out with a lot, Christine. And I wish I could share all of your burdens, but I can never really be there for you like Raul. Does that upset you? No, Angel of Music, and please don't think so. I know you've been watching over me, so how can I judge you in any way? When you appear, you were my guiding light during my loneliest days, and I am always grateful for your presence. How I wish I could always be the person you think I am, Christine. Why do you sound so sad, Angel of Music? Is it because of me? I'm sorry I'm being selfish. If you were to find out I am not as wonderful as you think I am, will you hate me, Christine? Why are you asking me this? No. Of course not, no one is perfect, and you have never given up on me or blamed me for my shortcomings. You spend so much time teaching me, and every time we sing together, I feel my soul resonating with the music. You said that music reveals the truth about a person, and I will always trust you. You'll never leave me, will you, Christine? Of course. You have my promise. I know how much you trust me, and I will return what you have given me by helping you achieve your dreams. I don't care. That's a red flag if I read it. Let's not linger on vacancy, and I want to teach you the lead part. The female lead, but even yourself, Christine, and I will perform as the lead soon, and you will perform as the lead soon, and you should start practicing early. I practiced early with the angel's guidance for the role that does not belong to me, and I wonder if the angel of music is trying to encourage me. A few days later, it's finally time for the show to debut, and the tickets were all snapped up ages ago, and the audience is eager to see Carlotta on stage. Our conductor has made some special changes for this performance, and I'm sure the show will have an even greater impact than before. The stage sets and props are ready, and the performance should go smoothly. Great, and as an internationally acclaimed opera house, every element should be perfect. And it'll be a great show, and everyone expects it to be simply incredible. And then the unexpected happens. Something terrible befalls Carlotta. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Croak. Ribbit. Next time we meet, Ribbit. Good heavens, and did you hear that? And what happened? Did we hear that? A sweet rose responds and rests, Ribbit. What happened to Carlotta, and why is she croaking like a frog? Oh no, this is an official performance. Every time Carlotta opens her mouth to sing, it is accompanied by a croaking sound from her throat. It sounds that echo through the theater, and the terror on stage is palpable. Good heavens, she must be possessed. The audience is in an uproar and cursing and jeering, and many start leaving the theater because the sound is just all too awful. Croak. And Carlotta must be suffering terribly, and she might be calling for help, but every sound she makes is a croak. What are you waiting for? She needs to get off the stage, and this is disgrace. And I've never been so embarrassed in my whole career. Carlotta clenches her mouth shut and breaks out into a cold sweat, and she trembles helplessly. And people in the audience start muttering about demonic possession as the stars scramble to lower the curtain, and it is all too late. And Carlotta faints, and the show comes to an abrupt end. Carlotta's croaking is all over the newspaper, and the opera house closes for a couple of days, but the investigation is inconclusive. The opera can't keep going without an audience, and the doors soon open, and the manager has surprising piece of news for me. What, you want me to be the female lead in the upcoming production of Faust? Oh yeah, like the Phantom, or that's usually the opera that he acts up the most, like his favorite opera, Faust. At least canonically book-wise. Carlotta's still in shock over what happened, and she hurt her leg in the fall. And she can't perform in any productions in the near future, and you're the only person in the opera house who can replace her right now. Ah, the show times have been announced, and we need to keep the schedule. And you wouldn't want the public to lose faith in the opera house, would you, Christine? I understand. I'll do my best. Splendid. We're expecting you to do your best, Christine. The manager leaves, and I slowly walk to the dressing table and sit down, and my reflection in the mirror looks weary. Carlotta has never been out of tune, and let alone make any strange sound. There's something strange going on. Could the Phantom be behind all of this? Is he against Carlotta, or does he dislike the part of the female lead? If it had been me making a fool of myself on stage, I would be just as devastated as Carlotta. But this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. I have mixed feelings, but I stay back to practice late into the night. And as I'm preparing to go home, I notice a scarlet rose on my dressing table. I can't explain how it got there, and no one has been in my dressing room all night. The rose appeared just as I was about to leave, and when I had my back turned, the fear I had been harboring inside me comes spilling out in a rush. Is that you again, Phantom? And when will you stop toying with me? I muster the courage to shout out the window, and I hear a faint sound from the supposedly empty backyard. And it sounds like fabric swifting through the air. And it's very dark, and I'm afraid to move. And please don't be afraid, Christine. I will never hurt you. You are the one I have chosen, and I want you to know that I will do anything for you. The Phantom's hoarse voice startles me, and I grip the window seals tightly. And I struggle to find the source of the voice, but I only manage to catch a glimpse of the Phantom's black cloak. Stop it. I don't need your help. Stop attacking people. I muster up the courage to shout once more, but the Phantom does not respond, and my voice is just dissipating into thin air. The silence scares me, and I take a step back and tread on a rose. and the very same rose is now at my feet, and I am filled with terror. Ah! And I scream and dash out of the dressing room. Christine, a penny for your thoughts, and why are you in such a daze? Raoul, and what brings you backstage? The door was wide open, and I am a patron, so no one stopped me. Raoul turns and points innocently to the direction of the door with a hint of mischief in his smiling eyes. I think I have the right to make a routine inspection. Of course, go ahead. Raoul seems to detect an exhaustion in my voice, and he approaches me somberly. All right, the fact that I heard about Carlotta and was worried about you, and that's why I rushed over. And I also heard that you're the new female lead, but that you don't look happy at all. What happened? He looks at me uneasily, and I stare back into his eye and see my reflection. Should I tell Raoul what happened last night? You know you can trust me, Christine. Is the phantom out to no good again? Did he scare you? No, there has been so much going on, I think I'm just tired. And you said you rushed here out, and what are you doing here? I've been visiting our friends these past few days, but no one has any information on the phantom. And this incident didn't occur coincidentally, and the phantom's getting bolder, and we need to take action. Please keep me up to date on what you're doing, and don't go investigating on your own. Christine. Anyway, we should put everything aside and plan an outing, and I think you desperately need some relaxation. And we can go anywhere you want, and we just need to get away from the opera house and the phantom and let nature hear your soul. But don't get me wrong, we're not running away, and we shall return and drive the phantom away for good. Raoul shoots into the midair and mines a sword swing as though he's in the middle of a sea battle. I'm a little worried that the phantom would hear him, but I'm still amused by his antics. Esteemed Viscount, you are truly childish. I'm only like this with you, my beautiful bleeding lady. Raoul's mouth reminds me of the childhood days we shared, and I get him to sit next to me on a crate. You're right, and I miss seeing the sun outside, and I do have plans to go somewhere. The anniversary of my father's death is coming, and I need to find some time to return to Piero's Girek. Is anyone going to accompany you? I was going to make the trip alone, and it's not the sort of thing you share. Christine, do you remember when we were shooting and your father played for us, and after each song we would beg him to play another? He would always play cheerful ditties for us, and the sound of a violin brings back so many happy memories. So will you permit me to accompany you? Of course, and I will feel much better with you there, Raoul. Excellent, and it'll be an honor to accompany you, Christine, and I'll do my best to protect you. Raoul seems rather excited about the trip, and he quickly bids me farewell so he can go home and get ready. After Raoul has left, I return to the dressing room to pack my things, and as I'm about to leave, the angel of music calls out to me. His voice seems a lot weaker than usual, and I am rather disconcerted. Are you leaving, Christine? You're not going to practice some more? There's something important I have to do, angel of music, and I'm not slacking off, I promise. I know you're going to pay your respects to your father. With Raoul. You heard everything. I'm always with you, Christine. However, there are times I cannot speak to you. I know that you're always with me, but it's been a long time since I last visited father, and Raoul knew him too when we were shooting in Pedro's Girek. Stop, Christine. Angel of music. The angel of music has always been patient with me. However, he seems extremely agitated by my impending departure. Shocked, I cautiously call out to him, and he does not respond, and I feel rather distressed. I apologize. I didn't mean to scare you. I just feel as if I'm no longer the only one you rely on. I insist only because of you, Christine, and if you no longer need me. His voice grows fainter, and there's a pang in his heart, and I hasten to reassure him. I said countless times that I always need you, and nothing has changed. What about Raoul? Raoul? I don't understand why the angel of music has singled out Raoul when I spend most of my time at the opera house with Meg. He cares about me like you, and he's an important friend, and I am grateful to him as well. I cannot bear knowing that you have two beings in your heart. Whenever I see you with Raoul, pain threatens to tear me apart. Emotions so dark and wicked I can't control them. Christine, I am not omnipotent, and if you get too close to him, I may disappear forever. Ever since the angel of music appeared in my life, I regard him as a guardian angel sent by my father. And I even grown attached to him over time, and I cannot imagine him leaving me one day. All I can think of right now is that I mustn't let him leave me. I am sorry, angel of music. I had never considered your feelings. Please believe me when I say that you are irreplaceable in my heart. Really, Christine? Absolutely. You are my mentor, confidant, friend. No one even comes close to how important you are to me. I tried tracking down the Phantom, hoping I can defeat him once and for all so that he can never disturb you again. I just want to be with you all the time, even if that means I have to lose everything. Christine, do you believe me, angel of music? Of course, Christine, I can never say no to you. Thank heavens you believe me. The angel's voice brightens up and the sorrowful tone is gone. Christine, I know I can be with you when you pay your respects to your father, but I want to do something for you. At midnight, I will play a song for you and your father in the cemetery. And it will be a piece of music just for you. And remember, you have to be the only one there. Yes, I promise you. Thank you, angel of music, and I will be waiting for you at midnight. Early in the next morning, Raúl and I boarded the train to Perosquirec. The sound of the wheels on the tracks reminds me of the days when my father and I used to travel. And I can't help but feel a little melancholy. Raúl is in his usual adventurous mood and looking out the window with his telescope and chatting with me about the warm beach by the town. Christine, the sun feels so good, and it was hiding behind the gray clouds before we boarded the train. The warm sunlight is melting the winter snow as we enter the tranquil cemetery. My father once told me that as long as I was with him, the weather would always be good. I guess he knew you were coming to visit. Yes, that must be it. I walked alongside Raúl to my father's tombstone and gently prepared the bouquet I made. Never complain about the hardships of your circumstances. It is what makes you strong. The words of yesteryear linger in my heart, and in my mind I can see my father's kind face and I feel his warm palm on my cheek. Papa, I hope you're not mad that I haven't come to see you in so long. I've been so very busy. But I have good news for you. I got the lead role for a show. And it won't be long before I am on the stage in Paris, and I hope that makes you happy. My voice chokes a little, and I wish I were telling my father in person, but I know that's impossible. Don't be too sad, Christine. Your father has always been proud of you, and you have not let him down. Raúl is crouching by the grave, and I notice that he's pulling up some of the weeds. He looks up and gives me a comforting smile, then he moves over to the other side of the grave to clear away more weeds. I must admit that I am touched by Raúl's timely comfort and help, and I try to keep a distance after the angel of music said to me, and luckily Raúl has not noticed. Thank you, Raúl, for being here with me. Don't be silly, Christine, and this is where I grew up, and I am sure your father remembers me too. Who else should accompany you back to Perosquirán? I was about to answer when I saw movement in the bush behind me, and I turned my head to see something speeding to the trees. Who's that? Don't be scared, stand behind me. That dark figure and the way it moved, it's got to be the Phantom. What? And how could the Phantom have followed us to Perosquirec? Raúl slowly walks towards the bushes, and he pushes back the branches away to get a closer look. Christine, there's nothing there. It must have been a cat or a squirrel or a small animal. It didn't look like that, and I have a really bad feeling about this. I don't think the Phantom will show himself under the sun. You can relax. Anyway, we're going to be and we should visit Madame Valiere or go for a walk on the beach. And we could sit on the beach until dusk, and I'm sure the sun will be beautiful tomorrow as it is today. He is clearly attached to Perosquire, and he's eager to revisit the other parts of this town. I'm sorry, Raúl. I want to visit the church to offer prayers for my father. I don't want to bore you, and you don't have to stay with me. No, of course I'll stay with you, and it will be meaningless without you. When I saw you in the upper house, I felt you were putting too much pressure on yourself. So I offered to accompany you on the trip so I can keep you safe and create new memories with you. Raoul gently takes my hand, and the warmth of his paw travels on my arm. I look back into his eyes, and they are full of passion. And there's another rustling in the bushes. Christine, look out! A strong wind tosses broken twigs and little rocks in a direction, and the wind sounds almost like a grown man whimpering. Raoul holds tightly in my arms until the peculiar storm passes. That was most peculiar, wasn't it? It must be. Phantom, stop hiding in the shadows like a coward. I don't care for your games, but if you hurt Christine, I will hunt you down. Raoul's angry shouts echo through this empty cemetery. Christine is not safe to stay here, and we should retire to the inn. Alright, let me get my things. Were you scared? And I should have been more cautious after our first sound. It's fine, Raoul. I just don't know why he keeps harassing me. If the phantom has followed me here, will the cemetery be safe at night? At midnight, the angel of music will be here to play for me and my father, and will the phantom be waiting for me? Christine, what's on your mind? Tell me what I can do for you. Raoul, I was thinking we should go back tomorrow. Spending time in town sounds wonderful, but of course I know you're worried, and the phantom doesn't scare me, but I'm afraid you might get hurt. I'll take care of all of the arrangements for the return trip when we get back to the inn. And if we have some time, would you like to take a stroll in town with me this evening? And the church will be by then. Raoul smiles warmly at me, and he's serious about making new memories with me. But I promised the angel of music. I'm sorry, Raoul. I think I need to be alone tonight. His face falls at my request, and I hasten to reassure him. Just for tonight, and we'll go anywhere you want next time we're here. Really? You will ask me to come back with you again? And please don't deceive me, Christine. It will hurt so much. I promise you, but you have to promise me that you won't follow me tonight. Alright, but if you change your mind, just let me know. It's all settled then. The sky is full of stars at night, and there's an occasional gust of cold wind which adds a touch of bitterness to the clear night. The cemetery will be a lot colder at night, so I should wear something warm. I tiptoed into the cemetery in the dark, afraid to make any noises I might provoke the phantom. Angel of music. I crouch down in front of my father's grave and call out to the angel, but all I hear is the wind. Am I too early? I scan my surroundings, but I don't detect any danger, so I spread a blanket on the ground and sit down to wait. Papa, I couldn't say this in front of Raoul earlier. The angel of music has come to me. He doesn't visit me every day, but when he does, he teaches me singing techniques. He promised to play for us tonight. I can't wait. I just don't know when it will be. I know my father's watching over me, but it's just scary to be alone in the cemetery at night. The wind stops, and after a moment the silence is broken by the sound of a violin in the distance. The angel of music is here. I listen to the beautiful music, and the familiar melody takes me back to the past. My father composed this, and the angel of music knows everything about me. Therefore, melodies flood my mind, and I lose myself in the experience. And I seem to hear someone singing along with the sound of the violin. The beautiful reverie is broken by an angry voice. Christine. Startled, I would have fled the place if Raoul hadn't stepped out of the shadows into the moonlight. Raoul, why are you here? Why am I here? I know I shouldn't have followed you here, but I was worried, and I shouldn't stop you from pursuing your love. Raoul's eyes look sad, but his words are full of sarcasm. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm here for a rendezvous? You're not. You say you wanted to be on your own, and you even came out with a ridiculous agreement. These were all excuses. You just wanted to get rid of me. I've been such a fool, and I followed you here to pay respect to your father, but I'm not the one you want at all. Oh God, she's like surrounded by two jealous lunatics. And they made Raul more jealous, angry.
We have the gaslighter and
We got the gaslighter and the control freak military guy. They're both lunatics in this game. Raul's accusation baffles me, and I'm mad at him for not keeping his promise. You had no right to speak to me like that. You're the one who broke your promise. You creep up on me like a thief, and you don't have the right to throw these accusations at me. How else was I going to find out the truth, and how long do you intend to keep stringing me along? Where's your lover, Christine? Where is he? I told you I don't have a lover. Don't lie to me again, Christine. I saw the expression of bliss on your face when you listened to him play, and yet you wanted me to keep my distance. Why won't he show himself, and does he have something to hide, coward? Raul searches the cemetery like a madman, but there's no one to be found. Stop acting like this. There's no one here. Impossible. I heard the violin, and I heard you talking to him. Your voice was so tender, that coward, and why won't he show himself? Christine, you tricked me into making that strange promise, and yet he doesn't even have the courage to face me. Why won't you believe anything I say, Raul? I'm not making a rendezvous, and why won't you trust me? Raul seems to have lost all self-control, and I don't know how to placate him, and I'm upset that the angel of music has to hear this. I can have my secrets too, Raul, and I don't have to tell you everything. I get it. You prefer someone who can stand on the stage beside you. He's different. He can play music to accompany your voice, and I'm just part of the audience. You don't need me. Perhaps you never needed me, and I'm in no position to ask anything of you. Goodbye, Christine, and don't stay up too late. I won't bother you again. Raul. Raul ignores me and leaves, and this is the first time we fought, and he doesn't want to listen to me anymore. I try to calm down, but I can't stop crying. Angel of music, are you still here? All I hear is silence, and I shake my head. The angel of music must have left when Raul showed up. He told me that it was important for me to come alone. I had to explain everything to the angel of music when I get back to the opera house. Upset at seeing through what had just happened and suddenly realized something. Raul could hear the angel of music. If the angel belongs to me alone, I should be the only one who can hear him. Now that I think of it, he only speaks to me when I'm alone. Could it be that? I shake my head to clear all these frightening suspicions from my mind. The angel of music, my patient teacher. How could he possibly have anything to do with the phantom? Now she's starting to see through the gaslighting. Alright, that's a good place to leave it. I hope Alright, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's your sister, and we're continuing with the Phantom of the Opera. After returning from Peros Kireg, I've been feeling frustrated and I can't focus during rehearsals. Christine, you've been so quiet lately. Are you under too much pressure? I'm not sure what to say, but I hope that Meg can advise me. I had a big fight with Raul. I thought you were close, and didn't you take a trip together? You said he was taking you to Peros Kireg to pay respects to your father. That's where we fought. I tried to simplify what happened in order to keep the angel of music a secret. He broke a promise he made, and I feel like he doesn't respect me. If he breaks his word, then he is the one in wrong, and you don't have to feel bad about it. May tries to comfort me and then steals a glance at me and says cautiously, he probably didn't mean to, you know, the Vice Colonel Cheney is a good man. Do you think you could try to forgive him? Well, he did treat me like a random loose woman. Just saying. It's like the Raul in the Raul in the time like his light shamer. Like the Raul from like the Time Princess universe is a lot more violent than the book and movie version. That's a bit. The both versions are a bit of a tool, but this one he be more psychotic. It's like she's got like the psychotic controlling nobleman or the psychotic controlling guy who hides in a basement of an opera house. Meg is right. Raul has gone through a lot for my sake, and he probably wanted to protect me. There's a lot of psychopaths who do terrible things to women under the excuse that I'm trying to protect you. Do you think I wanna? Whatever. I've been unkind to him too, and we weren't thinking straight. Have you talked to him since, Christine? I haven't seen him in days. I think you need to clear the air between the two of you. The longer you leave it, and the worse it'll be, and the more difficult it'll be to make up. You're right, but he was the one in the wrong, and he hasn't shown up. What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna stand my ground. He didn't keep his word. If I apologize first, it is as if I never stood my ground in the first place. Why should I apologize if he's the one in the wrong? So you're going to wait for him to apologize? I think he needs to realize that he was wrong, and I won't give in. I don't think it matters who apologizes first, Christine. Anyway, I'm sure you'll make up in the end. Meg flashes a mischievous smile at me as she takes my costume out of the wardrobe. You're so close after all. You're way more than just friends. Alright, the leading lady needs to focus now. This is your big debut for Faust, and you should relish this. You're right, I've been looking forward to this for such a long time. If my father could see me, I'm sure he'll be proud of me. You mustn't be nervous, believe in yourself, and you worked so hard for this role. All thanks to the Angel of Music. I think of the night when the Angel of Music made me practice for the lead role. That wasn't long after Carlotta's incident, and was it just a coincidence? Your costume is ready, Christine. Come and get changed. May's voice interrupts my thoughts, and I am annoyed at myself for getting distracted. I look at the beautiful costume and take a deep breath and brace myself. This shall be my best performance so far. I finally standing in the center stage, and the curtains lift and all eyes are on me. The spotlight follows me as I walk across the stage, and I'm nervous, but all I hear is my heart racing. I begin to sing, and the music takes over and lets me its power. As I lose myself in the music, I seem to hear the angel of music singing along with me. The moonlight bears witness to my love, and my great beloved, my immortal hero. Please come back to me and be true and reveal your love for me. Our voices intertwine, complementing each other, and I have never felt like this on my stage before. And it feels like my soul has emerged with the song and the angel of music. Our new leading lady, the glamorous Christine, Paris will rave about her. Especially since she's singing with both a girl and a guy voice, like she's possessed.
Oh, that's been Twitter.
Well, that's been Twitter question for you. Who is she? Her voice must be from heaven, and where has she been all along? And what a touching performance. Christine will be the brightest star in Paris. The show draws to a close with a standing ovation, and the audience is shouting my name. Words cannot describe how I feel right now. Well, if you think about it, another way to interpret what the Phantom is doing is that he's vicariously living through Christine. Because he's experiencing indirectly the applauses and all that, because he'd be like, well, I thought I had to sing like that. So they're applauding for me, Just a way, vicariously living is something that like a lot of control freaks do. I can't believe my dream has come true, and I dream about this all my life. The moment I've been waiting for is finally here. I am showered with flowers and compliments by stage and I feel a little overwhelmed. I am exhausted as well, but I'm not sure what to do. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Christine. Raoul, you came. Yes, today is your debut as the leading lady. Of course I'm here. I just don't know if
Matthew Lloyd Webber, as a lyric says, I am the mask you wear, but it's me they hear.
remember like Matthew Lloyd Webber's version of the Phantom, him be like, I am the mask you wear, and the Phantom be like, it's me, they're here. So right there, they're spelling out that the Phantom is vicariously living through Christine, his dream of being a Don Juan triumphant or a beautiful female opera diva. Whatever, the Phantom has a lot of like. It could be some video blog dissecting what's the Phantom's major malfunction.
Oh, yeah, you remember that song, like, and the mask you wear is me they hear.
Yeah, whatever. I just don't know if I didn't know if you still wanted to see me. Of course I wanna see you, and before the show I wonder if you'll come. We stand amid the clutter and avoid eye contact, unsure what to do next. However, when our eyes accidentally meet, we burst out in laughter. It was a fantastic performance, Christine. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here, my friend. We are still friends. Of course, Christine. I hope you're not still mad at me. Raoul steps towards me and scratches his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Christine. I know you know. I know you have every right to be angry with me, and I shouldn't have broken my promise, and I shouldn't have followed you, and I even threw a tantrum at you. Yeah, dude, you're like somebody's captain. So you're too old to be throwing tantrums. Mature man. His shoulders slump and his eyes look sad again. So that night the person who was praying for you. I know it's none of my business, but Raul, I shouldn't have said those things to you too. I'm sorry. All I can say is the person who played for me is a very dear friend of mine who promised to play for me and my father. I don't have a lover, and I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. You're not that kind of girl, and the way I acted must have really upset you. You acted like, you acted you acted like I was a cheap whore, you lunatic. But why didn't he show himself? If he had, maybe I wouldn't have lost my temper. Or maybe you would have like punched him or attacked him as you did in your movie version that they got into a weird rapier duo, remember?
Yeah.
In like the movie version of the Phantom of the Opera, they come at sword fighting blows until he immediately forgets to use a sword. Or am I thinking of a different Phantom of the Opera? Because there's so many. And the star, once he, in the star.
In the movie, they do fight with swords and then.
Yeah, and then he immediately forgets how to sword fight when he goes into the catacombs.
No, when he goes into the catalogue, he allows the phantom to do that, to put a noose over his head.
Yeah, he allowed. Like in the ending, he allows like the phantom to throw around the noose around his neck and like just standing still to let him choke him. Just to move slightly to the left. But at least this route is keeping his hand at the level of his eyes. I don't know how to explain this to Raul, and besides I already promised the angel to keep him a secret. On the other hand, Raul is dying to know. I don't want to keep my friend in the dark, but I can't break the angel's trust. Did I scare away your friend? I suppose a shy person would hide, and given the way I was behaving. Raul shakes his head, and I can tell he's feeling guilty about what happened that night, and I want to comfort him. And we both notice a dark figure in the corner. Raul hastily pulls behind him and puts a hand on the hilt of his sword. Yeah, like every time like the phantom tries to approach, like people get like very antsy. Of course, he's gonna be like hiding all the time if people react to him like grab the pointy end. Who's there? Could it be the phantom? Step into the light if you're there. Raul calls out to the figure in a loud, imposing voice, and I know that my presence is the only reason why he hasn't approached the figure. I thought the yelling would have set the phantom, but he doesn't attempt to attack us. Raul, he's leaving. The dark figure heads for the corridor swiftly, keeping to the shadows. Christine, stand back or go after him. Wait, Raul, it's not safe for you to go alone. Raoul was about to go after him, but my words held him back. It might be the Phantom's plan to attack you while you're alone, and he's cunning and we should be careful. The dark figure stands silently in a corner while we wonder what to do. That's strange. It feels like he's waiting for us. It reminds me of the mysterious man I met before, who had deliberately waited for me to catch up. Raoul, do you remember the mysterious man I told you about? It felt like this, but that was a man, not the Phantom. It does look like if it wants to lead us somewhere. The figure turns and moves further down the corridor towards the stairs. Wherever he is, I have to follow him. If I don't, we'll never solve the mystery.
Hold off. Has Christina realized yet that the Phantom and the Indigo Music are the same person?
Yeah,
As dumb as a break in the
yeah, like the Time Princess one is dumb as a brick. Like in the book, Christina knows that the Phantom is like a being of flesh and blood, like around like chapter 5, like very early, and she becomes super chill about it, like be like, dude, you do not have to worry about this little guy. He's like my little puppy. He does everything I tell him.
They say the girl you like, the guy he told you not to worry about.
Yeah, it's like that mean the girl you like and the guy she told you not to worry about. The lunatic that has with a bunch of gunpowder. Well, and a siren and a weird flame torch guy. Whatever. It's kind of have implied that the Phantom in the book has henchmen as well. Whatever. And even in the movie version, I mean, he has people holding up candles for him handing out candles for him to walk in with his woman.
Like the Indian is now all of you guys are gonna stand over here and you're gonna stick your hand out and hold that candlestick.
Yeah, but the way that they could do like the candles, he has 30,000 francs every month. Of course, he could pay like a bunch of homeless people to like pretend to be statues while he rides in with his woman, and then they'd be like, yeah. Oh, for 20,000 francs, yeah. Well, yeah. You just tell us where to stand. You want us to assist? Whatever. The point is that like the Phantom had the right idea about stockpiling money because with money, like people like if you have a lot of money. Like he didn't need to stress too much of the look. He just had to like walk in there like covered in riches, and then people. Yeah, Count of Monte Cristo style, and then people will like you because they're not gonna look at your face, they're gonna look at your bling bling. Whatever, maybe I just think that most people are shallow. Raul tends to look at me, and I look straight back at him. I'm coming with you. I guess I can't persuade you to stay. At least I can protect you when you're with me. We follow the dark figure up the stairs, and it's late at night, and there's no one else around. The dark figure awaits for us around the corner and quickly moves ahead just before we catch up. It's the same corridor. Sí, sí, he's the... I'm just clicking whatever that paid attention. Oh my god, whatever. Ah! Whatever. You're making me embarrassed. Alright. Taking us to box 5. Oh god. Whatever. You're just awful, bro. Well, thank you for pointing that out. It doesn't look weird. Where I was clicking, we're not paying attention. Moving along. The door opens and it's like a silent invitation. And Raul and I exchange look and he pulls me behind him protectively. This person doesn't seem to have any ill intentions so far, but we still shouldn't let our guard down. If something happens, I'll buy you some time and you must run, do you understand? Like, they didn't used to do the weird flower thing.
Yeah. No. The flower thing is...
Raul sighs at the time and he's blocking the doorway with his body and it looks like he won't take no for an answer. Alright, I promise you. And if something happens, I'll go look for help. However, you must promise me that you'll prioritize your safety and wait for me to bring help before you do anything dangerous. You shall be my safety road then, Christine. When I enter the bus, I discover that for the very first time the figure standing openly in the light waiting for us to approach. The man is a middle-aged with tan skin and resolute features, and he wears a woolen hat and looks Persian. He's not the Phantom, and I relieved, but I have questions. They call him the Persian. He has a name in the book too. I think it was Veroga or something. I forget. Yeah, and even the Phantom has a name, Eric. That's another thing. And even the Frankenstein, the monster, not the person, has a name. Whatever. I know you must have a lot of questions, but let me answer you. But let me answer one first. He nods at us and then stretches out both hands to show that he's not armed. I will not harm you. In fact, I'm here to help you. Your previous method of helping was rather peculiar, and I may even call it threatening. I understand why you're hostile towards me, but under these circumstances, the results are far more important than the method. His relaxed attitude is exasperating, and Raul gives him my hand a squeeze. Calm down, and getting emotional will put us in even more danger. Humans hate being frightened, but fear is precisely what they need to stay away from danger. He's talking like an alien. I stand for a moment, and I think of the times I run into him and realize something. You mean you did all that to scare me deliberately because you wanted me to avoid danger? Are you talking about the Phantom? We have achieved the first step to understanding one another. Wait, what's the connection between you and the Phantom, and what you said so far isn't enough to win our trust? If you believe in the power of fear, why have you changed your tactics this time? I admit that Christine is a rather determined woman, and that is rare. Daroga. The person is called Daroga. I don't know why I remember Veroga, whatever. It's with a D, not with a V. There's a trace of a smile in his eyes, but his bitter face looks like he can no longer manage a real smile. I thought she'll be like most people who became curious about the Phantom, and that would be able to scare her away. However, she has never wavered from her resolve to find out the truth, and the Phantom is abnormally obsessed with her. How do you know that? You must be closely acquainted with the Phantom. Running is no longer the solution, but we had no choice but to face the Phantom. As I normally close, like there used to be roomies back in the fancy Ottoman Empire. They were like friends and stuff. But I guess maybe it's like a friend trying to do an intervention when he sees like his other friend collecting gunpowder and like stuck in a weird shit, and they be like, dude, you're going over the edge, you lunatic. I must correct my error, and perhaps this is the end of it all, and he would either be saved or killed. His voice grows softer, and he sounds like he's muttering to himself. Prove your sincerity and start talking in riddles. The Persian is Daroga, right? Daroga turns towards me and looks at me carefully before speaking. Madame Christine, please change into clothing that will allow for ease of movement. This is a fashion game after all. We need to get hold of this opportunity to approach the Phantom's lair. You mean Eric's lair. What? I think it is the best place to reveal everything. I look at Raul and he seems full of worry, but we cannot afford to give up this chance. I understand, please wait. I get changed in a hurry and bump into Raul when I rush to the door. He smiles at me and takes my hand, and on the way to box 5, he keeps telling me to focus on my safety. Let's go. There's no rush, the entrance is right here. Inside the box. That explains so much. No wonder the Phantom has taken over box 5. The Roga walks to the upper corner of the box and feels around behind the heavy curtains. And a soft cracking sound can be heard, and a secret door opens beneath the seat. There's been a hidden door in here all along. The Roga points to the narrow opening, and I vaguely see the light from the stairs on the other side. I've never seen such a fine mechanism, and everything is seamlessly blended with the box interior. And more accurately speaking, it is all seamlessly integrated with the opera house. That's right, when the opera house was being constructed, all of these mechanisms were included. Follow me, you will see that this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'll go first, Christine, be careful. We descend along the long narrow staircase into the underground, and the damn walls are lined with torches. And I can hear water dripping in the distance. I don't know how far we went before we finally arrive at the end of the stairs, and I see a long corridor ahead of us, and it is so long that I can't see the end. What a vast hidden beneath the opera house, and it's like a maze. Are you alright? You're trembling, Christine. I'm fine, it's just a bit cold down here, and how can anyone live in such a cold, dark place? I guess the man who brought us down here can answer that question. The Roga has been silent throughout the descent, and he points to a wall and knocks on it, and then knocks on the opposite wall. It's a very common action, but it feels odd here. The walls don't sound the same. This wall is connected to a different place, and the underground space is connected to the entire opera house, and box 5 is probably not the only entrance. You're right, there is a maze beneath the opera house. I don't know the entire layout, but I think it's linked to every location above ground. This place is complicated beyond imagination, and I only know that the phantom dwells on the ground, and since he's just a man, where he stays can be as terrible as this. If that is the case, then there should be over 100 secret mechanisms. It should be simple for the phantom to come home and go unnoticed. But this maze is enormous, and the design is so detailed, and it must have taken dozens of skilled workers and architects to complete it. He accomplished it all by himself. He's a genius who discovered an underground lake. Nature and man combined results in this magnificent work of wonder. If you were to tear the blueprints into pieces, no one would be able to envision the entire design from one piece alone. Is he the architect for the entire opera house? He is the real architect, and he does not want fame. In fact, he did not care for fame at all. He must have experienced an exciting past. In my distant homeland, I saw him rise and I saw him fall. He has been to Persia, and why haven't I heard such a wondrous talent? History is determined to bury him, and stars that shine too brightly threaten to overwhelm the glow of others. I saved him from the streets when he fainted, and he was as pale as death, and his body was just skin and bones. And after meeting him, I discovered that he was extremely talented, and he hardly ever mentions his past, however. And he never takes off his mask. He was already wearing a mask back then. His mysterious mask gained the favor of the Princess of Sudan. The Princess of Sudan, I heard that she's a cruel and collects torture devices. The Phantom was highly favored by her. The iron tree, the Punjan lasso, he climbed up high by causing human suffering. Many times I advised him not to continue in this matter, but he would say that he has to be cruel in order to survive. I knew that one day I would have to part ways with him. It is not right to harm others for your own benefit, no matter what. Yes, he turned himself from a victim into a perpetrator, and the Sudan royals also began to fear him. In the end, he was forced to wander the world again in order to survive. This time I followed him, and I was the one who saved him, but I never imagined that he would harm so many. I must put an end to his evil ways now and rectify my error. What is the sound? The Phantom has noticed us, and the opening will soon be closed. And the mechanisms here have numerous settings. We must hurry. And we rush back in a hurry, and our hurried footsteps echo throughout the corridor behind us. Quickly, you go first, Christine, and I'll block the Phantom's way. Raoul. You wanna be a hero? There's no time to waste, and I might make things worse if I drag on. Alright, you should come quickly. I turn up the stairs first and wait for the voices and wait for them outside the secret door, and soon I hear their voices. We managed to return about the safety, and the wooden door shuts itself behind us. And the Roga tells us gravely that the Phantom won't let us off easily, and he has something else to attend to, and advises us to be careful. Another something is new about to befall the Opera House. Christine, Angel of Music, is that you? A familiar voice is calling, but all I see is a blur. What's wrong, Angel of Music? I'm here to say goodbye, Christine. How I wish I could stay by your side. And forgive me, I have done all I can for you. My planet needs me. Wait, let me see if there's something. What's a feasting? No. Feasting is. No, no, yeah, that really is the next story beat. Christine, Angel of Music, is that you? A familiar voice is calling, but all I see is a blur. What's wrong, Angel of Music? Are you still there? I'm here to say goodbye, Christine. How I wish I could always be by your side. Forgive me for all I have done. Forgive me. I have done all I can for you. But my fate has never been kind to me. What? No, don't go. What can I do for you? And tell me there must be a way. We found clues about the Phantom. He's human. Hold on. If the Phantom is human, it's possible for him to control the Angel of Music. Take care, Christine. Oh God, Jesus, dance as a break. Wait, what is it that you speak of? And tell me how to help you. Christine, you have always been my blessing. Don't leave, Angel of Music. I wake up suddenly and realize that it was just a dream. Tired and mad, I can't seem to shake off the sorrow, and I'm therefore afraid that my dream will come a reality. I've not heard from the Angel of Music since the day I discovered the underground hallway. The Roga hasn't appeared again, and the past few days of silence have kept me on edge, and even endless rehearsals can keep my mind busy. Enough. I thought the Angel of Music was being harassed by the Phantom, but now we have proof that the Phantom is only human. He may be a powerful, but can he really harm an angel? Or is the angel hiding something from me? Or maybe they're one or the same. I wish you trust me more so I know what I can do for him. Unable to control my emotions, I head backstage to the new song, and music always soothes me. Christine, you should rest. You're here, Raoul, and thank you for to see me again. Ever since our naval escape, Raoul has been visiting me every evening to answer the opera house. We find peace rather unsettling, and perhaps the Phantom is planning something big right beneath us. I may not be musically skilled, but I know you. And you sound so sad, Christine. What happened to you today? It's just a nightmare. Is it about the Phantom, and you must be feeling uneasy because the opera house is such a dangerous situation. Why don't you ask if the opera house can be temporarily closed, and this will ensure everyone's safety? The new show has been scheduled, and everyone has been preparing it for ages. If the opera house closes, we don't know when it will open again, and many of us will lose our jobs. I understand you're worried, but there are special circumstances. I'm sure that a few days of closure won't cause any problems. I discussed the matter with the Paris police, and we know the underground mazes is, and search parties should be able to find the Phantom. We will unravel the mystery soon. Meg said the police didn't discover anything when they searched the opera house. The underground maze is a huge and filled with mechanisms, and we should be cautious and wait for the news from the Roga. Don't worry, Christine, we may have ample precautions. I can't stop worrying about Raoul's safety and about the Angel of Music. The Angel of Music has never appeared anywhere outside of the opera house. If the opera house closes, where can I go to wait for his advice? What's wrong, Christine? You can tell me anything as long as you're willing. Something is troubling you. Raoul's voice softens, and he comes a step closer, and I can see concern in his eyes. Don't be afraid. The reason I'm here every day is to make sure everyone is safe, so you can tell me your concerns. I am exhausted from keeping so many secrets, and Raul's care and concern make me tear up against my will. I really hope there's someone who can share my worries and listen to my worries. Raul always respects others, and when he heard about Phantom, he decided to treat the matter so seriously. He's heard the story about the angel of music before too, and perhaps he'll be able to help me save the angel. But the angel has pleaded with me to keep his existence a secret, and I don't want to break my promise. Raul is waiting for my reply, and he's always been so kind and patient with me, and should I ask for his help? Keep promise. I promised the angel of music to keep his secret, and he's done so much for me, and this is the only thing I can do to repay him. I'm sorry, Raul, and these concerns a promise I made to someone else, and it's not that I don't trust you. I have to keep my promise. Don't be too hard on yourself. I just wanted to share your burden, and I won't force you to tell me anything. And why don't I send you home after you're done with your practice, and I can pass by the police station to confirm some details with them, too. Well, are you saying the opera house will close right away, and can you wait a few more days? The angel of music still hasn't appeared, and I have a feeling that if I miss him this time, it might be difficult to talk to him again. However, it is selfish to put everyone in danger because of me. Christine, time is of the essence, and we may prevent a tragedy if we lock down the opera house early. You're right. May I enter the opera house then? I promise I'll only use the dressing room, and I won't go anywhere else. Why? The police and I won't be able to keep you safe when we're in the underground maze. I have my reasons. I know it's a rather unreasonable request, but I need to be in the opera house. I hope you'll reconsider this. No matter what it is, nothing is more important than your safety. I can't possibly give up on the angel of music. And what secrets are you holding on to? I don't want to put you on a spot, but I'm rather worried. I shake my head around, and his eyes darken. We used to be so close that we share all of our secrets, but now you have one that you're not sharing with me. Perhaps one day you'll be able to trust me more. The search will be conducted a few days later, and please reconsider putting yourself in danger. I'm sorry. Raul perks up and manages to give me a smile. You don't need to apologize, Christine. I'll talk to the manager about our temporary closure. I pray quietly in my heart, hoping that the angel of music would appear. Raul and the police search the opera house, but fail to find anything aside from the entrance in box 5. To avoid alerting the Phantom, they explore and note down just a small area of the underground maze. Then they halted the investigation to plan out further. The opera house reopens, and the new show welcomes its official rehearsal. I collected my thoughts before changing into my costume to join the rehearsal. After changing, I'm about to step out of the dressing room when I hear a long-awaited voice. It looks like you're done preparing for the performance, Christine. Angel of music, you're finally here. You don't know how worried I've been. Forgive my asses, I've been a little preoccupied. Your new show is about to debut, and I have to congratulate you. I'm more worried about you than I'm about the show. And how are you doing? I can't let you struggle on alone, and let me help you. Please tell me, what can I do to help you out of this difficult situation? Help me? Yes, I suppose you can, and maybe you're the only one who can. Christine, are you sure you want to help me? You'll do anything for me. The angel's voice seems lower somehow, and his speech and mannerisms seem a little different too. Are things getting that bad? Yes, I am willing to try anything to help you, and I must do something for you. You will never leave me. Of course, and we'll always be there for each other as long as you don't leave me. I am happy to hear that, Christine, and please remember everything you said to me here. Sense me, Christine. Focus on me. What do you feel? I look around subconsciously and not quite understanding the meaning of his words. Then I seem to see the vague silhouette of a person in the mirror. Angel of music, is that you? Tell me, what do you feel and what do you see? His voice echoes through the room as I gaze into the mirror in a daze and unable to help myself. I reach out to trace the figure. The mirror seems to emit a warm glow, and my legs carry me forward as if I'm pulled towards the mirror against my will. The glassy surface seems to turn lighter as if by magic, and the surface feels more lighter than water now. Ah! The mirror seems to warp inwards, and I'm pulled into the mirror to the other side of the wall. I rub my eyes, and as they adjust to the darkness, I realize that I'm in the underground maze. The damn walls are dimly lit by torches, and I turn to feel the wall behind me, but there's not a single crack, and the entrance has disappeared. Are you there, angel of music? Where are you? Are you really my angel of music? My calls reverberate around me, but there is no response, and my legs tremble, and as I feel my way towards the darkness, and finally I see a ray of light. I continue feeling my way forward against the wall, following the stream, and fear threatens to engulf me, but I force myself to stay calm. Don't be nervous, there will be a way, and I will find an exit somewhere. There seems to be no end to the winding hallway, and I had no idea how long or how far I walked. Feeling helpless, I start walking for a while, and there's a strange scent, and I think I hear footsteps, and then my vision blurs. Who's there? A tall figure appears in front of my eyes. I struggle to see who it is, but my head is growing heavy, and something has sapped my strength. And as I fall, I feel a pair of strong arms catching hold of me. Where am I? As I slowly regain my sense, the view before me grows clearer and the strange scent has vanished. I try getting up, but I feel like I'm trapped under a boulder and I can't even move a finger. What happened just now? I can hear water lapping and I feel like driftwood has been bobbing gently on the water. And I'm surrounded by an icy cold walls, and I guess it's a wooden boat. The man wearing a black cloak is huge, and I'm familiar with his silhouette, and he's holding an oar rowing silently. The Phantom. He has kidnapped me, and what is he going to do to me? I start to hyperventilate, and my heart leaps into my throat, and my nerves stressed to a ton, and my senses are now on full alert. And I look around in the dark and notice that there's a mist everywhere, and I haven't seen this place before. This must be the Phantom's lair, and there must be mechanisms everywhere. I need to stay calm and think of a way to save myself. The Phantom's emotions are unpredictable, and I can't figure out why he kidnapped me. If I act rashly, I'll only alert him, and I should pretend I'm still unconscious so that I can react if anything happens. Once I decided, I slow down my breathing and try my best to pretend to be asleep. However, my thoughts are a mess, and I don't know how to escape this place. The Phantom does not reply, and the boat proceeds at a steady pace. In the vast underground, all I can hear is my own breathing and the sound of the water flowing. As the boat goes deeper into the darkness, the air turns colder and colder, and finally the boat reaches the shore. The Phantom carries me gently off the boat and places me on a bed. Christine. And the dim lamplight, he gazes at me steadily as if he's watching someone he loves deeply. You are finally mine. His voice is gentle, but his words are terrifying. What have you done, and why can't I move? He laughs a little, and then he tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear. Don't be afraid, Christine, and soon your body will be back to normal. How could I bear to hurt you? The phantom lifts his hand and caresses my cheek, and the moment is exceedingly gentle, as if he's touching a fragile vase. My hair stands on end, and despite his gentleness, what are you planning? And what would it take to make you let me go? The phantom shakes his head and does not answer my question. It is as if he's dealing with an errant child. You must be angry. Fortunately, I prepared dinner in advance. And the phantom walks to the closet and opens it, and there's a grand dress inside. Get changed and come to dinner, and I'll be waiting for you in the dining hall. Having given me the instruction, he leaves the room. I lie helpless on the bed, hoping that my body will recover soon. His voice sounds so much like the angel of music, and I'm certain he pretended to be the angel to lure me on the ground. Oh gosh, is she still really that dense? But how would the phantom know the angel of music, and how did he manage to imitate the angel's voice? Oh wow, like this version of Christine is as sick as a brick. Everything that has anything to do with him in the opera house is filled with mystery. And with my limited experience and knowledge, I can't for the life of me figure out his method and his goal. He treats me so kindly. No, not just kindly. He acts as if he treasures me. How could the phantom possibly love me? And this is too creepy. I speculate wildly as the minutes tick, and by finally I regain control of my limbs. I jump off the bed, and my first thought is to leave immediately. However, I try as I might, I cannot make the door budge. The phantom has locked me in here. I knock on the walls, hoping to find another way out. But after just a few knocks, the phantom speaks to me. If you're ready, Christine, just call for me, and I will be glad to help. I think you know it's rude to barge out of a place when you've been invited as a guest. The phantom laughs, mocking my helplessness, and I feel utterly defeated. I am trapped in his lair, and I have no way of fighting back, and I can only obey. I guess I'll have to change my clothes and go have dinner with him. After changing, I notice that the door is now unlocked. I push open the door and take a good look around me, and the place is finely decorated and the items carefully chosen. It is nothing like the dark and crude place I imagined it would be. Lavish dishes are laid out in the dining table, and the phantom is sitting at the end of one. Well, obviously he can afford nice food and expensive stuff with extorting 30,000 francs a month out of a place. The food looks exquisite, and he prepared all of this alone. He notices my surprise and laughs self-deprecatingly. I suppose you never considered the idea that the phantom would need to eat food. I never imagined that there would be such a lavish dishes in this dark underground maze. The phantom nods at me to signal that he wants me to sit down, and seated I notice that not only are the dishes exquisite, there are many cooked in ways I'm unfamiliar with. The dishes include food that I love, as well as wine that I like. I prepared this meal especially for you, Christine, and I know you like the food. He calmly removes his napkin and pours red wine into my glass. I am in no mood to eat anything, and the phantom has kidnapped me, and he is acting like he hasn't, and I blurt out the question in my mind. I don't understand. Why choose me? I'm just an ordinary singer in the opera house. And besides, we never interacted before this. You will understand it all, Christine. The answer is hidden in your memories. My memories? You just forgotten it for now. Don't worry, I'll help you remember, and we should enjoy our first dinner. This is our first dinner together after reuniting, and we should make a toast. He raises his glass, and a smile on his lips, and his eyes look unwavering. It's as if this memory he speaks of truly exists, and I try my best to recall the past, but I just can't think of anything to do with the phantom. Is he saying the truth, or is he lying? He's like, dude, Christine. Like how the Phantom is Angel of Music. Christine, your stick has a break in this version. The Phantom sits at the other end of the dining table, and his movements are graceful and he seems at ease. If it's not for my surroundings, I think I'm seated at a nobleman's table. And it all feels incredibly creepy as though I'm acting in an opera scene and I watch him uneasily. Is the food not to your liking? Just tell me if you want anything. It's rather rude to stare at someone while they're eating, isn't it? Please tell me what you're planning. I want to have dinner with you. The uncovered half of his face is smiling, but my nerves are stretched stunned. I had no idea what his true motive is, so I can only patiently entertain his request. I can only entertain his request patiently for now. Alright, I'll have dinner with you, and what happens after that? After dinner, you should go rest in the room after that meal, Christine. That room, and what do you mean? I start to panic, and the sheer screeches piercing as he scrapes against the floor. He looks at me and sighs, and then puts down his cutlery. I thought it's a bit too late at night for a proper talk. However, you're clearly very anxious. Well, then please sit. I sit on my seat again and wait for the Phantom to explain. This may all be very sudden, Christine, but I've been waiting for this day a long time. So long that I no longer bear to wait any longer, especially when I see others getting close to wonder that you should belong only to me. I don't understand. Phantom is the name you have given me, and I also been called Reaper, Devil, and Ghost. People think I'm bored of darkness and that I can only live in darkness. And look at me, Christine. I am merely human. I used to work hard for my happiness, but fate has mocked my struggles time and time again. No matter how good or cruel I am, I always end up despised and I'm tired of everything, and I want to die alone here. But then you came, Christine, and I finally met you. He grows more agitated as he speaks, and even gets up and starts walking towards me, and I instinctively shrink back, but I force myself to stop, afraid of antagonizing him. Please, Christine, I can give you whatever you want. I just want you to love me, and as long as you love me, I will give all for your happiness, and I will give you everything you ever wanted. The Phantom's confession is a huge shock to me, and I want to flee, but in my haste, I knock over a chair. Are you afraid of me? His face is twisted in a ferocious expression of great rage, and he clenches his fist and turns away. I break out in a cold sweat, and the Phantom's confession is frightening, but his rage is even more terrifying. He turns back to me, and he seems to be in pain, and his voice quivers as he speaks, and I'm the one holding his hand, and as if I'm the only one holding his life in my hands. Don't be afraid. You never have to be afraid of me. I will never hurt you, and I know my appearance may speak otherwise, but I can give you the truest love in the world. I love you more than life, and I can make you the female lead. I can give you glory and immeasurable wealth. I'm very good at extorting 30,000 francs out of the theater. You only need to give me a chance and some time. Did you say female lead? Did you do that to Carlotta because of me? Carlotta may be good enough for ordinary people, but she's like a perfect musical instrument. Her gift for music stops there. I can tolerate her being popular. After all, there's a limit to what ordinary people can achieve. However, you are here. You are an unpolished gem, and I cannot let your talent be buried. I must let you shine. Carlotta is a necessary sacrifice. I don't need you to do all that for me. Everything you've done goes against my principles. You say you love me, but you drown me in fear, and how can I accept the love of a murderer? As though stabbed by my word, he staggers backwards before responding viciously. Yes, I am a demon. Ha ha ha. I am the Reaper, and I can only bring misfortune. If no one in this world has ever shown me love, then how can I possibly learn to love? As a child, my own family hated me, and I was a vagrant who was mocked and insulted. Tell me, Christine, how was I supposed to learn about love? He points at his face vehemently as he approaches, and I press against the wall, trying to hold myself together. If I had been born with a handsome face, I too would have lived like a naive and cherry prince. I see the phantom's chest heaving, and he's taking deep breaths as though trying to suppress his rage. I am sick of begging heaven to have mercy on me, and I should follow my destiny and make people fear me. I don't dare to speak. After a tense moment, he leaves. The chair has toppled over, and the dishes have gone cold, and a greasy smell lingers in the air. I'm still reeling in shock, but I look around the room, and there's no windows here, and the only light comes from the candles. It must be unbearable. It must be unbearable to live in the darkness every day. I listen patiently. I listen carefully, and the place is silent, save for the occasional crackling of the candle flames. I must grab this opportunity to look for a way out. I quietly explore the maze room. All the doors look alike, and I'm terrified of finding the phantom on the other side whenever I open a door. I arrive at yet another identical room and finally hear something new. It is the sound of water, and I push the door open. A deep lake appears before me, blocking the way to the other side. He took me across this lake. The water must be deep, and the boat is nowhere in sight. The cold and damp air is making me shiver. I guess there's no way out. I should have known the phantom is meticulous and would have made sure that I can find my way out. After a few more rounds, I return helplessly to the bedroom. When I observe the room carefully, I can see traces of the phantom's life here. The bed is soft, and its exquisite canopy drapes both sides. Candlesticks fill the room, making the place as bright as day. Fine paintings hang on the wall, and various art pieces litter the floor. There are music manuscripts here. I pick up the sheet music from the carpet, and it's filled with annotations and corrections. It appears to be an original composition. This piece of music is really complex. I try humming it and realize the composer must be extraordinary. Even the best orchestra in the world will find this piece difficult. Did the phantom compose this? To my astonishment, I hear singing beyond the door. It's coming from the room next door. The singing sound closes, but it's not outside the door, and I can't find any other exit in the room. I sit down to listen as it becomes clearer, and it's a tune I never heard before. Sounds like an organ is playing as accompaniment, and it's the phantom the one singing. The singing grows louder, and the great music starts to express dramatic sorrow. I am no longer in doubt, and only the phantom will be capable of singing such a tragic tune. Malevolence hides itself in the flood of prejudice, but these rolling waves must obey my defiance. If ruin is what awaits me, death shall be my choice. The organ's low notes reverberate in the air, and my heart terrors along with them. I feel the phantom's defiance and resentment loud and clear. Yet as a chord change, the melody turns doleful and despondent. Love is poison, and even death bows to her. My love is a misfortune, and I am the culprit of her nightmares. My tears fall uncontrollably. This song is about his entire life. I am moved by the music despite knowing that he's committed countless evil deeds. I never thought of sympathize with the phantom I always hated. The music pulls in the composer's shoes and making me sad and angry like him. And I'm reminded of the angel of music, and his musicality is comparable to the phantom. Immeasurable musical talent and the voice so akin to the angels. Could he really be? The answer is already in my mind, but it frightens me, and I dare not think about it. Perhaps when the answer is revealed, my face will crumble. Alright, so that's enough for the Phantom of the Opera for today. We'll finish it next time I do Time Princess. Bye bye and God bless. Continue with Time Princess and okay, finish. Oh yeah, I see. Let me just do the sound test. Alright, let's continue with Time Princess, the Phantom of the Opera. I lost track of time, almost falling asleep in the room. The sound of the footsteps shakes me out of my stupor. Christine, are you asleep? Oh my God, it's like one of those awful people that wake you up to ask you if you're sleeping. The question is, are you awake? I hold my breath subconsciously, not knowing what to answer. I apologize for being rude to you. I suppose you must be awake, and I shouldn't let you sleep on an empty stomach. If you're ready, come out and eat. I heard footsteps receding. I can still cooked up in here, and I guess I have to face the phantom first. I get up to open the door and realize that my hand has gotten wet. If he realizes I've been to the lake, he'll know I tried to escape. I better change before I see him. I'm sorry for being rude to you earlier. I opened the door to see him waiting for me by the dining table, and he apologizes immediately upon seeing me, rendering me speechless. Well, Jonathan too longer to apologize for being like the absolute worst. Perhaps I still look scared because he doesn't come any closer. I regret leaving you such a bad impression, and please give me a chance to make it up to you. Although he speaks politely, his actions leave no room for defiance, and he pulls out a chair. I've been so tense all day, and I've spent a long time wondering about the meals, and I realize now that I'm ravenous. I'll let you enjoy your dinner. You've been through enough today. The phantom doesn't eat much, but watches me quietly, and occasionally he pushes some food towards me. Do you need anything else, dessert? You look famished. No, thank you. He seems pleased with this rare moment of calm between us, and his mouth never slips, and his face looks gentler in the candlelight. This feels like a dream, Christine. You and me living peaceful lives together, no longer drifting, no longer hiding in the shadows. He looks into the corner of the room and softly speaks his thoughts aloud. It is as if he's talking to himself and doesn't care if I respond. All of this is too sudden for me. I really find it hard to accept. I can give you time. You can have as much time as you need. As long as you consider accepting my love, we can take things slowly. I need you, Christine. I am lost all my will to live. You are the one who can give me the peace I crave. For you, I can give up everything. I look up at the phantom uneasily as I try to bring up my request again. I hope you can let me return to my ordinary life. I love my life and my career. If you really love me, please let me go back. He lifts a finger indicating that he wants me to be silent, and I return to my seat defeated. I can let you leave first. Really? I thought it was hopeless, and his reply has stunned me, and I almost crashed into the table. You're right. I should learn how to love and respect others for your sake. I agree you should pursue your dreams, and you need to promise me that you'll stay in the opera house and not run away from me. Does it mean he wants to keep me under his control? I can't let you leave me. I know what people think of my existence. And if I let you leave, you'll run away, and that is a pain I cannot endure. He reaches out to grab me, but he lowers his hand before he reaches me. Please don't reject me, Christine. This is the only compromise I'm capable of. I promise. The most important thing right now is to leave this place, and giving him my promise will give me a chance to turn things around. Then I shall send you back tomorrow morning. You don't know how important your reply is to me, and I finally know how it feels to have your desire fulfilled. Since he has agreed to let me go, I relax a little, and I attend to some small talk with him to try to find out about his background. I wanted to ask you where this food is from. I mean, I didn't see a kitchen. There's a kitchen here, but I gotten used to hunger, and I often forget to take my meals. I am quite capable of preparing dinner for you, however. Are you saying you prepare all this? Yes, I am not a ghost, so I still need to eat. I look at the undercover part of his face, and his brow rises and falls as he speaks. Fascinated, I observe him closely, and apart from the marks, there is nothing scary about him at all. What kind of a face is hidden under the mask? I stare at the mask in trust, and I've never been this curious about him before. He said we met a long time ago, but I don't remember a thing. If I remove his mask, will his face remind me of who he is? My body moves before my mind has started things properly, and curiosity has compelled me to leave my seat. And are you about to retire to your room, Christine? When he raises his head to speak to me, I pull the mask off his face. Ah! He shoves me away abruptly and covers his face with his cloak. And I stand rooted to the ground, horrified by what I saw under the mask. His cheek is oddly shaped, and his skin is rotten and knotty, and as if he's been terribly burned, and his eye is sunken. Nah, in the original Phantom of the Opera book, it wasn't that his face was burned, it was that he was just born like somebody, like those hollows from Dark Souls 1? That's what the Phantom looks like. He snatched the mask from his hands, and I realized I had committed a huge mistake. I must have crossed a boundary. Are you pleased now? Does my face satisfy your definition of a demon? No, I'm sorry. You have brought this upon yourself, and why do you have to see my face? I'm sorry, I was curious and I wanted to. Did I not agree to your request? Did I not give you my promise? Now that you've seen my face, you can never leave. What? You've seen what I truly look like. You will never love me. Nobody can accept my looks. Even my own family despises this face. If I let you go, you will never return to me. So you must stay here by my side forever, and I will never give you a chance to escape. The Phantom's voice has gone hoarse, and I finally understand where all of his pain stems from. I try my best to overcome my fear and comfort him so he doesn't lose control. Don't say that. I understand now why you're so upset and angry. I won't be afraid of you because of your appearance. You're born this way, and you can't judge someone based on their looks alone. Am I hearing you right, Christine? I admit I was shocked for a moment, but because it was unexpected. Your appearance will scare me away, and what I fear are your actions. Seriously, you're very dangerous, psychotic, hanging people from ropes action. I can change. I'll do anything for you, Christine, and please say it again and tell me you don't hate my face. I won't hate you because of your face, appearances and everything. I will hate you for keeping me a prisoner down here. My words seem to pain him even more, and he leans on the table for support as if he's unable to hold himself up. No one has ever said that to me. Expressing warmth towards a person who's never experienced kindness is like placing a frozen person near a fireplace. What is this feeling? My heart feels like it's being stabbed. The Phantom's voice shakes while his broken soul quivers. I sympathize with your misfortune, but your use of cruelty to take revenge on this world will not gain understanding from society. I don't care about the world. No, you're in such pain, it means your innermost desire is to be accepted. But cruelty only brings fear, and hate cannot wash away your misfortune. You shouldn't let innocent people bear your pain. The Phantom lapses into silence, and another torture brought upon him by his unfortunate life cannot be erased by words alone. But for the sake of everyone in the opera house, or even just for myself, I have to try everything. Evil begets evil. This is my choice. I will wage war on this world, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You are the only one, and if you accept my love and stay with me, I can become an ordinary person for you. You are the one. You are the only one I seek. You promise you'll let me leave. If you keep your promise, I swear not to leave the opera house. The phantom ponders for a while before looking at me helplessly. I will keep my promise and I'll send you back. But you must swear upon the heavens, no, upon your father's soul, that you won't leave the opera house. The phantom looks steadily at me, and his eyes are so piercing that they seem to be looking straight into my soul. How do I respond? Make a sincere promise. This is too much for me, and how can I shoulder the responsibility of saving him on my own? But I can bear to refuse him, and what more lie to him. He must have been hurt too many times to be in so much despair. Yes, I will swear by my father's soul I will not run away, and I will remain in the opera house. You are my only savior, and I will keep my promise not to hurt anyone else in the opera house. Then it's time to say goodbye, Phantom. I wish to hear you call my name, Christine, even if it's one I almost forgotten myself. I had lived as a phantom, but now I want to be human again for you. Please accept my request. Once again he has shown me his weakness, and in return I should show him the respect he deserves. Tell me your name then, please. My name is Eric. Ah, so they did remember that his name is Eric. Well, that's actually the name. In the book they said it's a name he acquired. That's not even his real name. I remember that in the book. Eric, alright. I'll remember it, Eric. This is a token of our promise to each other. Wear it, Christine. And as long as it is on your finger, I know you haven't betrayed me. He gives me a strikingly beautiful ring. The embedded gem sparkle in the light is probably priceless. Well, he can afford nice, expensive rings with the 30,000 francs a month he stores out of people from the opera house. I raise my hand, allowing him to put this shackle on me. I trust that you believe me now. Christine, it's time for me to fulfill my promise, and we'll see each other again. As promised, the phantom sends me back, but he blindfolds me before doing so to avoid revealing his secret mechanisms. I don't know how much time has passed, but eventually it sends light through the blindfold and I lose my balance. Ow! Who's there? Meg? What are you doing here? I hurriedly pull off the blindfold to see a wearing Meg. I've been waiting for you, Christine. How do you come out of the mirror? It's a long story, Meg. And how long have I been gone? Almost an entire day. When you didn't turn up for rehearsal yesterday, the manager sent me to look for you in the dressing room, but you went here. I searched the entire opera house but nothing, and I ended up calling Raoul over. So Raoul knows. Yes, he's very worried, and we were unable to find you, so he asked me to wait here. He said he's going to look for a Persian man, but it's Veroga, but he hasn't returned since. I'm sorry, Megan, I made you worry. And after the incident, I decided that the Persian man is trustworthy, and I'm sure Raoul won't be in any danger. Besides, I need the Persian man's help right now, and he knows the phantom better than I do. Are you alright, Christine? You seem a bit out of it. Aye. Before I can reassure Meg, everything starts spinning. The last thing I hear is Meg's panic shout. Christine. When I open my eyes, I find myself lying on a small couch in the dressing room, and there are some refreshments on the table, along with a note from Meg. Dear Christine, the doctor said you fainted due to fatigue, and please rest well and eat something when you wake up, and remember you'll always be here for you. And I'm off to see Raoul, and he needs to know you're back. Your friend, Meg. Adorable, adorable Meg, and she must be very sick, and I need to pull myself together before she returns with Raoul. I'll wash up and then change into some fresh clothes. I wait for a long time, but Meg doesn't return, and sitting all alone in the dressing room is suffocating, so I decide to take a walk backstage. A moment later, I hear hurried footsteps along the corridor, and I open the door, and Raoul and Meg rush into the room. There you are, Christine, and thank goodness. Raoul and I went to the dressing room, but you went there, and we thought you got missing again. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to be alone. Don't apologize, I'm glad you're fine, and I'll leave you two alone now. Oh, and when you have time, do tell me why you sprang out from behind the mirror. I have mixed feelings, and I gave Meg a smile and then turned to Raoul. Meg is harping about the mirror and what's going on. The phantom has a mechanism hidden behind the mirror, is how he took me. So it was the phantom. How are you feeling? You heard Meg say you fainted right after you returned. It's just nerves. I didn't sleep all night, so I feel much better after some rest. Don't worry, the phantom didn't hurt me, and he took me into his underground maze and returned me after. I hesitate to tell Raoul about the phantom's confession, and it doesn't sound ludicrous after all. He placed a mechanism in your dressing room, and this means he has been watching you all along, and now he's even kidnapped you. Go home now, Christine. It's too dangerous here, and I will confront the phantom in the underground maze. Calm down, Raoul. The phantom's maze is filled with it's complicated and filled with mechanisms. It's too dangerous for you to take charge in there. And I already promised the phantom a return to see him. It's his condition for sending me back. What? How unscrupulous can he get? And you cannot return, it's too dangerous. Raoul, the phantom is temperamental. If I lie to him, he'll destroy the opera house. For everyone's safety, I must keep my promise. You can't solve the problem by sacrificing yourself. Raoul stopped me centered, and his eyes lined on the ring the phantom gave me. I tried to hide my hand behind my back, but Raoul is one step ahead of me, and he holds onto my hand. I never seen you wear this ring before. Is it the phantom's? I can answer Raoul's question right away. The promise with the phantom and the ring which symbolizes it is all too difficult to explain. I should have known, and he hurt so many people, but you're the only one he treats differently. Don't promise him anything, Christine. No matter what he says, you mustn't promise him. Christine, I love you, and I love you more than anyone, and I swear I'll never let that demon hold on to you. Oh God, two possessed lunatics. What did you say? I've been so foolish. I realized long ago that I love you, and I should have told you earlier. It's like one of those that he only takes an interest in you when he sees that another guy already put a wedding ring on you. You know, like those dweebs that they don't like make a move until you're like right at the altar, dressed up and everything, and and everyone's there, and then he be like, "Oh, leave your husband and run away with me," type of deal, dude. He releases my hand, and the phantom ring has left a deep red impression in his palm. I used to think we were just childhood friends. But when I see the others trying to please you, and when I discover that the phantom has feelings for you, I'm overcome with jealousy, and I lose control of myself, and just like that night in the cemetery. Raoul, I had no idea. I don't know when I fell in love with you, and perhaps it was when I saw you, and the shot that fell into the sea is a witness to my love. And come with me, and we shall leave this place together, and we can go anywhere you want to go. If we do that, the phantom will never forgive us or the opera house. I found the Persian man, and he will arrange everything for us. Will you come with me, Christine? Raoul's sudden confession puts me at a loss for words, and there are more important things that require my attention. If I leave now, the opera house will be in great danger. I'm sorry, Raoul, and I'm delighted to hear about your feelings for me, but I cannot live with you. Why? Even if you can accept me now, you need to think about your own safety. I can't put everyone else in danger because of me. The phantom isn't a cold and ruthless tyrant, and he seems to be pleading for my help, and I hope to guide him onto the right path. There's a mystery I wish to solve as well, and even if the answer seems obvious. The angel of music and the phantom, I want to find out the connection between the two of you. Oh my God, she still hasn't figured out that they're one and the same. Oh my God, this Christine is as sick as a brick. I am thankful for your good intention, but please forgive me. I have my reasons for staying here. You still can trust me, can you, Christine? Raoul, I will never hurt you. I know, Christine, and I shall remain your friend for eternity, and I will continue protecting you, and I won't become your burden. Raoul smiled bitterly before leaving. After that day, my life is temporarily back to normal, and I am practicing a search for Hamlet in the familiar dressing room when I hear a familiar voice from the mirror. Christine, Angel of Music, you finally appear. Do you know how long I waited for you? I've been losing sleep over the question that has been plaguing me, and I must ask you for an answer. What is it, Christine? I cannot let my imagination run wild anymore, so tell me, how are you related to the Phantom? I'm sorry, Christine, perhaps deep down you already know. There are two sides to everything, a dark side and a bright side, and to me only the dark side is real. What do you mean? I want a clear answer from you. He doesn't say anything else, but after a moment he begins humming a familiar tune. It's the song the Phantom performed the other day. His voice grows lower and angry until he sounds exactly like the Phantom. The angel of music appears in the mirror, and this is the first time I see him so clearly. I can no longer deceive myself. This is the very image of the Phantom. I reach out, but I can't touch him. There's no mechanism to open the mirror in the room. There's an overwhelming sense of defeat. You really are the Phantom. You've been lying to me, taking me for a fool. Did you laugh at my ignorance behind the mirror, and my blind trust is just a joke to you? I should have known, but I yearned too much for the warmth you brought me. And I've been lying to myself. I did not dare to read too much into things or uncover the hidden truth. The Phantom has left me no choice but to face reality, and my faith has crumbled into nothing, and the world has never seemed so dark before. It's almost time for the show to begin, Christine. Are you ready? Meg is calling for me outside the door, and the angel of no, the Phantom vanishes without any explanation. I go onto the stage in despair, and thousands are watching me, but it all seems so real, and I can't seem to feel anything. Then the being I trusted the most has been lying to me all along, and the anguish I feel has transformed me into Ophelia, who is about to take her life. Humiliated by my beloved like a beggar in these tattered clothes, the trust I misplaced has allowed these lies to fester into poison. Look at her, she's been missing quite frequently, but it doesn't seem to matter. Perhaps the gods of Arts kidnapped her, and her performance today is incredible. Yes, she's just like Ophelia, and I've never seen such a captivating performance. The lights around me are spinning, and my vision is blurred, and I can hear my heart beating, but everything else has gone quiet, and I can't even hear my own singing. Time passes, and the performance finally ends, and all my strength leaves me, and I fall. Why have the lights gone out? What's going on? Good heavens, Christine has vanished. My heart is heavy and my eyelids feel as though countless shadows are dancing on them. And before I thaw into a deep slumber, the familiar sound of water reaches my ears. I open, beginning my eyes to discover myself in the bedroom of the underground maze. It seems that's why I lost consciousness, and I catch a wish of the strange scent the Phantom had used previously. He promised to let me return to the opera house, but he's brought me down here again against my will once more. Painful memories come to mind again. The Phantom and the angel of music, they're one and the same. He's been manipulating me all along, and he pretended to be the angel of music and listened to my pleas and my woes from behind the mirror. And then he laughed at me in secret. Memories of the time spent with the angel of music flashed through my mind, and those cozy moments have all become nightmares. He lied to me first, and I had no reason to keep my promise, and I should leave this place. I leaped off the bed the moment I regained control of my limbs. I had to change into a costume, and it's too out of my costume, it's too conspicuous. Now I changed into even more something more flamboyant. I trace my steps through the rooms, but I don't see any signs of the Phantom, and I wonder what he's planning. When I hear the sound of water, I know I'm back at the lake. I glance on the shore, still devoid of any voice, but I hear a faint voice of someone speaking in the distance. It sounds like Raoul. I better stay silent just in case the phantom's up to his tricks again. I hide behind a stone wall, growing increasingly anxious, and I hear multiple voices. Are you sure this is the place? This is the entrance the phantom often uses. It's Raoul and the Persian man. Raoul, is that you? Christine, I finally found you. I was so worried when you vanished from the station. I knew the phantom had struck again when the lights went out. I rushed to protect you, but I couldn't see anything in the dark, so I lost you again. But you found me. Thanks to the Persian man, and he was hiding in the shadows when he realized something was amiss, and he came to me right away. I wouldn't have gone here so quickly without him. How did you two meet up? I don't see any boats on either side. The phantom must have hidden the boat elsewhere, and he knows someone will come looking for him, and he wants to stop us. How do you get here? Where's the phantom now? When I woke up, he was nowhere to be seen. He must be setting up more mechanism. It's time to deal with the phantom once and for all. He must be thinking along the same lines, and we have to be careful, Christine. Safety is our top priority. I don't think he'll hurt me for now. I hear footsteps. It must be the phantom. The direction of the sound means he'll meet up with Christine first. Go back now, Christine. Don't agitate him. What about the two of you? Don't worry about us. I know other ways of getting in. Rather than I will find you. There's no time. The lake is vast and I can't see their expressions. However uncertain, we're all prepared to face the phantom head on. Be careful, both of you. Remember, Christine, no matter what happens, you must always put your safety first. I nodded him back into the shadows, following the walls quietly back to where I came from. My heart is hammering against my chest as I make my way back to my room, and my lips can barely move, but I force myself to go on. I push the door open as softly as I can, hoping that the phantom won't discover I left. I barely heave a sigh of relief when there's a sudden knocking on the door. Who is it? It's me. I thought you might be awake now, Christine. If it's convenient, may I come in? Do I have the right to refuse? For a moment there's only silence, and I hear a soft sigh before the door it opens quietly. I'm asking you for a chance to explain myself. The phantom approaches the bed, half kneeling before me, and he looks like he's in pain. Can someone like him feel remorse? What other lies are you planning to trick me with? I know you despise my lies, but I swear I never meant to hurt you. I shouldn't have broken my promise. But I'm too afraid of losing you. Your singing was so dispirited, and I hurt you so deeply, and there's no possibility of you ever loving me. You lied to me and even kidnapped me, and you've been toying with me from the very beginning. How do you expect me to love someone like that? No, Christina, I only pretended to be the angel of music to get close to you. If I appeared with my real face by your side, would you have accepted me? You are too precious to me. I cannot take the risk. My feelings for you are the utmost sincerity, and there's no doubt about that. I look at him and the man who's both the angel and the demon, and there's a fine line between his kindness and his cruelty. I used to think I'm lucky to be blessed by an angel, but now I know it was just a farce. And there's a tiny voice inside me telling me that I understand why he hid the truth from me. He has taught me painstakingly, and he did comfort me. And if he hadn't, I would have been trusting him. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have trusted him so blindly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed in that fairy tale. My father warned me a beautiful lie, but I let it become my shackle. The phantom kneels before me, incessantly confessing his feelings for me. Christine, I beg you to ignore my deformity. You are the kindest lady I know. Please remember the days we spent together, and we resonated so much with one another when it comes to music. We were so happy. If you wish, I can be your angel of music forever. I know that's an empty illusion now, and I can't possibly return to being ignorant. Now I want to know the whole truth. If you really love me as you say, then tell me everything. The phantom fell silent for a moment before standing up to face me. The truth is that a demon living in the dark has dared to reach for the light. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. I saw you a long time ago and you were singing on the streets of Teresita with your father. Your singing was so bright and pure, and when I listened to your voice, I noticed the sun and the summer breeze and the spring and the spreading fountain for the first time in my life. I felt alive. I never noticed you. The phantom returns to reality after reminiscing, and he overhears my word and laughs deprecatingly. Of course, you don't remember, I was always hiding in the corners. The people of the market would shout at me and drive me away, and how could I possibly stand with the rest of the crowd? After that, I lost sight of you, and I started wondering. He hasn't spoken much of his past, but I know this must be one of his most trying times. I thought I had towards self-destruction alone in this underground maze, and I was utterly desolate. But fate sent you to my side again, and when you arrived to the opera house, I recognized you immediately. And I wondered if the world was trying to beat me down once more by showing me hope and then taking it away again. And I hesitated for a long time before coming up with this awful way to get close to you, and please forgive me. Our relationship built upon lies can withstand nothing, and I may understand why you did it, but I can't forgive you right now. He chuckles coldly and returns to his callous self. Compared to me, your noble friend is an honest and sincere man. He's the only one by your side in Pedosquera, the one who can be acquainted with you in the light. How grand is that? If only I were born with a handsome face, golden locks, and a celebrated family, I too would have the luxury of condemning lies and treachery, rather than win my respect with his family and his looks, by saying that you're denying his qualities and humiliating me. I barely finished speaking when we hear the sound of hasty footsteps outside the room. Qualities. Look at your brother Raoul is already here. I'm not wrong, he must have brought along my old friend. It's rude to make the guests wait, isn't it? And what do you intend to do? Don't be nervous, I'm going to walk on your Prince Charming, and I prepare much for their arrival after all. If I were you, I'd wait here obediently to avoid upsetting a despicable demon. The phantom leaves in haste and away with afraid nerves, not knowing what's going to happen next. I had no idea where the phantom has gone, and I'm getting increasingly anxious, and intuition tells me that everything's about to come to an end. Time ticks by, and worry that something's going to go wrong. I hear something from the other side of the wall. It's too dark in here. Where are we? I'm afraid it's nowhere safe at all, and the phantom probably lured us here. It's them, and it sounds like they're beyond the wall. I have returned to the sound of the wall, and I press my ear to the wall, and in a harsh voice I ask them how they are doing. Raoul, it's me. Are you two alright? Are you on the other side of the wall? Christina screamed, and we know where you are. The door sealed itself behind us when we enter the room so we can get out of here. Let me think of a way to help you open the door. Please be careful, don't get caught in his trap. I ran to the other end of the door and tried to turn the door handle, and I've been locked in. He really doesn't want to let us go. Are you alright? What happened? I'm fine. The door is locked and I can't get out. The lights have come on. These are explosives, and they are enough to blow out the entire opera house. Also, they didn't do the baking room, the mirror room that was decorated, designed to resemble like a jungle in Africa, with like the metal tree and the noose for them to hang themselves from. The cooking room has never made it into any of the Phantom of the Opera movies I've seen, or even the Andrew Lloyd Webber play stuff. Whatever. I guess it's too well. How would they go about showing a baking room? I mean, I'm booking me kind of functions decent, but like the reality behind it, whatever. It sounds almost magical, even like if they made the Phantom magical, it would make more sense. The baking room. So this is the final step of his plan. A sudden knocking startles me, and the Phantom is back. You have probably discovered the final surprise I prepare. Wake up to your senses, and haven't you heard enough people? There's no point in trying to persuade me. You know I can't turn back now. You must have some kind of evil plot in mind. Oh, of course, you understand me very well now, Christine. People like me never run out of evil plots. I can help but feel that all four of us have fallen into a pit of despair. Now I shall hand the decision over to you, Christine. Decision? What do you mean? He raises a hand and points to the table, and I look over and see two things I hadn't noticed there before. This is part of a secret little game I like to play, but as you can see, it's sometimes rather useful. There are linked to mechanisms, and if you pick the scorpion, it means you've chosen me. And if you pick the grasshopper, it means you've chosen freedom. Really, that's simple. Each decision comes with a price. If you choose me, I will release your prince and everyone in the upper house. If you choose freedom, I will let you go, however, everyone in the upper house shall die. Ah, you're despicable. How do you expect me to compete fairly? Everything I possess was gained via methods you disdain. I've given you a choice. Isn't that an act of kindness? Take your pick. And you're the one dictating everyone's fate now. This is so unfair. You're forcing me to offer myself in exchange for the lives of everyone here. You can be selfish too. I won't judge you. He repeats the consequences of both choices in a low voice. There's a strange smile on his face, and he's using the voice of the angel of music to encourage me to make my choice. And it is exceedingly painful to listen to. If you choose a scorpion, you should marry me and never leave me for the rest of your life. You keep saying I'm forcing you to love me, so now I'm offering you a different path. You just need to turn the grasshopper a few times, and I'll give you time to leave, and you'll be able to continue with your life. In exchange, your entire opera house will go up in flames, but it wouldn't be a complete tragedy. I'll die in the fire as well, and your monster will go to hell, and doesn't that thought make you happy? You're insane. I'm a demon. You know that all along. Time waits for no one, and make your choice. I can let everyone die because of me, however, he's a sly one, and what if he's trying to trick me? What if everyone explodes when I turn the scorpion? What should I do? Turn the scorpion. He may have deceived me, but his feelings for me are real. Besides, I can afford to risk everyone's life. I am not a saint, but I can't help but feeling a bit more moved by his pitiful past and in his desperate plea for love. He doesn't deserve a chance, no matter what he does in the future, to make amends. I had decided. You have turned the scorpion out of kindness, and this is the first time heaven has shown me pity. I shouldn't wonder if you did it to save the people or choose me, and it would be too greedy of me, right? He gazes at me sorrowfully, and I look straight back at him, and he subconsciously turns to hide the masked half of his face in the shadow. I have used despicable ways to gain victory once again, and you must be silently mocking me. However, as I said, it is impossible for me to get what I want without using such methods. It's not like that, Eric. You do have the ability to love, it's just that you're hiding it away. When you protected me as the angel of music, it was done out of love. Your care and protection have moved me, and I have responded to them. I approach him as I speak and manage to get hold of his hand before he can dodge me. Reaching up, I pull his mask, and his deformed features come clearly into view. He tries to shrink away, and I stop him with a kiss. I hope he can understand that there are people in the world who can accept his deformity. And you can obtain love via force and deception, but you have the ability to love, the ability and the right to love. Accept yourself, teacher. You are neither an angel nor a demon. You are Eric. After a long pause of fentanyl, Eric finally comes out of a daze, and he gently pushes me away and puts his mask back on. You are my angel, and you have saved my soul. I had never considered the possibility that I might be able to love and protect anyone. I am evil and cruel, just like this world. You have reminded me of the days we spent singing together, and I never thought that any love would come out of my coldly sealed heart. Eric, take me away with you, and let the rest go. Don't make any more errors, and I'm sure you'll find a way to make amends. Eric walks over to a different part of the room and turns a few handles, and there's a cracking sound from the wall. As you wish, Christine. Are you alright, Christine? Raoul draws his sword ready to fight Eric, and the Persian grabs hold of him. Watch it, and don't succumb to rage. And what do you force Christine to do? You wouldn't let us go so easily. Put away your sword, and perhaps you consider yourself a hero who saves a damsel in distress, and you consider me an evil, poisonous serpent. However, you have ignored the fact that Christine possesses a strength of her own, and she is far wiser than the two of us. The final hour is here. Please get to the point. I am about to give Christine a new choice. He gazed at me gently and gestured reassuringly at the Persian man. Enough for that truly respects your will, and no more conditions or threats. You're letting me decide again. You can choose Raoul, your son, Prince, and let him take you away with him to live a blissful life. And there are no other conditions. There are no conditions. He looks at me hesitantly, as if he's trying to put something into words. The other choice which would seem ridiculous to you. No, never mind. There's no other choice. Go with him, Christine, before I change my mind. He turns his back to us and refuses to look at us. I know what the other choice is, and he probably lacks the courage to say it. Come, Christine, we have to leave quickly. On the other side, Raoul is stretching his hand out to me, and on the other side, Eric's lonely back is facing me, and I know that my choice will change the fate of all of us three. Stay with Eric. I wish to hold Raoul's hand, but a million needles stab me in the heart when I look at Eric. I should hate him or forgive him. It ain't the first time the women have married somebody out of pity. And lots of marriages have been formed with like a man and woman marrying other people out of pity, and they live happily ever after. No matter what I do, I shouldn't love him. I can't even tell when I began feeling this way, and I can only follow my heart. I'm staying, Raoul. I'm sorry. What? Is there something else that's forcing you to stay, Christine? No, this is the choice I'm making. Eric whips around and looks at me in disbelief. Am I hearing you right, Christine? How is this possible? I decided not to go with the canon, Andy. Let me stay, Eric, and together we shall face everything the world throws at us. I cannot leave my mentor and soulmate. My sins are great. I am destined to spend my life in the shadow. How can you live with me like this? You should return to your world, and you have a bright future ahead. Your love has given meaning to my life, and I am content. Go, Christine. Alright, I'm gonna wait for Eric to go on his redemption arc. I can't give up on my dreams, and I want to return to the opera house and continue singing. But I will wait for you to atone for your sins. Christine, that day may never come, and my sins will never be forgiven. Even so, I hope to be united with you one day. To me, you are the angel of music who has been guarding my dreams. I shall wait for you to return no matter how long it takes, and I know my angel will always fulfill my wishes. You are the source of my strength, hope and strength. No. You are the source of all my hope and strength now, Christine. Alright, then the Phantom goes on his redemption arc. I scream. Peace returns to the opera house, and I give all my music career and finally reach the pinnacle. I await for the person struggling in the dark, and I dearly hope that he will return to my side one day. Many years later, I am back in the Paris Opera House after finishing a tour. The show ends well, and I step into the dressing room, and something red on the table catches my eye. I fear I might be wishful thinking, but my intuition tells me that my prayers have brought him back, and he has always returned to my side. It's you finally returned. And they live happily ever after. The end. And Raoul marries a wench in that he meets in Antarctica, and everyone lives happily ever after. Everyone gets laid. The end. Whatever. Faded reunion. We could have done the canon ending, but I wanted to do the ending that deviated from the original Phantom of the Opera. Who says that A ver si está esto. Alright, let's start with a new time. Alright, so like I did the sound test and let's do chapter the first one. Like when now we finished Maria Antoinette, now we're doing Princess Cici. Wake up, Cici, you missed breakfast. A gentle voice wakes me, and I open my eyes to a beautiful young woman sitting on the edge of my bed. Spring sunlight spills through the windows, blinding and dazzling, and my grogginess is instantly driven away. I enter a book. I am Elizabeth, Duchess of Bavaria. Most call me Cici. The lady in front of me is my dearest sister Helen, whom I always call Nanny. I feel another person's memories merge with mine, and I am awake now. Oh no, I'm going to be late for Mr. Malaya's history class. I attend history class at Mr. Malaya's house every Wednesday, and it's my favorite lesson. I leap out of bed and scramble for a suitable outfit. Helen shakes her head, and she rises and closes the window. You left the window open again, Cici. Did you sneak out last night? Don't misjudge me so, Nene. I fell out of a tree the last time I tried, and I'm never risking that again. I hope so. Father sent a gift from Munich, Cici. I think you'll like it. This gift is amazing. It is come just in time. I think Titania will like it too. Could you wait for me downstairs, Nene, and I'll join you after I get changed? Okay, Cici, I don't need to ask the coachman to prepare the carriage, do I? It looks like you'll be riding Titania to Mr. Miley's house again. Titania be the horse. You know me so well, dear Nene. I run downstairs after putting on a new outfit, and my mother is teaching my younger siblings how to eat elegantly. I wink at Nene and grab a roll from the table and prepare to slip out. Cici, you're neglecting table manners as well. I thought mass indulgence caused your slower behavior, and I never imagined you had even more uncouth after he left on his travels. I'm sorry, Mother. I'm going to be late. And you said to yourself, learning the history of Austrian Empire is very important. Very well, though I don't trust that peculiar old Hungarian man. And I never know what strange ideas he will put in your head. Father carefully shows Mr. Malayas to be my tutor, Mother, and you must trust him. It's because your father picked him that I don't trust him. His most recent newspaper column greatly upset your Aunt Sophie. I've attended Mr. Malaya's class before, Mother. He is genuinely knowledgeable and quite neutral. I hope so. I don't want to irritate the royal family again. Had the coachman taken me, Cici, and I heard people are getting attacked by refugees. I haven't spent any time alone with Titania in ages, Mother. Father sent me riding a parrot, and he must be thinking of how dashing I look on my horse. I wink at my mother and then give each of my siblings a swift kiss on the cheek. I will have a beautiful flower garland for you all when I return. My siblings squeeze me on the chin and giggle, and they say that they want to go riding with me. Good God, Max has spoiled all of you. Don't worry, Mother, and I will bring Matilde and Carl to French class with me later. Thank God I have you, Nene. And why doesn't Cici enjoy learning things like that? I fly out of the house and leap onto my horse, and I leave behind my mother's daily complaints behind. My horse got us along the lake, and I lived here since I was a child, but I'm still amazed by its beauty, by the beautiful sight. Lake Starberg is clear as an enchanting sapphire surrounded by high mountains and green trees. The snow on the distant mountain has not melted, but the wildflowers among the trees are full and vibrant bloom. This is freedom, Titania. Do you like it? The fresh scent carried on the wind is pleasant, and I gently stroke my horse's head, but the silence is broken by somebody shouting roughly. You shameless wolf pup, stop right there. You won't get away from me. A young girl with a bag on her back is running not too far away, and there's a military officer chasing her and yelling at her. But when the girl falls down, the officer stops too, and he's waiting for the girl to exhaust herself and surrender. He's treating her like prey. Disgusting. I have to help her. I approach the exhausted girl and suddenly throws a stone at the officer and resumes running frantically. She flees into the pine forest by the lake, and the officer closes behind her, and I follow them cautiously, guiding Titania to the bush. Quiet, horsey. They stop, exhausted. Titania and I hide behind a tree. Like how does a horse, dude, I can imagine like a horse trying to do stealth with a horse. Cause like a horse is a big target. The girl is smeared with blood and the officer is waving a whip. He's wearing an Austrian uniform, and what is he doing in Bavaria? Is the girl a wanted criminal? What a stubborn wolf pup. And if you beg for mercy, I'll consider letting you go. The officer whips the girl, and a dreadful wound appears on her arm. She looks only 15 or 16, and what crime could she have possibly committed? But if I stop the officer, I'll be interfering in his job, and Mother always tells me not to get involved in things like this. The officer raises his whip again, and I decide to stop. I whistle short and quickly, and Titania springs forth and knocks the officer aside. He glares at me, and his whip strikes the ground and stirs up a cloud of dust. Where did you come from? And get out of my way, I'm arresting a wanted criminal. Wanted criminal or not, I don't believe in corporal punishment. He could be put to work in the mines and, or building roads and stuff whipping has never done anyone any good. I am Elizabeth, Duchess of Bavaria, and this is the domain of my father, Duke Maximilian. And who are you? And you don't look like a Bavarian soldier. I said, dude, you're trespassing. Duke Maximilian, and I can come and go as I please. I am the Austrian Emperor's secret army. The officer points triumphantly at the badges wearing, indicating he has no intention of backing down. The Austrian Emperor's secret army, I never heard of it. So I guess like that's the like the 1800s kind of version of the secret police or something, that they can do whatever sketchy thing they want. And what crime has the girl committed for you to torment her so? She has committed a heinous crime. Get out of my way and I'll bring her back. I didn't know loving one's nation and people was a crime. Well, it depends how you choose to love them. You hounded me for leaks, but you won't arrest me honorably. But you're a lady of royal family. Put away your cheap compassion and let me through. The young girl lifts her head and her face is pale, but her dark green eyes are filled with determination. His Imperial Majesty is too merciful, and is the only reason he's forgiving you traitors. Don't touch her. If she's committed a crime as you say, and show me the arrest warrant, and Bavaria will deal with her. I act on verbal instructions of the Emperor, and I do not need an arrest warrant. That is cheap and debatable. I mean, you can claim whatever because you have a verbal. In those days, you can do literally claiming to be. I mean, how do we know you're even an officer, dude? Not to mention she's Hungarian, not Bavarian. And I saw her sneaking around, and she could be connected to those revolutionaries. Well, define sneaking about. That is a baseless speculation. How could you arrest someone without any evidence, let alone beat them so? The girl's clothes are stained with blood, and yet she stands straight, showing no sign of surrender. Are Hungarians not also the emperor's subjects? And I trust a wise emperor will not order his soldiers to bully an unarmed girl. I step between them. I am from the house of Wiltersbach. Archduchess Sophie, the empress' mother, is my aunt. The emperor you speak of is my cousin, and she has not committed any crime. You will cease your chase and your abuse. I heard that the Maximilian lives in the mountain and is quite mad, and he lets all sorts of vagrancy into his household. The apple hasn't fallen far from the tree. Forget it, it's just one girl. I have revolutionaries to capture, and it's a waste no more time here. And you got lucky, girl. No, it's just that, I think around this time period, the French Revolution was happening, and the kings and queens got like decapitated and stuff. So then, the other monarchs in other countries, in reaction to that, then they went like hyper repression to anyone they perceive as revolutionary, because they weren't going to allow the French Revolution to happen to them. So that's why they had like these people like running around, like capturing anyone that like could pose even the smallest threat to the crown. The officer glares at us viciously before striding away. The family name came in handy, and she was treated this poorly simply because she's Hungarian. I take a long breath and grab the young girl before she falls over, and she was swaying on her feet. Are you alright? Come with me. I'll find someone to treat your wounds. No, thank you. I don't need your cheap companion, noble princess of the house of Wilterbark. The younger pushes my hand away and her hostility stuns me. Wait, and why do you regret it now? Going against your aunt to save a Hungarian vagrant and a whim, and you'll suffer the consequences. No, what I want to say is, why do you look like my stubborn little sister when you're angry? The young girl's furious face freezes for a second, and then she scoffs and turns away. Thank you, though it was unnecessary. Now we go our separate ways, and don't worry, I won't implicate you. She takes a pistol from her bag and shows it to me. She was prepared to defend herself. But you're still injured. Don't worry about me, I'm not a spoiled noble lady, this is nothing. It's but a scratch. I had worse. We were often flogged for saying the wrong thing in my homeland. This hardly hurts. My sister, the younger, stumbles again and she collapses on the ground. Are you alright? I try to pick her up and the girl doesn't answer. She's unconscious. What a strange girl. I touch Titania's head and she gets down obediently, and I drag the young girl onto her back. Don't worry about me. Run away, sister. I ride with the girl in front of me, and a brisk wind blows in the forest, but I don't feel discomfort. The girl is curled up in my arms, sweating and muttering, and sometimes groaning. Hurry, Titania. Spring may have arrived, but it is still shockingly cold. It is dusk, and the light of the setting sun glints in the distance, undulating mountains with golden light. I look down at the girl lying quietly on the bed. Her eyes are shut tightly and delicately pale, and she's curled her body into a tense ball, and she looks like a wounded beast. Yes, Sister, come chase Ida, sister. And the young girl babbles in Hungarian, and I can understand only some of it. Now you sound like a young child, and are you dreaming of playing with your sister? Is your name Ida? Ida doesn't respond, and I think of the scars and I saw when I dressed her wound inside. What has this young girl gone through? Save me, sister. And I gently wipe away the sweat on Ida's forehead, and with a towel, and her long butterfly eyelashes flutter slightly, and she slowly opens her eyes. You're awake. You slept all afternoon. Why are you here? Ida throws the bed covers and leaps out of the bed, and she suppresses a scream of pain as the wound quickly motion pulls at her wounds. Be careful, the one on your back is very deep. Ida is still hostile, but I'm glad to see her awake. I'll get you some food, and after you eat, I'll take you home. No, I'm leaving now. You're nothing to fear her. I won't hurt you, Ida. How do you know my name? I heard you talking in your sleep. Can you see when you're talking in your sleep? Have you been separated from your family? Are you looking for your sister? Ida clutches her shoulder and looks me warily, and she doesn't answer my question. You know Hungarian. How dare you eavesdrop on me? I didn't mean to. I heard you while I was dressing your wounds. Don't worry, I only learned some basic phrases from Mr. Malaya. The only thing I understood was that you were calling for your sister. You heard wrong. I would never do that. Ida stamps her foot angrily, and her pale cheeks suddenly flush, and I can almost sniggering. She looks like our young Marie. And what are you laughing at? I am surprised a Barbarian princess will learn Hungarian. I like Hungarian very much. You don't know the first thing about Hungary. Noble ladies like you stay at home and knit, and you only read about the world, you don't experience it. I said, well, that's not our fault, cause the adult males of the household dictate our entire life. And if we don't obey, then we get sent to a nunnery. Let me guess what you read. Shameless Hungarians betraying attack the royal family, or Hungarian vagrants loot the granaries like madmen. No. My teacher, Mr. Malaya, is Hungarian, and I likely know more about Hungary than you think. I love poems of Sandor. Mr. Malaya once gave me a collection of Petoffi's poems that he transcribed himself. None of Petoffi's poems are shallow or flashy, and it is full of depth and emotion. Especially Liberty and Love is so inspiring. For my love, I'll sacrifice my life. For liberty, I'll sacrifice my love. That was my sister's favorite poem. Petoffi is our hero. Ada looks out of out of the window and stares at the setting sun, and she smiles briefly but quickly frowns again. But do you know how our hero poet died? He was killed by the royal friends of the the Russian cavalry. That's all you like, romantic poetry. You have no idea that my land has long been soaked in blood. Well, you can say that about every place. You know nothing of the oppression we have suffered and are still suffering. Ida clenches her fist in anger and pain in her face. Ida, I know of your people's suffering as well. The unrest, no, the revolution. I stammer, and I only know a little of the British history. And 5 years ago, a wave of revolution swelled across Europe, and the people were outraged and took to the street. The Emperor Ferdinand I of Austria abdicated, and the Prime Minister Metternich fled to England. Amid the chaos, a new young emperor ascended the throne, and he restored order to the empire by suppressing the Hungarian Revolution. So this one takes place like after the Marie Antoinette stuff. That's when Mr. Malaya fled to Bavaria, where father took him in. Cici. Mr. Malaya enters the room carrying a basket of food, and his arrival boosts my mind back to the present. You're back, Mr. Malaya. Ida wants to leave. I refuse to share a room with the enemy of my people. Oh, dude. You're like a one-note person. Ida clenches her feet. Talk about like being like thankless. Like the guys are the ones who made the big decision, and like women in the time had no choice but to go along with it. Ada clenches her fist and gets ready to rush out of the room, and Mr. Malaya says something in Hungarian that stops her. A moment, young lady. Ada's eyes flash in surprise, and the two rapidly whisper to each other in Hungarian. I don't fully understand what they're saying, but I see Ada's expression soften and her fist loosen. After a while, Ada glances at me disdainfully and starts speaking in Hungarian. Then I might as well stay here, but no matter what happens, I will not grovel to nobles. What did they say? You're badly injured, and it will take some time to recover. Rest a while and don't worry about anything else. And as you see, Cici is not the type of noble who bullies others, and her father, Duke Maximilian, is very open-minded. My father taught me to treat people equally, and I have many friends who are not of noble blood. I will not be your friend. Come, my child, eat something. No, I'm not hungry. Ada raised her chin defiantly, but her stomach makes a long rumbling sound. That was your stomach rumbling. Ada flushes and a hand covers her stomach while the other points at me, and unfortunately her stomach makes few more sounds. I'm hungry too. I pick up a piece of bread and take a big bite and then shove the basket into Ida's hand. I am only taking this cause you made me, and I'm going to rest now and you can go. Ida hides the food basket behind her back, and Mr. Malaya and I glance at each other and then leave the room. It's getting late, Cici. You should go home. Don't worry, I'll take good care of young Ida. And don't tell anyone about her. I don't want you to get in trouble. I understand, Mr. Malaya. But could you tell me more about the revolution 5 years ago? That is not something I teach, Cici. I know it's a sensitive topic, Mr. Malaya. But I want to know why Ida is so hostile, and I want to learn more about the real world. The storm that began 5 years ago hasn't ended yet, and I am a history teacher, not a current events teacher. I can tell you what's happening. To see the real world, you must experience it and make your own judgments. I cannot impose my beliefs on you, my child. Well, that's a first among teachers, cause like I remember in the university, one of my teachers be like, all of the teachers here, since we don't gotta like follow like a plan, we all got like agendas and stuff. And they are gonna push their beliefs onto you. Like you are going to get brainwashed, young college student. I picked your election notes, and what His Imperial Majesty did was unjust. And what the soldiers did today made me angrier, and he even mentioned he's from the Emperor's secret army. History and politics are often complicated, Cici, and there's no absolute justice. That is also something you must one day see for yourself. Mr. Malaya has always had a good sense of humor, but he's quite serious today. Once the seed of hatred is planted, it is difficult to remove. Perhaps you will understand one day. Mr. Malaya smiles, but his eyes are dark, and he clearly doesn't want to talk about this anymore. Titania and I gallop along the lakeshore, and the wind blows at my back, but I can't dispel my frustration. It's late when I arrive home, and only Nene is sitting in the living room waiting for me. The tall brass clock is ticking away. Why do you return so late tonight, Cici? Mother couldn't wait any longer, and she's gone upstairs to put the little ones to bed. Sorry, today's lesson was difficult. I'm asking Mr. Malay questions. Go wash up and put some clean clothes. After I put some soft, comfortable clothing, I feel more relaxed. Why is there blood on your dress, Cici? She's right, my dress is stained with mud and blood, and I duck my head. Should I tell my sister about Ida? But Mr. Malay told me to keep it a secret, and if I tell her, it would only make her worry. Did something happen to you, Cici? You didn't run into a vagrant, did you? Nene has always had a good instinct, and I need to think of an excuse. Say you found a injured wolf pup. I picked up an injured wolf pup while I was out today. And how could you do something so dangerous, Cici? Wolves are not like the rabbits and deer you found before they bite. Don't worry, the pug looked fierce, but it was small and it couldn't bite anyone. Are you hiding something from me, Cici? When you found a baby animal before, you talked about it non-stop as soon as you came home, but you didn't say anything today. I'm just a little tired, that's all. Nene's concern is genuine, and I feel ashamed for lying. I'm sorry, Nene, and please don't be mad. I promised Mr. Malay I will keep it a secret. Oh, Cici, how could I be? And I could never be angry with you. I'm sure you made a careful decision and just where you might be in danger. The coastmen said refugees have been causing a great deal of trouble lately, and I'm afraid there will be another riot. I've been thinking, Nene, the unrest 5 years ago was a disaster for the royal family. But wouldn't it have been a righteous revolution for the refugees? Yeah, that's debatable. Because, like, as shown by the French Revolution, all that the revolution wrought was like a bunch of chaos, everyone decapitating everyone. And then even the mother started decapitating people. And then Napoleon Bonaparte came happen, and then the kings came back after Napoleon. So they were back to square one. So all of that bloodshed and killing to remove the monarchy, it was for nothing. Don't say things like that, Cici, especially around mother. And now mother fears Aunt Sophie and doesn't want to hear such things, so father won't speak of them at home. You were still young then, Cici, and you likely had no idea what was happening. It wasn't just Austria, Bavaria was in chaos, and the Beggars invaded the palace. If father were not so friendly with commoners, our home in Munich would have been burned down. And the emperor encountered an even more difficult situation in Innsbruck. I remember my mother bringing my sister and me to Innsbruck that year, and we visited Aunt Sophie who had come to take refuge. I don't remember seeing the Emperor of Austria though, but I do remember Aunt Sophie was filled with hatred and indignation. She ordered all those who involved in unrest to severely punish, especially the Hungarians, and she was furious with my father because he supported the commoners. What do you think, Nene? Do you agree with Aunt Sophie? Why do we all hate each other? Yeah, well, poverty breeds hatred. That's why if you want to get the commoners riled up, just make them poorer and poorer until they explode. That's the easiest way to piss people off. I look at Nene seriously, and she's been patient with my questions since we were children. It doesn't matter what I think, Cici. Many things started before we were even born, and some hostilities will never go away. Every person has a role to play and their duties to fulfill. And what is our duty? Protect the Wistenbach family and its glory, of course, and feed them and look pretty, and produce many heirs. The night is dark, and then stares out the window, and there's loyalty in her eyes I've never seen before. But Father told us to follow our hearts, Nene, and I just want to be myself. Nene's gaze turns to me, and she gently strokes my head like always. Sleep, Cici, you only need to be yourself. No matter what happens, I will protect you, and Carl and little Mary as well, of course. I'll protect you too, Nene. And if we're ever separated, I will do everything in my power to find you. I can't help but blurt out what I'm thinking. What are you babbling about, Cici? Nene, I just mean, I'm so glad I have a sister like you. Everything is silent, and I lie in bed, tossing and turning, and I make a silent wish to the sky. I hope the seed of hatred has not yet taken root in everyone's heart, and I hope it's not too late. Ida stays with Mr. Malay, and he claims she's a distant relative who's coming to him for shelter. I visit often, bringing her packages, and she recovers quickly, but her attitude towards me is still cold as ice. The rain finally stops after many days, and I visit Ida. I shouldn't be disappointed. Father says it's not always easy to make friends, and I recently bought her food and medicine, and I will bring something else today. And what are you looking for, Cici? I'm so occupied with finding something I didn't notice Nene enter my room. I'm looking for a gift for my new friend. Is your friend the girl Ida at Mr. Malay's house? I saw her from a distance yesterday, and she was helping Mr. Malay feed the horses. Yes, that's her. Why not give her a pair of shoes? Her shoes look wonderful idea, Nene. You're so thoughtful. I hugged Nene and I looked at a pair of riding boots Father gave me and put them in a box. You should change and go downstairs, Cici, and remember to return early. You've been visiting Mr. Malay too often and staying too long. Mother's starting to worry. Oh, you know. Like a woman staying at a guy's house for too long during that time period. And even in modern day times, they'd be like, oh, that's very sus, because God forbid a man and a woman can be friends and not like be sleeping with each other. That's because Ada and I always bicker when we meet, and sometimes we argue most of the day without realizing it. Don't worry, Nene, I'll come back as soon as I give her the gift. Ada always calls me a high and mighty princess, and I wear something simple today. She's just jealous that you were born into riches. Like just hating somebody just because they're well to do. That's just mean. But that's envy for you. Especially if they're being nice to you, you know? Like just because like jerks say rich jerks are being mean to you doesn't mean that all rich people are like jerks, you know? I go downstairs in high spirits, but my mother's scowling and she angrily slams a newspaper on the table. How maddening. Why is Max babbling in the newspaper again? Father's reading a new essay. Let me see. It's suddenly a rush of my mother, and Nene helplessly shakes her head and hands me the newspaper. Father's column is totally blank, and there's only a single line printed in the footer. This content has been censored, and it says, please stay tuned for the next issue. Father didn't write anything in this week's column, Mother. Didn't write anything. He may as well have proclaimed he opposes the Emperor. By God, and I feel a migraine coming on. Yeah, are you alright, Mother? I imagine Father is just making a joke for the readers. But using the censors, and how amusing of him, and no wonder the people call him Mad Max. And Father does say this is a crazy time. And besides Father's blank column, the rest of the paper is filled with wanted posters and newly issued regulations. I think Father is a brave man. You must wake up, Cici, and do not become like your father. How infuriating, and why doesn't Max just write a barbarian ballads like he used to? Cause he got himself a different hobby, you know, like eventually being like into politics is more of a hobby these days. But then again, he's rich enough to like be able to influence people's opinion and do stuff. Don't be angry, Mother. Father has always been this way. There is already too much chaos, Nene, and your father openly mocking the royal family is only worsening the situation. And your Aunt Sophie is not to be trifled with. I'm worried how this will affect your futures, you and Cici, especially if you... I don't think the Empress Mother will make a fuss over something so small. And His Imperial Majesty is even more enlightened and generous, and he's probably having a good laugh. Nene interrupts her mother gently and are not hastily in agreement. Exactly, you're nothing to worry about, Mother. When Chubby Carl wrote me last time, he said Father's column always makes him laugh. And how many times have I told you, Cici, you are not allowed to address Archduke Carl that way. He's the Emperor's brother. And you're free and indisciplined temperament is just like your father's, and I had no idea what to do with you. But that's what I call him when we're in Innsbruck. Don't you have to go to Mr. Malay's house for class today, Cici? Go and don't be late. Nene winks at me slightly, and I poke my tongue out at her and rush out of the house. Why do you think I always make Mother angry, Titania? When can I help Mother the way that Nene does? I stroke Titania's long white mane, and her response is loud and rattling snore. I don't know where Father's gone. I miss him. It's drizzling rain, and the distant mountains and the lake are thick with fog, and everything looks blurry. And I hear a faint, melodious hum, and I look for its origin. Is that Ida? Ida standing on the lakeshore in the mist fog, and I can't see her face, but her song is sad. I heard Mr. Malay sing this song before. Is it a song of homesickness? Is Ida thinking of home again, and I should... Nene always comforts me when I feel sad, and let me be Ida's sister today. Ida. I approach slowly so I don't scare her, and Ida turns frowning and she still looks proud, but there are tears in her eyes. Your Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth, you do follow me everywhere. Are you crying, Ida? Do you miss your sister? I'm not crying, can you see it's raining? But her eyes are red. There's no need to hide it, and if I was separated from my sister, I wouldn't stop crying. Tears are a sign of weakness, and I'm not like you. Ida takes a step forward and hands on hips, and it's only then that I see the shabby bag at her feet. You're leaving? My wounds have healed. No, you can't leave yet. I don't need your permission. No, Ida, I'm worried you'll be in danger. Regulations have become stricter, and a single mistake could lead you to being labeled a revolutionary. Heh, even you know the Emperor's spies are everywhere. Then you must know what sort of situation Johann is as a Hungarian, and there are many people watching him. He doesn't want to involve you, so he won't even accept payment for your lessons. Isn't that right? I bow my head, unable to hide my shame, and Mr. Malai lives in poverty, but he has never accepted father's financial support. You can come to my house, Ida. It's safe there, and my father has taken in refugees before. He's not at home now, but I'm sure he'll welcome you, and I can send him a telegram right away. I am not a beggar, and I will not be your house to serve you as your slave. No, that's not what I mean. Is my father loves making friends. He befriends circus performers and wandering poets, and he enjoys drinking and reciting poetry and playing music and debating. If you join us, you can study and write with me and Nene, and I'm sure Nene would like you too. Oh, and I almost forgot a gift for you. Nene helped me pick it out this morning. I hand out of the gift box. Are you bragging about your leisurely life? While you use your birthright to make merry, the people are suffering. You are parasites sucking the life from us, and we are only tools for you to use to show off your status. Ada knocks the gift box away, and the beautiful leather boots fall to the ground and land in mud. The boots represent Nene's kindness, and Ada's scorn is infuriating. I understand why you hate the nobility. And when we're not actually making your life worse, we are still shielded from the wars the world throws by our lineage and our wealth. And we are at best indifferent to your plight. But I never been nothing but kind to you, and I've been trying to help you. I squat and brushed the mud off the booth, and I nearly burst into tears. Why can't Ida see my good intentions? I like rain falls, and I turn away from Ida. I'm sorry. She spoke in Hungarian. What do you say? Ida bites it but on her lip and says some Hungarian words I know quite well. I'm sorry. Do you understand now? I thought you knew basic Hungarian. I understood. I was just surprised to hear you apologize. I just can't stand it when you noble ladies cry. And my sister and I shouldn't judge others too quickly. Your sister sounds very kind, just like you, Nene. Melinda is kind and sensitive, but she's not like you. She's no delicate Bavarian rose. She's an excellent horsewoman and an excellent markswoman and an excellent rider, too. Nan is talented as well, and she speaks French and English fluently, and she even dances, and even butterflies join her. Those are flashy, impractical skills, and what are they for? Nene can also ride, and maybe she rides better than your sister does. My sister and I grew up on the plains, and Melinda is the best huntress in our area. How about a race? Loser must do something for the winner. I feign arrogance and lift my chin, and Ida raises an eyebrows and humps. Oh, are you afraid, Ida? Aren't you always bragging about being an excellent rider? You should be. It's quite a big bet, and who knows what I'll ask you to do? Ridiculous, and how could I possibly lose to a noble lady who can only ride side saddle? I'll borrow a horse from Johann, and your Royal Highness prepared to learn something from a wolf. Ada leaves without a back glance, but returns a short while later on Mr. Malai's horse, looking cheerful and confident. This will be our starting point and finish point, and we will ride a lap around the lake. I pick up a branch and draw a line in the mud, and then gracefully mount my horse. With your clumsy writing position, I think I'll let you have a head start. That's not necessary. After all, I'm more familiar with this place. So yourself, don't cry when you lose. Huh. Ida hums again, and then squeezes her thighs and gallops off, and another Titania and follow. The houses run side by side along the narrow forest trail, and Ada glances over at me from time to time, utterly astonished. You're not a bad rider after all, but I will not lose. We're barbarian roses and our greenhouse flowers we grow in the wild. Ada and I glare at each other, refusing to yield. And as we exit the forest, we lean down the spring, and there's a dead trunk lying across the trail. It's time to show her what you're made of. I whistle and they sharp and clear and clutch the reins, and Titania leaps over the dead trunk and races across the vast lakefront. Sorry, Ada, I'll meet you at the finish line. Don't get cocky, kid. And I hear rapid hoofbeats and Ada's angry voice behind me, and I can't suppress a smirk, and I gallop quickly to the end. The weather has cleared, and rain does gleam as their flower petals in the sunlight, and it's a beautiful sight. I wouldn't have lost if it wasn't for that trunk. Ada jumps off the horse defiantly, and her pretty face scarlet. We were neck and neck, and I want sense to luck, and because I am more familiar with Titania. Huh. And don't pretend to be humble. I admit I underestimated you. And what do you want me to do? I want you to stay with me a while. Are you afraid of getting in trouble, or do you need a maid that badly? Not a maid, a friend to study with me. I'd rather be a maid. I hate formal classes. Will you do it, Ida? I always keep my word. But you didn't mention how long, and when this period of martial law ends, I will leave to search for my sister. I'll help you search. Mother was to arrange a vacation for Nene and me. And if you come with us, you can look for clues along the way. You're going to Vienna too. Vienna is far from Posenhaus, but we'll likely go there at some point. You want to go to Vienna, Ida? I asked Mother. No, thank you. I just wanted to see how different the Danube in Vienna is from my hometown. Please accept this gift, and we will go to many places together. I smile and hand the gift back to Ada, and she takes it this time. I have to go to town and send my father a telegram with the good news. Wait. Ada slips a small cornflower into my palm. My sister told me to give something in return when you receive a gift. It's a basic respect. Ada springs back onto her horse and face flushed and gallops away. Crystal-like raindrops on the blue cornflower petals give us a tender glow in the sunlight, and I smile softly and tuck it behind my ear. Ida comes with me, and Mother has concern, but she can't deny my main argument. I need a study companion whose French is at a similar level. I said to Father's telegram, and in his persuasion, Ida is allowed to stay. Please remember to finish the French homework Madame Dural assigned as soon as possible, Miss Elizabeth. Ada has been here for 2 weeks and is still unused to her addressing me so formally. In front of Mother and Nene, Ada acts like a devoted study companion, and from time to time she even supervises me when I do my homework. She is quite good at acting. There's a letter for you. Ada winks mischievously, and I take the letter from her. It's a letter from Carl. A cluster of blooming roses has been drawn in the envelope, and I recognize the sender immediately and delighted to open the letter. Dear Cici, I have informed the Duchess that I wish to formally invite you, and I will be holding a salon on April 10 on Dresden Royal Palace, and many young nobles will attend, and I know you detest balls, so you are welcome to walk and relax in the mountains behind the palace, but I hope you spend less time climbing mountains and more time blending in these boring tea parties, and this is what the Duchess would like to see. Looking forward to seeing you soon, Carl Ludwig. Carl's invited me to Dresden, Mother. You already knew, apparently, and why didn't you tell me we were going there for a summer holiday? Because you would have been more distracted from your studies, and Madame Dural tells me that Ida's French is improving even more quickly than yours. You know I had no talent for language, Mother, but I learned a new writing position, and I raised Carl when we arrived in Dresden. You will not be racing this year, Cici. What would I be doing? I cannot chat with those ladies, and I don't know how to dance, Mother. You can talk to Archduke Karl, and the Prince George of Saxon will be attending as well. And you and Nene have both reached marriageable age, Cici, and this is a good opportunity to find a husband. No, I can't do that. Why not? You're not a child anymore, Cici. But Father and Nene, and I don't have to, says I don't have to marry anytime soon, and that we can marry someone we love. You don't want to get engaged either, do you, Nene? This is the first time Mother has formally discussed this topic with me, and I look anxiously at my sister. What Mother means is that you can use this opportunity to find someone you love, Cici, and she's not pushing us to get engaged. But I don't want to marry a prince or a noble. Listen to this, Max, and this is your so-called enlightened education. I worry one of your daughters will never marry. Mother shakes her head at the father's telegram, grumbling she leaves the living room. Don't be upset, Mother. Cici, she's simply worried about you. I know that, Nene, and this is my fault and I made her angry again. I don't know much about Prince George, but I think Archduke Karl is a good choice. And you're always writing letters to each other, and you were very close as children. And I heard Karl has grown into a handsome, vivacious young man. And I never thought about my marriage before, and at a loss I keep shaking my head. And I heard the members of Austrian royal family are all short and fat with pockmarks and on their faces and genetic psychosis. I think it's best to keep your expectations low. But don't forget that a lot of inbreeding and stuff. Ada finally speaks up after keeping quiet for so long, and her eyes are full of disdain. It's Adam trying to help me. I met the Emperor in Innsbruck a few years ago, and he was handsome, modest, and dashing, not at all what you described. No, it's not about his look, it's just that I've only ever seen Carl as a friend. There's no need to rush, Cici, you can think about this in Dresden. Nene passed my shoulder gently, and I sink into silence. We set out for Dresden and the next day, and Mother has prepared beautiful gowns for me and Nene. I'm in low spirits and on the way because of what my mother said, and I fall asleep as soon as we arrive at the palace. And it's late afternoon when I wake, and Ida has gone downtown with Nene to buy jewelry, and I'm planning to change and then take a walk on the mountains Carl mentioned in his letter. I walk briskly up the mountains, carrying my cedar on my back, and my spirits when I hear the clear and melodious chirping of the larks. Sunlight flinters through the leaves and shines in stone steps on the winding mountain paths and the light sways. It's beautiful. I guess the street doesn't have to be so unpleasant. Branches and leaves rustle as the sound of footsteps come from around the corner, and I can see a person in the far distance. Someone else is hiking. What luck! But this part of the royal palace, who could it be? And I should try to catch up. I pick up the pace, for the mysterious person is a good hiker, and they move more quickly along the steep path. And I have to slow down because of the cedar on my back, and when I'm halfway up the mountain, the person has already disappeared. How irritating. If I hadn't brought my cedar, I would have caught up. I stop my foot in exasperation, and I hear the sound of a man laughing behind the trees, and his voice is deep but pleasant. Where is he? I squint at the tree, and there's a tall, slender silhouette beneath a thicket nearby. Are they laughing at me? I walk towards the person, and they slow down to match my pace, and I speed up, but so do they, and they are intentionally maintaining their distance, and I can only see them from behind. What a strange person. And I finally reach the top of the mountain, and the view is breathtaking. And the rolling mountains, the wistful clouds, and the handsome young man in red and white uniform standing beneath a tree. How do you do? You're a beautiful lady who followed me all the way up here. I am doing well. I wasn't following you. We simply walked the same path. He chuckles and looks away sheepish and past it with an outstanding coincidence. I chose the steepest section of the mountain path and I dare you to share my preference. And were you truly not following me? I wasn't following you truly. I simply enjoy hiking. I often choose the walk to the steep mountain path. Oh, that's not something many ladies enjoy doing. I thought you were chasing me for fun. I think you were the one having some fun. And why do you maintain your distance? Were you waiting for me? Would it scare you if I admit I was? The young officer smiled, and his dark blue eyes sparkled like rippling water, and I can't help blushing. Why were you waiting for me? My original intention was to see if a young lady could make it to the end of this rugged mountain road. Then I became curious, and I wanted to meet this lady who was out of breath but refused to give up. And you're more beautiful than I imagined, and you're as graceful as a hound. I am stunned. The young officer coughed slightly, and a faint blush on his face. Please forgive my rudeness. I don't usually embellish. Well, he did call me a hound, which is a doggo. I'm as grateful as a bitch. I'm usually rather quiet. Your metaphor is unique. I like it. If I may satisfy my curiosity, could you tell me why you persevere to the end? I love hiking ever since I was a child. Every time I do, I give it my all. Because unpleasant thoughts in my mind when I reach the top of the mountain, and the sun shines brighter and the air is more refreshing. Can you feel it, the pleasure of standing in a vast open space? I spin around merrily, and the young officer smiles slightly, and there's a hint of bitterness in it. While the view from the top of a mountain may be pleasant, don't you think it's also a bit lonely? It's not easy to meet other hikers on the path up, and often only one hiker makes it to the end. Do you feel lonely now? A little, but fortunately I met you. I'm also glad to have met you. If you feel loneliness, then you reach the top of the mountain, look down. And when you see the wide, solid expanse of land, you may feel something different. Your words are simple but sensible, and why didn't I think of that before? My father and I like to discuss things when we hike at the home. I am Elizabeth of Posenholf, and most call me Cici. And how should I address you? I am Count Richard of Vienna. I am a soldier. You're here at the Archduke's invitation. You could say that. But I am not here for the salons. I come to hike and hunt. You also find salons unappealing. They never end, and all you can talk is about jewelry and weather. What a rarity, and I thought every young lady liked balls. I'd rather be outside enjoying nature instead of attending suffocating balls, especially when I'm sad. And are you in low spirits? I had something on my mind, but climbing the mountains made me feel better. I should learn how to relax from you. Richard sighs, and I notice that when he's not smiling, his expression is rather solemn. His lip is buttoned, and he truly is a serious person. Is there still something on your mind, and I could play the sitar for you? I play it for my father when he's unhappy, and his hiking has failed to lift his spirit. Yeah, it's like an instrument. I sit in the shade and play my sitar, and my fingers slightly across the strings pluck a melody. And a breeze blows gently, shaking the lush leaves, and a beam of sunlight illuminates Razor's face. He is as handsome as a Greek god, and his blue eyes are filled with emotion, and my heart begins to pound, and I stop playing. Your music is very relaxing, and thank you very much, Miss Elizabeth, or Cici if you prefer. You're welcome, and it's getting late and I must be going. If you don't mind, please allow me to accompany you. Richard and I walked down the mountain together, and we speak of many things along the way: poetry, music, history, philosophy. We walked slowly, not wanting to miss the scenery, and it's dusk when we reached the base. Cici, you're finally here. A handsome young man waves at me, and he's good looking and stylishly dressed. Carl Ludwig. His face is similar to what I remember, but it's also quite different. I expected you wouldn't recognize me. I have become exceptionally handsome. Why didn't you come find me when you arrived, Cici? And I was planning to take you to the mountains. You came early and with Cici. Artsy Carl's eyes widen, and in shock he points at the man behind me. Didn't Count Richard come here at your invitation? Count Richard, oh, ha, he's mine. I am Archduke Carl's adjutant, and I was supposed to arrive with him. Because I enjoy hiking, I came 2 days earlier, and this is likely why he's crazy surprised. Ah, yes, Count Richard is my adjutant. I am surprised indeed, very surprised. It's been so long, Carl, and I see you still up making faces when you speak. You're still so innocent, Cici. Carl winks at me like he's trying to tell me something, and I turn back to look at Count Richard. He's also looking at me. In the light of dusk, his somewhat severe expression looks much softer. Ah, this is a good place to leave it. I hope you have fun with me reading Time Princess. Bye. Alright, hello. Let me do the sound test. Alright, we are green. Will you play the fiddle for me again, beautiful lady? The afternoon sun shines generously, stinging my eyes with its brightness. I am lying under a tree, and a tall, straight figure appears before me. We finally meet again, and these last few days have been quite dull. And that's why we were talking about the Royal Theater in Vienna. I pick up the conversation from where we left off, but the figure is becoming more and more blurred, and it's beginning to drizzle. Hey, wake up! My cheeks feel hot, and I open my eyes, and I find myself lying under a tree and a French book beside me. It rained last night, and the leaves are still dripping wet, and a drop falls on my face, clearing my head instantly. I fell asleep while studying. Ada uses a handkerchief to gently wipe the water off my face, and she hastily hides it behind her back when she realizes I'm awake. You're finally up, and how do you fall asleep in the gardens in the middle of the day? Ida, it's you. Of course it's me. I'm your only study companion. Were you dreaming? Who do you see in your dreams? Let me guess, Carl Ludwig, and he paid a lot of attention to you these past few days. Or was it the Prince of Saxony, who comes every day and urges you to spend more time learning etiquette? No, neither of them. Then why is your face so red? No reason, it's because of the hot weather. I cover my face and quickly change the subject. Did you learn anything about your sister when you were in town yesterday? No, nothing, but I didn't expect to find anything so quickly. I'll try again tonight. But you need to quickly change for the ball tonight's ball. Remember to keep your eyes open. The Duchess is expecting you to bring home a fiancé. Please don't make fun of me either. The dance is held in the palace ballroom, and Nanny and I change into gorgeous gowns and we borrow from Bavaria. But we look quite plain beside the bejeweled princesses and the Viennese aristocrats. I do not understand why Artsy Car invited those people from the back country. Even their yachts are outdated. The show boys come from a girl standing nearby, and her name is Pauline von Metternich, and she is the granddaughter of the former prime minister. She is the de facto leader of the noble lady, and she spent these last few days laughing at me and Nanny. She even brought a little Hungarian maid with her, who spent all day globbering, and it's too much to frightening. I wonder if the maid has ever robbed anyone. Ada is my stunning companion. Do not slander her. I was not talking about you, Princess Elizabeth of Bavaria. You. Let's go to the garden, Cici. Nene touches my shoulder, and her bright gaze holds a gentle plea. True, Princess Helen is intelligent and sensible, but I must advise you. Don't think you can emerge on top or by simply winning the Countess' approval. Vienna does not welcome princesses whose blood is impure. You are nothing more than the youngest branch in the house of Westerwald, and your father is merely a poor duke. The Countess Esterhazy, she mentioned, is close friend to Archduchess Sophie, and almost every girl present yearns for her approval. I suggest you put aside your ambition of squeezing into the royal family, Helen. Pauline looks down at her nose at us, and she's quite irritating. How could she insult Nene like that? But Nene clearly doesn't want me to get into an argument with her, but should I? Nene has impeccable looks and bearing. She is worthy of any man in the world. Shame on you for boasting. Enough, Cici. If you have something to say to us in the future, Miss Metternich, you may come to me directly, and do not intentionally provoke my sister. Nene still wears a serene and perturbed smile, and Pauline scowls and leaves in a huff. Don't worry about me, Cici. If I go to Vienna, there will be many social events like this, and I will have to deal with even more taunting. Do you truly intend to go to Vienna, Nene? You haven't mentioned this before. It's a secret wish only, and it might not happen. I must go, Cici, and I have to speak to the Countess. Nene's cheeks flush a little red, and she is somewhat shyly. Nene looks like someone in Austrian royal family, and could it be? I shake my head, and I feel like I don't know Nene as well as I thought. An upbeat waltz music flows through the ballroom, and I look around, but I don't know what I'm searching for. What you're looking for, Cici, isn't me. Carl Lewin moves through the crowd and strides confidently towards me, and he's in the center of attention. No, I'm looking for. When I realize what I'm waiting for, I feel my heart skip a beat, and I get up my nerve and ask him. I've not seen you at Justin recently, and I was wondering. Him. He won't be here tonight. That's right, Conrad says he doesn't like these kinds of occasions. That may not be the case, and he stands with every lady in Vienna. I don't believe Conrad is that sort of person. I know him better than most, Cici. After all, he is my adjutant. But he's been busy with his official duties, and I imagine it will be difficult for you to see him again. I see. I look down and ask a man that I fiddle with my skirt. Let's not talk about him. May I have this dance, Cici? No, Carl. You know I can't dance, and I don't like to either. That's not a problem. I'll teach you, and I don't want you to stand here all alone looking silly. I like being in this corner on my own, and no one pays me any mind. This ball is not as simple an event as you think, Cici. Do you see Countess Esterhazy over there? In her eyes, etiquette is the only mark of character, and dancing is a skill every lady must master. I had a taste of her harsh words these past few days. An afternoon tea the first day, and she criticized my Bavarian accent and my poor French, and she said my hair looks like a wild horse mane. She's a close friend of my mother, and she's here to inspect the princess and noble ladies on her behalf. Only the girl who's received the Countess' approval can enter the royal family. I know, fortunately, she likes Nene very much. I can't help looking at Nene, and she's speaking with the hereditary prince of Tours and taxis, looking very poised. There are many charming ladies here, but Nene is undoubtedly the brightest jewel of them all. I wish I could be like Nene. I'm always so awkward at these things, and I don't share any hobbies with the others. I thought you didn't care for these occasions, and it seems young Cici has grown up. It's true I don't care about others' opinions, but I don't want to damage Nene's reputation with my clumsiness. It sounds like Nene's happiness is most important to you. But have you thought about your own future, Cici? Look, Sharptown Methodist is glaring at you, and she's a troublemaker, that one. And I will your clash with her when you come to Vienna again. I'm returning to Bavaria in a few days, and I don't think I'll have anything more to do with them. Do you not truly wish to come to Vienna, Cici? Why is everyone mentioning Vienna tonight? Of course not, I can barely adjust to Dresden. Archduke purses his lips like he's thinking of something, and he gives me this look often in the past few days. Well, Pausenhofen is in a good place, and I'm tired of Vienna as well. You mentioned in your letter that you want to go to Italy or Mexico. I'd like to go somewhere I can have more freedom and perhaps I'll go to West Bank or to Bavaria. Where would you like to go, Cici? Natalie, I go where you will go. Natalie, I hope you will go where you want to go. Ah, your answer has caused me to lose hope. Carlos at me with great eagerness, and I think I understand what he means. My hope is that we can be friends, Carl, like when we were children, and friends who write to each other more than anything. But we are no longer children, carefree children, Cici. For example, if I were to ask you to dance and you refuse, Countess Heatherhazy would know this and inform my mother. I'm sorry, Carl, and I lowered my head and I took Carl's shrugs and his face falling ever so slightly. It seems we'll not be able to dance today. But it's alright, I won't give up, and perhaps one day you'll change your mind. By the way, my adjutant, you don't know him at all. He's not as dapper as he appeared, and he's the most arrogant and least self-assured nuisance in the world. How can you speak badly of another behind their back? Because it's difficult for me to voice such offensive words to their face. And I'm with friends who teach each other everything, and I'm just letting you know. Oh, and I just remember that Brute asked me to tell you something. He wants to meet you in the gardens this evening. And why didn't you tell me earlier, Carl? Because I didn't want to, but it seems somehow it will occur whether I wanted to or not. And I'll see you in Vienna, Cici. The Archduke Carl's mouth and then turns to a lady beside me and asks her to dance. And I pick up my heavy skirt and fly to the garden, and a nearby familiar figure catches my eye. Ida Hessel's in a hurry, looking over her shoulder. Ida, where's she going? All right, she said that she was going to look around the evening, but she seems flustered. Should I catch up to her? I shouldn't keep conversing her waiting. Ida doesn't like it when I follow her anyway. I go to the garden and see the count, and I ask Ida when she returns. I pick up my way to the garden recess, and Richard is standing under a wisteria tree, and a bright smile on his face. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived, and I was taking a chance, and I wasn't sure Carl would deliver my message. Richard steps forward, and I noticed his shoulder is wet, and small droplets are falling from the leaves about him. Could Richard have been waiting longer than he says? Carl says you've been busy with your official duties, and why did you ask to meet me? I don't know. I don't quite well know, and maybe because you say you don't like balls, and I'm worried you will be unhappy. Or perhaps because I wish to hear you play the zither again. Or perhaps because I suddenly wish to see you. The moon is bright and I can see the twinkle in his eye. You could have met me at the ball. But I don't like those things either. Cause you're an excellent dancer and you dance with every high-born lady in Vienna. There are many ladies in Vienna, and how could I have danced with all of them? But I am quite a good dance partner, and would you like to try? Risa holds out a hand, and as his mouth widens, I nervously lift my hand, and the moment his fingertips touch his palm, a burning warmth spreads from my fingers to my heart. I wonder who Countess Elizabeth will pick tonight. Could it truly be the Princess Helen of Bavaria? How could the future Empress be chosen so quickly? And I imagine that she hasn't taken a shine to anyone yet. The ball has ended, and I quickly withdraw my hand. I have to go. I hold my skirt and rush back to my room, and my heart skips a bit, and I can't fall asleep all at night. Despite hardly sleeping last night, I awake early in the morning, and I still feel the one of Clarissa's fingers lingering in my palm, and I shake my head furiously and look out the window. A person in a familiar green dress rushes past, startling the light resting on the grass. It's done. Ada's going out again. And she was in a hurry last night as well. Did something happen? I should change quickly and follow her. I keep my distance from Ada, and we cross half the small town, and the neighborhoods become more and more dilapidated. And muddy roads, overpopulated shanty towns, and passage-by with sunken sheets and ice. Everything I see points to poverty. Destiny is supposed to be one of the most prosperous cities in Europe, and I didn't think such a place would exist here. I sigh, and Ada seems to sense my presence, and she looks around warily. Ada must be hiding from me, and that's what she lets her done, and I can't let her see me. I duck into an alley and hold my breath and back press against the wall. And the rosier tears and turn like spiderweb, and with a snort, Ada rushes into another alley. And she's moving faster now, and I rush to catch up but run into a wall. You, and what are you doing here? I run the tip of my nose dejectedly, and Count Razor is standing before me. I am doing my job. And why are you in the slum? I'm looking for a friend. I lost her because of you. The alley is empty behind Count Razor, and there's no sign of either. Your friend is Hungarian, and it looks like you were hiding from her. Many Hungarian refugees gather here in this chaotic place, and please leave quickly and spend less time with this friend in the future. Reason not kidding. I remember he's an Austrian officer with a natural hostility towards Hungarians. Ada is my friend and study companion, and as you surmise, she's Hungarian, and I will not stop spending my time with her. Austria, Hungarian, Bavaria, we are all God's people. Hungarian refugees commit all manner of crime, arson, murder, looting. They gather in dirty alleys and claim them as their territory, and the locals prefer to take detours rather than walk through them. Your Hungarian friend may have blood on her hands as well. As a soldier, I know you have your own code of conduct and discernment, but I prefer to trust what I have seen with my own eyes. When Ada is with me, she is simply a girl who misses her home. And perhaps there are evil people among the refugees, but if the scope of death penalty had not been expanded so much, would there be so many refugees? They were part of a rebellion, and they must be severely punished. Things are becoming tenser across Europe, and Prussia is on the move. And I'm afraid the Austrian Empire will fall into even more chaos if Hungary continues making trouble. I know little of politics, but I do not think you can blame all of this on the people. You think it is the fault of the royal family or His Imperial Majesty? Richard's voice is still as kind and calm as always, but I see disappointment in his eyes. The army sees the emperor as a holy figure, and have I attacked his faith? No. I dare not presume whose fault it is. The ladies of Vienna say Hungarians are brutal and ignorant, but I never seen that. My tutor is also Hungarian, and he's a knowledgeable and humorous. If you meet him, I'm sure you would enjoy his company very much. No, this is all the emperor's fault. It is despicable to execute those who have already surrendered, and it is the sacred duty of a monarch to work for the good of the people. He cannot absolve himself of the blame for throwing this country into turmoil. Reza suddenly raises his voice in a hurry to cover his mouth. You can't say that. It's a crime to say that in Vienna, and you're a soldier. A warm breath brushes in my palm, and the same heat from last night spreads to my body, and without thinking, I withdraw my hand. Reza's pinched brow seems to slowly relax, and there's a slight smile on his lips. Are you worried about me? Yes, and my mother always tells me to be careful what I say. Thank you, and very few express their worry for me so frankly. But don't worry, the Emperor is not an unreasonable man who abuses the death penalty. Though we are relatives, I feel the Emperor is unreachable. I do not know what sort of person he is. He requested some on death row to be pardoned, but his proposal was scorned by many of the ministers and generals, who thought it would only make the royal family look weak, and the young emperor may also have troubles he cannot speak of. It sounds like you're very close to the emperor. Archduke never mentioned the Emperor's troubles to me before, and he often mentioned his imperial brother in his letters, but the Emperor is a powerful and unreachable person. Does his imperial majesty also have commonplace worries like we do? I am lost in thought, and I see a green figure rush into the store in the recess of an alley. Ah, I see my friend. I hurry after Ada, who's walking to an unremarkable pawn shop. And what does she hide this trip to the pawn shop from me? It appears your study companion intends to line her pockets without you knowing. I wonder if she's rushing to see all your belongings. And as we're speaking, Ada exits the pawn shop and runs to the end of the alley. And should I? Ada treats others honestly, and she will never do anything like that. I know there are good and bad people everywhere, but I don't think we can trust Hungarians. Come with me and learn the truth. I hope she doesn't disappoint you. Risa and I walk in Ada's direction, and we find her again, and I'm stunned by what I see. Ada holds a large basket of bread, and she's surrounded by a group of ragged, unkempt children. The children push past each other, and their eyes fill with longing, and their hands reach eagerly for the bread in Ida's basket. And I used to go to the poor villages with Nene to distribute food, but I never seen so many hungry children before. Ida found those items to give food to the starving children. The emperor should see this, and Hungary doing her utmost to help her people. I will inform the emperor of what I saw today, and certainly he will be deeply touched. Risa gazes solemnly at the children reaching for the bread. The children shouting raises a question. Ada has no possession of any real value. What did she pawn? I think the only thing of value she has is I run back to the pawn shop and Crown Risa quickly follows. When the pawn shop owner places the pistol Ada has always had on her person in the counter, I feel many emotions. Just as I thought. When the girl found this pistol, her green eyes were as wet as the moss after rain, and I advised her not to pawn it if it was so valuable to her. But she cleared and slammed the pistol down, and she said, "You can only have hope if you're alive. This pistol is very valuable to my friend. May I reclaim it?" "Certainly, I'm just a businessman." I reach into my coat pocket, but there's nothing in it. "This is a rare pistol, miss. If you wish to reclaim it, you must act quickly." "I must have left my purse behind when I changed, and what should I do?" "I forgot to bring my purse, and could you lend me some money, Comrade Razor, and I will pay you back as soon as we return to the palace." I never slip by my lip, and Carissa has been quite hostile towards Ada. "I will pay for this, and I shouldn't have judged your friend so quickly." He hands the pawn shop owner some coins, and I sincerely ask you and your friend for your forgiveness. Despite his prejudice against Honduras, Count Wizard is an obliging, generous gentleman. Thank you, Count Wizard. Let's go find out. I hope she hasn't finished distributing the bread yet. It's not a problem, and we must walk quickly, and there must be something else we must buy. Rachel and I hurried back to where we saw Ida, and she and the children are still there, so I said with relief, "I finally found you, Ida." "Cici, what are you doing here? Have you been following me? And you brought a Hungarian officer with you. Am I being arrested?" "I'm sorry, Ida. I was just worried about you. And this is Count Rizzer. We happened to run into each other. And don't worry, he's my friend." "And what does this officer want from me?" "Does an Austrian officer have nothing better to do than wander through a Hungarian slum?" "My purpose is the same as yours." Rizzer opens the bag in his hand, and a sweet aroma of pancake walks into the air. And the bag is filled with Kaiser Schmarrn he just bought. He tries handing it to the children in front, but they walk away terrified. The children's parents were arrested for minor offenses, and they live on the streets now. I met a child yesterday when I arrived, and I discovered a large group of children living here. And some are Hungarian, some are Austrian, and some Bohemians, but they are all the same. But they are the emperor's people. And what they fear most, however, is men in uniform, because when a soldier came knocking on the door, they lost their parents. My father told me about an illiterate couple. They handed out some leaflets in exchange for bread, and now they face 30 years of imprisonment. Their 3 children were forced onto the street. It's severe punishment, the only way to deal with things like this. This will change one day, I promise you. Reese squats down and waves at the shooter, and he obviously has little experience with shooting, and they're frightened by his serious expression. Come, shooter, do not fear. I bend down and gesture to them gently, and a little girl stumbles to the crowd and takes a Kaiser charm from Rizzer. She takes it cautiously and stares at Rizzer and me dumbly, and then begins wolfing it down. Don't eat so quickly, we have enough for everyone. Rizzer pats the girl's head, and the corners of his mouth rise, and his smile is gentle. The children are no longer cautious, and the cheer that they're celebrating Christmas instantly surround Rizzer. Huh, he's pretending. Not every officer is the same, mother. Count Rizzer is not only a soldier, but also a true gentleman, and he did us a favor. He reclaimed this very precious item on your behalf. I take the pistol from the bag and hand it to Ida. Ida takes her pistol, and her eyes fill with joy, but she suppresses it and gives it a light cough. You're far too nosy. I don't know who gave it to you, but I know it's very precious to you. If you run into trouble again, please don't forget that I am your friend. I then rubs the pattern on the gun stock and her voice softening. My late father left me this, one for me and one for my sister. I'll pay you back. Ada gives Risa an exaggerated glare, and I can stop myself from looking at Count Risa either, and he's standing straight as a soldier and a soft reverent look on his face, and the midday sun shines on his cultured face and it's dazzling. Perhaps things will really change, like he said. If I had the chance to meet my emperor cousin one day, I'll make sure to speak with him. On a holiday, our holiday dress comes to the end in the blink of an eye. The carriage to Poseidon has been prepared, and my mother and Nene and I will ride home. You will never know how happy I was to see you, Cici. I apologize for being too busy to receiving the guests to take you on a scenic tour, and my manners are abysmal. What are you saying, Carl? I hiked a mountain, attended a ball, and went to the slums, encountered a world I had never seen before, and men come with though I haven't seen him these last few days. Thank you for the invitation. I had a wonderful, memorable trip. I glanced behind Artsy car, but Conrad isn't there today either. I guess I'm not the one who left an impression on you. Conrad has returned to Vienna, Cici. Do not obsess with him. He prefers to leave without saying goodbye. I am not. The Conrad leaves so suddenly because he had work to do. You'll see each other again soon, perhaps sooner than you think. I returned to a life free of socializing, but it's not as carefree as it once was. I've been tossed from a fairy tale world of Posenhof into the real world overnight, and I'm confused and upset by everything. Ida fails to learn her sister's whereabouts in Dresden, so she returns sullen and unhappy. I want to ask our carriage driver to inquire about as he travels from time to time, but Ida refuses to volunteer more information about Melinda. Early in the morning, I go downstairs and I see Ida clutching a newspaper. What are you reading, Ida? Is there anything interesting news? Father's column was stopped, and so the paper only publishes superficial essays and shallow prose, and there's nothing good to read. I notice Ida's eyes are a little red, and her lips are trembling slightly when I get closer. What's the matter, Ida? Ida's staring at a headline in the newspaper, and I follow her line of sight to see what she's reading. 6 Austrian newspapers were found to have violated censorship measures, and 112 were caught in a raid, including 18 Kossuth insurgents from Hungary, and they are currently being held in Vienna and will face execution in Austria. Newspaper, people forget right that like people used to get executed publicly for like writing newspaper that went against the government. Well, it still kind of happens in certain countries, but whatever. It's just the type of world we live in. I must go to Vienna. The people who were arrested, one of them could be my sister. Ida, are you certain? There are no lists of names, and what makes you think Melinda is one of those arrested? Could she really be? Maybe this is why Ida is hesitant to let me help her search for Melinda. I speculate wildly, but I dare not say anything aloud. Lajos Kosun, the last time I heard that name was in Innsbruck. Aunt Sophie, who is otherwise polite, frequently curses the man, and she despises the Hungarians who began the unrest that changed everything. My sister has always been involved with the revolution. We originally planned to go into exile in France, but my sister left without me, leaving only a letter. She said if everyone leaves, there will be no one left to remember our suffering. She wanted to go to Asia and start an underground newspaper for the voices of the people and to get the attention of the royal family. I never met Melinda, but she's becoming ever clearer in my mind. I think what she's done is Melinda's truly an amazing person, and she still had the conviction to make a choice like this in a terrible situation. Yes, she is an amazing person. Ada straightened slightly, and determination and stubbornness obvious in her eyes. I'm going to Vienna. I am going to find her. And I have many companions in Vienna, so don't worry. No, Ida. There's too much you don't know about the situation, and you'll only be putting yourself in danger by going to Vienna alone. I promise to help you find your sister, and please believe me. No, to tell you the truth, you can't help me at all. If my sister Amanda's arrested, are you going to ask the Count or Archduke Karl to pardon her? Even if my sister is not among them, the ones who go to the gallows will certainly be my kin and family. Individual absolution means nothing to us. Perhaps I can speak with His Imperial Majesty. Count Reza said he's not an unreasonable man. Our Emperor spends a great deal on the military every year to watch over the citizens' every word and deed. But his people are starving, and even more absurd, he agreed to our demands, but then betrayed us after receiving help from Russia. Maybe that can change, Ida. Change. And when we're still at home, Melinda tries to address the Emperor with her articles, but he crushes us time and time again. We hope the young Emperor will be more open-minded, but he's proven to be no different than Metternich. I remember like in the HBO series about Princess Cici, the reason why the crown is like very hostile and stuff is why the king is like very hostile on rebel is because he has a scar on his neck that he got like very close to like dying in like an assassination attempt. So then he's not taking any chances. So then it's like hyper repression because he'd be like, I'm not ending up like Marie Antoinette and the King of France. I'm not getting decapitated. But we made an agreement. Enough, you're not obligated to help me, Elizabeth. I won't involve you. Ida clenches her fist in indignation and her eyes full of hatred, and she runs upstairs. Can such hatred ever be resolved? And perhaps only Mr. Malaya has the answer. I write to Tanya and fly to Mr. Malaya's house. Mr. Malaya's home is filled with a scent of books and paper, and I feel at peace when I come here. What's the matter, my young Cici? You look so pale. I've been thinking about something I never thought about before, Mr. Malaya. And what's making you distressed, so Cici? I tell Mr. Malaya about my experiences in dressing and what Ada has told me. I love Ida's straightforwardness and kindness, and I admire her sister very much. But I think Carissa is a gentleman of good character, and he has a point. Why do they hate each other? Our young Cici is growing up, and you're beginning to ponder the questions even philosophers struggle to answer. You believe Ada and this new friend of yours are equally good people? Yes, they are. Even though one is a powerful Austrian officer and the other a Hungarian refugee of unknown origin. And I never see Mr. Malaya's somewhat cloudy eyes light up with laughter. His grace has raised a very good daughter. It is very rare for one to believe everyone is equal, but even a group of people do not deserve the same rights breeds hatred, but it also comes from hatred. My father told me the revolutionaries are fighting the nobility for equal rights. 5 years ago, the royal family was pressured to accept the revolutionaries' demand in order to save their throne. But while everyone cheered the success, the royal family executed many. The people stopped trusting them, and frequent unrest forced the royal family to spend heavily on the military and impose martial law to maintain order. Perhaps the emperor has his own troubles, and I blindly echo what Rizzo once said, and Mr. Malay looks at the flickering candle and sighs heavily. Your friend is correct. The Austrian Empire suffers both internal and external strife, and it has long been at the center of a storm. And once the people's faith in the royal family wavers, a vast empire can fall at any moment. Even Hungarians who oppose Austrian royalty may suffer more as a result. And I'm surprised at Mr. Malay, and he also Hungarian, and yet he and I have different opinions about the royal family. Do you think it's out of me, a Hungarian, to say such things? Comments like that made me lose my place in my country. Regardless, I still maintain my belief that no reform can be accomplished overnight, and I wish there was less bloodshed and sacrifice. Do you know what is happening, Mr. Malay? I dreamed of it for years, to the bridge Austro-Hungarian divide and build a peaceful empire of two equal kingdoms. Could you tell me more about it? It's too early for that. Mr. Malay shakes his head smiling, and he pulls a notebook over the shelf and hands it to me. Read these notes again. The burden of changing the royal family may fall on yours or Helen's shoulder one day. I accept the book solemnly, and it's Mr. Malay's handwritten lecture notes on the history of the Austrian Empire and the main context of this lesson. I don't understand how the burden of changing the royal family could fall to me, Mr. Malay. The royal family of Saxony recently rejected an Austrian marriage proposal to the young Saxon princess, but I suspect Archduchess Sophie's heart is just set on producing a German princess for the emperor. While that hope is more likely to fall on Helen, you and your sister are equally intelligent and generous. I hope you will be the bridge and peace between Austria and Hungary one day. Mr. Malay. I want to ask more, but Mr. Malay says he's tired and tells me to go home and study. I return home puzzled, and Mother and Nanny are sitting side by side on the couch reading a letter, and her face is lit with joy. Did Father write? Of course not. Mark's letters never contain such good news. Then whose letter has made you and Nanny so happy? We are going to Bad Isk, Cici. Nene grasps my hand joyfully, and it's the first time I see my sister so happy. Bad East. And did we just return from the restaurant? Yes, we did. But your Auntie Sophie couldn't wait to invite Nene to Bad East to attend His Imperial Majesty's birthday celebration. How strange, and I thought Aunt Sophie disliked us. She dislikes Max, not Nene. His Imperial Majesty is an adult now, and Sophie must consider more long-term matters for him. It seems Nene earned the favor of Count Esterhazy when we were in Dresden, and Mother gives Nene an appreciative smile. And Nene has quickly suppressed a smile on her face, and she is sitting quietly, and her lips curl just the right way. You flatter me, Mother. And seeing my sister's shy face, I think of Mr. Malay's word, and my heart begins to pound. Is Nene going to be the Empress of Austria? And will you come with me and Mother to Bath East, Cici? And I need your company. Is it rare to see my sister so happy? I'm about to reply when I glimpse Ida ducking behind the door of the hall. Bath East is close to Vienna, and it's a good opportunity to help Ida search for her sister. But do I risk endangering Nene if I do? Do you want to go, Cici? Don't worry, I won't force you to any social event except for the cousin Fran's birthday celebration. Should I suggest bringing Ida? Of course, I'll accompany you to Bath East, Nene, and may Ida come to the trip. And there might be news of her kinfolk there. But this is for His Imperial Majesty's birthday celebration, and Ada may not be a suitable guest. I promise Ada and I will listen to you and Mother's every direction and not cause any trouble. Absolutely not. I do not consent. It doesn't matter how you live your life here, Cici, but this is too important for your sister. It would be a disaster if I were to accept your Aunt Sophie. Your Aunt Sophie has always stood on ceremony and you weren't even invited. Nene and I decided to bring you because I believe the experience will do you good. My mother scolds me endlessly, and Nene shakes her head helplessly, seeing another day that I remain silent. I guess I had to think of something else, and will I have the chance to speak to the Emperor if I meet him on this trip? What is he like, this young Emperor of our country? Mother and I prepare 6 large strands of clothing and jewelry for a trip to Paris. And this gives me an idea of how to bring Ida along. I could hide Ida in one of the trunks, but the Emperor himself will be in Paris and the security will be tighter than in other places, and bringing Ida may lead to disaster. It's time to change, Miss Elizabeth. Ida stands before me, her eyes are downcast, but she's unusually calm. She hasn't mentioned Melinda to me, and since she's changed the way she addresses me, this doesn't feel right, and will Ida run off to Vienna on her own, and I will. I have come up with an idea, Ida, and it may cause you some discomfort. I will draw the coachman's attention in a moment, and you can hide the opportunity to hide in one of the trunks, and we can travel to Box East together. The Duchess will be furious if she finds out. Don't worry, while Mother is often sharp with me, she loves me very much. Do you know what a great disturbance we'll have if we discover you brought a Hungarian vagrant to the Emperor's party? I know, and frankly, that's exactly why I hesitated to say. I want to help you, Ida, but this trip could determine Nene's future. So please promise me that you won't act rashly while we're in Batch East and that you'll listen to me. It's risky either way. Are you sure you thought this through? I look into Ida's sea green eyes and nod suddenly. I promise you. What a naive little lady. Ida clutches her shoulder and gives a soft grunt and her eyes flash with a light smile. Don't worry. When we arrive in Paris, I won't cause you any trouble, and please hurry and change so you can leave. After the days of traveling, we're only a few miles away from Paris, and my mother, who's been quiet the whole trip, finally speaks. You do not want to dress so casually in Paris, Cici. And why did we bring so much luggage on this trip, Mother? This is hardly enough. If your father went so terrible with money, I would have added a few more boxes of jewelry. There's no need, Mother. You bought so many. This is for your future, Nene. And I refuse to let those Viennese women laugh at us again, calling us a beggar family. Will there be many people there, Mother? I wonder if Count Rizzo will be in Paris. Naturally, this is His Imperial Majesty's birthday after all, and every royal noble has come to celebrate, and everyone's come to see who will be the future Empress of Austrian Empire. Mother looks meaningfully at Nene, who ducks her head and looks shyly at her toes. Do you love the Emperor, Nene? I've been worried about this for days, and Nene never spoke about the Emperor before. What are you talking about, Cici? Franz is young and handsome and powerful, and he's the most popular man in all of Vienna. No, in all of Europe, and what girl wouldn't love him? Of course, her Nene is quite respectable as well, and she instantly caught the eye of Count Esterhazy. I know Nene and His Imperial Majesty are a good match, but still, do you love him, Nene? Father says we should marry for love. Don't worry, Cici, I know what I want very well. I want to be queen. Nene gives a gentle smile, and sunlight spills through the window and onto her face in subtle and soft, yet bright and brilliant. You ought to worry more about yourself, Cici. I thought you settled matters with Arthur Carl back in Destin, but I've not heard a word about it. And if you and Nene both marry into the royal family, you can take care of each other. I don't love Carl, Mother. Where can you find a truly desirable partner? Loving each other is all well and good, but you could end up alone in an ideal marriage. You must stop being so picky, Cici. Mother prattled on. Luckily, the ranting carriage makes her drowsy, and she soon falls asleep. Thank you for your concern, Cici. Only you asked me if I love the Emperor. I hope you marry someone who makes you truly happy, Nanny. We cannot directly disobey the Emperor's mother, but we could telegram Father now, and he will surely have a solution. To tell you the truth, Cici, I have admired His Imperial Majesty for many years, and I already know the answers as to Nene's shy expression, but such a straightforward confession still makes my eyes water. I'm sorry, I considered you a child until now, and I didn't want to make you worry. And that year in Eastburg, I snuck out to the city walls and encountered Cousin Frank, and in his well-ironed uniform sitting on top of the black stallion and holding his golden sword aloft, and he's so youthful and dignified. Any girl who sees a young man as handsome as Alice could not help falling in love with him. A few touches of adoration appear in Nene's gaze, and my mind fills with a vision. A man in uniform, holding a sword aloft, walking calmly determined into the smoke, and he's standing round and his demeanor serious. Why did I think of Count Richard? And probably because he's the most handsome man I have ever seen in a military uniform. Why is your face red, Cici? Oh, it's not. I shake my head and I want to change the subject, but the carriage lodges violently and saves me the trouble. A frightened horse neighs and the coachman shouts and Mother waits instantly. And what's going on? Keep an eye on Mother, Nene. I'm going out to see. I pull back the carriage curtain and the coachman is nowhere to be seen, and the frightened horse pulls the mountain wildly along the mountain road. And the path is narrow with a straight steep mountain on the side and a sheer bottomless cliff on the other side. And I leap onto the horse and close the reins and do my best to slow it down. That's a good horse. Whoa, whoa. And I managed to run steady the carriage, but a large rock rumbled down the side of the mountain. The wagon ahead of us is smashed by a rock and the driver is thrown to the ground. No. I look at several silhouettes run away to the top of the mountain. This was deliberate. If I don't calm down, Mother and Nene will be doomed. And I force myself to focus on the way, and I carefully guide the carriage to avoid the falling rocks. And another rock falls from the sky, and it lands only 20 meters away from me. The horse panics again and rushes towards the cliff. Oh no, I must protect Mother and Nene. And I pull on the reins as calm as I can, and the horse neighs and rears in the back hooves in nick time, and the carriage balances precariously on the edge of the cliff. And with a sudden stop, I am thrown off. Mother, Nene! And my hands clutch the edge of the cliff, and my feet dangle in the empty air. And the valley opens its mouth greedily like a god of death waiting for me to fall. Mother, Nene, help me! I can't hold on much longer. And rocks continue to fall in like rain, and a familiar figure races across the cliff. Ida, that's Ida. Yes, Ida was hiding in the trunk of the carriage. Give me your hand. Ida kneels at the edge of the cliff and frantically reaching for me. And I grip Ida's hand, but a rock hits her, and as I clamber back up, Ida, I'm alright, don't let go. And blood drips from her Ida's finger, and she's turned pale but clutches my hand tightly. And she uses all of her strength to pull me back up. Several dark figures rush at us, shouting, "For Coulson!" And Ada raises her pistol and fires at the sky. Bang! And the strangers quickly flee. Are you alright, Ida? I reach out to support her, and my heart is racing, and her legs and shoulders are soaked in blood, and her injuries are more severe than I thought. Ida, dear Ida. Ida didn't dodge her falling rock because she was trying to save me. And how could you rush over with no regard to your own safety and you put yourself in danger? Don't be so easily moved. It's just a small injury, it won't kill me. Ida smiles at me and blinks twice and passes out in my arms. And I help my mother and Nene climb out of the overturned carriage, and they thankfully suffered only minor injury. And I quickly bandage Ida's wound and lay her in the carriage to rest, and a nearby farmer hears the commotion and comes to help, and shaking his head and sighing, he helps us pack our belongings. Aye, you're not the first convoy to be robbed. Robbed? Those Hungarian exiles have been waiting on the cliffs, and they attack passing convoys with rocks so they can rob them. Those blasted villains, and where in the world did they come from? How could there be so many refugees with all the strict regulations? Who knows? The Emperor's birthday is soon, and the nation is descending into chaos. and I had the people of Hungary, Bohemia, and Lombardy and Venice went to overthrow the emperor. And if war befell common folk like us would suffer, and we sent the farmer for his help and finished checking on our belongings, and with fear lingering in our hearts, we press on to God's east. What a day! Thank God the coachman only suffered minor injuries, and those rebels are positively abominable. Almost all our gowns and jewelry have fallen off the cliff, and there's only one trunk left. And Nene must have done several balls in barracks. We should be grateful no one has seriously hurt, Mother. And the rest is unimportant, and we can prepare suitable gowns when we arrive to barracks. And thank God you were not seriously hurt, and those Hungarians are utterly mad. And when we reach Bakis, we must demand the Emperor punish them. We were attacked by a small group of Hungarians, Mother. They don't represent everyone. And Ada saved us. I had to properly thank her. And I greatly admire the girl's courage. And why was she here? Was she following us to Bagay? And does she have an ulterior motive? Mother, I let Ida have the trunks. She's searching for her love. I can guarantee that your Aunt Sophie won't like this wild Hungarian girl at all. Allow her to rest until we reach Bagay. But you must also keep her in check and do not let her offend the Empress, Mother, and it's best not to let her go out. I promise it won't ruin your plans, Mother, but we can't watch Ida like a prisoner. All Hungarian refugees are criminals in the eyes of Empress Mother, Cici. What relative is she looking for? And why is Ida risking travel to Bagris to search for her? And you are far too reckless, Cici. Mother stares at me and I don't say anything, and Mother waves her hand in exasperation. Never mind, I don't know how many of these sorts of things Matt has done without my knowledge. And I know you have your own beliefs, but I only want my children to be safe and healthy. But what are we going to do if the whole world descends into chaos? Don't worry, Cici, I'm here. No matter what treacherous the ways may be, it is difficult to sink a giant ship. A free bird in the sky. And I will be your haven when you need rest, Cici. Nana gently embraces me and passes me on my back. And Mother does not scold me like usual, and she only looks worried out the window. And the sky is full of dark clouds, and a storm is coming. We arrive at the summer palace in Paris in the afternoon after a bumpy ride. And our so-called recessor is surprised by what happened, and he calls for a doctor to see everyone's injuries. Ida is the most seriously wounded, and the doctor says it's not critical, but I stay by her side until she wakes. Alright, he's already said I won't die. And don't cry. I was so worried, Ida, and thank goodness the doctor said your leg will heal fully after some rest. Whipping is far more brutal than this. Whipping is far more brutal than this. However, those people, they are absolutely horrible. Ada lowers her gaze and she bites her lip hatefully and clenches her hands into fists. Even if they are my people, I won't defend them. I know they don't represent all Hungarians, Ida. Hurting passenger bites is absolutely despicable. And you don't have to send me, and let's call it even. And don't you have an audience with Empress Mother? Or are you watching because you're worried I am with those rebels? Iris is granted and covers her face with a blanket, and she continues speaking from that position. Watch out so you don't look so disheveled, and I heard the Empress Mother is mean and spiteful of witch. Despite her barbs, Ada is truly a caring girl. And a maid calls for me from the outside room, and I hastily choose my most dignified dress from the remaining suitcase. This is only the Emperor's summer palace, but it's still magnificently decorated, and I hurry to the banquet hall after getting directions from the maid. I apologize for my tardiness, Aunt Sophie. I cursed to the woman seated on the throne, but she looks like a mother, but her expression is far more dignified. Nene and Mother are already there, and Mother frowns when Nene shakes her head. Arthur Cross stands beside the Empress Mother and winks at me, and his mouth playful. Who is this tardy girl who cannot curtsy properly? Ah, it's your younger daughter, Elizabeth Ludovica. Mother forces an uneasy smile at the Archduchess. I am sorry, Aunt Sophie, I didn't mean to be late. We were attacked by bandits on our way here, and my study companion was injured, and I was caring for her. I see, you believe caring for your study companion is more important than meeting with the Empress Mother. She was very badly hurt. Enough. Please forgive your grace. It was my fault for raising such a reckless, ill-mannered girl. Apologize to the Empress Mother immediately, Cici. Mother's face has gone pale and her forehead beads with sweat. Why is Mother so afraid of Aunt Sophie? I didn't do anything wrong, I should. Let's push our luck. I didn't do anything wrong, Mother. If you're angry at my tardiness, Aunt Sophie, I will apologize again, but I do not intend to be rude, and I was worried about my friend, and I waited for her to wait before rushing here. Your friend, you think it's an honor to associate with a lower classes just like your father. What a disgrace to the royal family. There's nothing shameful about befriending commoners. Cici, it seems you have the same wild personality. And address me properly and don't call me aunt. The Empress Mother gives a cold, disdainful smile, and Nene steps forward and performs a perfect curtsy. Your Grace, please forgive our impoliteness. Cici was injured while protecting us, and she did not wish to offend you by appearing before you dirty, and she went to wash up and was late. You also went to wash up first, Nene, and yet you made it to the hall on time. Cici is young, and she was shocked by today's event, and she was slightly careless with her choice of words. I feel my duties as her sister by not reminding her of her etiquette, and I ask for your forgiveness. By etiquette, it means that like the only if you're not ass kissing the queen, the Empress Mother, then you're not then you're not doing etiquette, right? Cause they don't wanna have like a real conversation with you. They just wanna like hear themselves talk while everyone applauds their terrible decision, as it is the way of anyone in power. Nene, this has nothing to do with you, Cici. Mother, it was my fault. And I played at your con Cici and told her you would not arrive for another half an hour. Carl never said that to me. And I'm about to say that, but Archduke Carl puts a finger on his lip when the Archduchess isn't looking. When she glances sideways at him, he immediately pulls a woe-begone face. If you must punish someone, punish me, Mother. No, this is my fault for not raising her well. Alright, I know this is not your fault, Ludovica. Her eyes look like your mad husband, and I am certain she must be a handful. Fortunately, you have raised your other daughter very well. The Empress Mother smiles at Nene, and her now amicable attitude is drastically different. You may call me Aunt Sophie in private, Nene, and it's more affectionate. Were you hurt? Thank you for your concern, and I was barely injured. Cici saved us. Those rebels are getting out of hand. I should have demanded Radensky capture every single Hungarian when all this began. And where's the Emperor? He received a letter from the Russian Tsar, and he's likely in his study reading it. He cannot be weak and merciful at this time, and he must execute every single Hungarian in prison. Your Grace. Nene clasped my hand tightly and stopped me from speaking. Enough, I am tired. Come with me to the gardens, Nene and Ludovica, and we will sup together later. Since you are injured, Elizabeth, you should rest. Nene follows the Empress Mother respectfully, and she still has a gentle smile on her face, but she seems like more of a stranger than before. Like that's why like the mother of the Cici's word is like afraid, cause like that Empress Queen like is getting a bunch of people executed. And who knows if she has even executed family members for like getting along with Hungarians. Don't sulk, let's go for a walk. And there's a beautiful lake behind the palace, like the one in Posenhofen, and let me show you. I follow Carl out of the banquet hall and find Count Razor standing at the other end of the corridor, and he's speaking to another man in a military uniform in a low voice. He stands up straight, and with a stern, sharp look, he gives off an air of oppression that makes it hard for one to approach him. Count Razor? Count Razor hears my murmur, and he looks at me, somewhat surprised, and walks quickly towards us. I heard you were attacked on your journey here, Cici. Are you alright? And were you hurt? And are you suffering from any shock? Conrad asked me many questions, and his worry is obvious. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Ida and the coachman were slightly injured. Conrad takes a closer look at me, and after ensuring I'm alright, he pulls away and immediately returns to his usual calm self. Good. Should you not be in the Emperor's study, busy man? I finished my duties for now, but yes, that's right. His Imperial Majesty has asked you to go to his study. His Imperial Majesty wants me to go to his study? Yes, right now, immediately. But I was talking to Cici. I was taking Cici to the lake. The Emperor has summoned you, Carl. You should go quickly and don't worry about me. I'll walk on my own. I will accompany you, Cici, to the lake. Arthur Carl stares at Count Razor and his expression out, and he lifts his hand stiffly and points at Razor. You are not going to the Emperor's You are not going to the Emperor's study. His Imperial Majesty asked only for you. And I'm finished with my duties for the day, and it's my hour of rest. Let's go, Cici. Khan raises his mouth and gives a soundless laugh, and the stern air he has melted away in an instant. Just what sort of person is Khan Razor? A liar. When I can dwell on it no Before I can dwell on it further, I automatically walk beside Khan Razor. Paris scenery is beautiful as Carl said, and the clear lake reflects the blue sky and the white clouds like a mirror to the heavens. You looked troubled when I saw you, and is there something on your mind? It's nothing, I'm just tired from my journey. Didn't the Empress mother say something? To tell her, but how do you know? She always values rules and etiquette, so she may dislike you somewhat. But don't worry, Donash. You are kind and warm, and she will come to like you. I don't know any mother-in-law that likes anyone. Hey, it doesn't matter if the Archduchess likes me or not. It's enough that she likes Nene. I do wish she would be more generous and open-minded, though, and I wish she would judge my father less harshly. The Empress Mother has encountered many challenges throughout her life, and that have required her to be stepped very carefully. Her policies tend to be conservative because of that. This causes more conflicts with your father, but she has never made things difficult for the Duke in Bavaria. She wants the Emperor to execute all Hungarians in prison. Ah, so this is why you're so troubled. You only just escaped danger yourself, and you're already thinking of how to pardon the rebels. I wonder, were they all really Hungarians? And why would they do such a thing? I just received word that 7 men who attacked you have been arrested, and they are indeed Hungarian. I feel like there's something strange about this. The Emperor's birthday is almost upon us, and regulations have never been so strict. And how could Hungarian refugees pass through every checkpoint and arrive here as a group? That's a good question for the Emperor to ponder. Sounds like a trap. And if they were exiled, why would they not have fled to France or England? They gathered nearby East and likely to the Emperor's birthday, and why attack passenger-bys at a cliff? After intentionally hurting people, why would they shout for Corson and expose their identities? You analyze this fast quickly. Maybe they were like regular people pretending to be Hungarians to like make the Hungarians look bad. Do you think the Emperor has not thought of this? And Congress lowers his head and his deep eyes are full of melancholy, belonging to someone much older. No, he must have, and he won't order them all executed, right? And why do you think these people act this way, Cici? I'm not sure. And I read the 12 points of Hungarian Revolutionary, and if they truly exile Hungarians, they're only trying to get royal family to agree to their terms. But attacking passing was one draw the royal family's attention is the one even earned them sympathy from other commoners. I'm at a loss, and Estella Conversa who remained silent, and he nods slightly and beckoned me to go on. This will only provoke a war, which will hurt them even further. Do you suspect this was done by the royal family? No, not when the Emperor's birthday party is also. Even if His Imperial Majesty wishes to use such an incident to provoke war, he will not choose a time like this. So, whoever did this wants to cause a war between Austria and Hungary, and he also wants to show the Emperor that His Imperial Majesty's kingdom he can do whatever he wants. So they're like trying, who could that be? And these are educated guesses at best. And you need not worry, Cici. The Emperor has given me full authority over this matter, and no matter who's behind this, I will make them pay. So yeah, so it's just like trying to instigate an outside force like trying to instigate like a civil war between Hungary and Austria. So then once they exhaust themselves with the infighting, they can come in there and take over or something like that. Must be the work of an enemy stand. Conreza gets grip on his sword belt, on his belt, and the look on his eyes sharpens, showing the determination unique to soldier. Who tried to kill us? Perhaps we are just pawns to force or tempt the Emperor into declaring war on Hungary. It's a bracing summer day, but I feel a biting chill. If Nana becomes Empress, would she be caught in this situation as well? Are you alright, Cici? Richard speaks quietly in his worry, and there's a touch of gentleness in his eye. I'm fine, the sun is just a little too bright. My apologies, I should not have said so much, and I frightened you. Razor lifts his hand stiffly, and he places it in front of my forehead and then pauses and quickly drops it. What are you doing? I wish to block the sun for you, but I've never done anything like that before. And he raises his hand to my forehead, and the bright sunlight hastily fades into tiny spots and lights flittering through the gaps between his fingers. You're a very difficult person to understand. And if you wanted to block the sun, you should have brought an umbrella, Ella. Why do you say that? When you shade me from the sun, you're a considerate gentleman. But the way you gripped your sword earlier, you look like an experienced soldier. I cannot tell what sort of person you are. What sort of person do you want to be? A brilliant sunlight seems to cast in a warm golden glow over Razor. What do I want Razor to be? You often hide your emotion, but I think you have a gentle and humble heart. Few people would describe me as gentle, and most of the time I am serious and uninterested person. I frightened you, didn't I? I think you fake a cold demeanor sometimes because of your duties, but no matter what other thing, you're a true gentleman to me. And you have a hidden your gentle side, but I've seen it. I've always been who I truly am with you, Cici. But if you see the other side of me one day, I hope you'll still be willing to walk with me by the lake like today. A gentle wind blows and leaves sway in the sunlight, shimmering waves ripple across the lake. Caressa is extraordinarily earnest, and the wavering light in his eye is intoxicating as a fresh spring breeze. It's getting late, I should head back. I am aware of my feeling, and if I stay any longer, they'll be utterly exposed. Alright, hello. Okay, let me first do the sound test. Alright. Let me see if it's recording sound and my voice. Alright, perfect. We're continuing with Time Princess. Today I had some time to stream it. I return to the palace ill at ease, and Mother and Dana do not come back until late at night, and they look disappointed. Mother goes to her room without saying a word, and I stop Nene. What's the matter, Nene? Did something happen? The Emperor did not attend tonight's banquet. He was slightly caught up in the state affairs, and he summoned Carl to his study. That's what I thought as well, and I waited for a long time, and the Emperor's mother called on him several times, but he never came. Perhaps the Emperor was dealing with something very difficult. I can't help but worry about Nene's future when I recall what calm research said this afternoon. Do you truly want to become Empress, Nene? That might be a very dangerous decision. What are you saying, Cici? Don't forget about Queen Marie Antoinette. Do you really believe the people who attacked us are members of Kossuth's party? Nene's calm smile betrays a hint of helplessness. You're grown up, Cici. I know it wasn't an accident. I may be destined to become a caged bird or someone else's pawn, but I already made my decision. Nene, I wish to be the giant sheep you and our other siblings can rely on, Cici. More importantly, I love them. So my greatest concern now is if the Emperor deliberately avoided me because he doesn't love me. Don't think that, Nene, no one could dislike you. Even someone as difficult as Aunt Sophie has nothing but praise for you. I know the Emperor must prioritize the nation, but I'm worried. This marriage is Aunt Sophie's plan, and perhaps he doesn't want it. I never seen you so unsettled, Nene. If you fall for someone one day, Cici, perhaps then you'll understand the uneasiness I feel now. Cambridge's handsome face suddenly appears in my mind, and my heart skips a beat. Don't worry, Nene. I'm sure the Emperor will come to see you tomorrow. And what do I say to him when I see him? You can say whatever you like hello, do you like hiking? I am so envious of you sometimes, Cici. Of me? You're better than me in every way, Nene. No, Cici, you can express your feelings so frankly, and your clear gaze is mesmerizing. But Mother says I'm not reserved enough. You have nothing to worry about, and once the Emperor sees you, he'll fall in love immediately. You're the best lady in the world, so you'll be the best Empress too. Nene is so amused that she can't suppress a laugh, but a moment later she's shaking her head again. I used this goal to motivate myself to learn and practice for so many years, French, etiquette, dance, and I didn't dare make a single mistake. But potentially being the best Empress doesn't guarantee the Emperor will fall in love with me. Nene lowers her eyes and her face betrays a faint weariness. I'm sorry, Cici, I worried you. It's late and I return to my room. I don't feel tired at all, and I think about Nene and my own feelings. I finally understand the meaning of that line of poetry. Love is a star shrouded in morning fog. Huh. I'll change and go for a walk in the garden. All is silent, and I wander aimlessly to the summer palace small gardens in the moonlight. Heavy footsteps approach, and I spot Ida struggling to climb over a low wall beside the garden. Ida is still injured, and what is she trying to do? I chase after her, and I nimbly climb over the low wall, and I find myself in the pine forest outside the summer palace. The fine forest is shrouded in a mystical fog, and through the mist I catch the sight of Ida limping forward. As I try to catch up to her, a man emerges from the shadow of a tree and calls out Ida's name, and I duck behind a pine tree with thick branches and peek cautiously in Ida's direction. The man is tall and wears a mask, and his curly hair is messy and his posture is hunched. Why is Ida's friend hiding his face? They converse softly and quickly, and Ida's tone becomes agitated before long. They say my name. Are they talking about me? I can't hear what they're saying, but I think they're arguing, and I want to help Ida. But they are obviously acquainted, and if I rush forward without thinking, I may put Ida in an awkward situation. I will. Continue observing in secret. I should get closer and learn what they're arguing about before deciding what to do. I creep closer, leaving the large tree behind. The rustling of my dress is hidden by the sound of the wind, and even the wind is on my side. Snap! I accidentally step on a twig. Who is there? The man in the mask glares at me. Cici, what are you doing outside the palace at this hour? I didn't mean to eavesdrop either, and I was climbing out for a walk, and I saw you climb over the wall. So you're the Elizabeth I spoke of. Who are you, sir? Don't be afraid, Cici. He's my friend. I am indeed Ida's friend, and I am also a wanted Hungarian criminal. Since you're Ida's friend, I am no longer worried. Oh, what an interesting person, and you have to focus on the second half of what I said, no? I heard you were attacked by Hungarian refugees on your journey to Bad East, and do you not feel afraid? I trust Ida, so I trust Ida's friends. If Austria and Hungary continue to mistrust each other, it will cause more violence and possibly lead to war. I swear on my honor that what you suffered on your journey was not at our hands. I believe you, and I think someone else is behind this. You are an insightful woman. I ought to stop thinking every noble lady is haughty. And my deepest apologies, I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Artsy Guila. The man bows slightly and takes off his mask, revealing a handsome and rebellious face. How can you take off your mask so easily, my lord? Ida glances around anxiously. Artsy Guila. You never heard of me, but I'm sure. I'm sure if you search through the list of executions in 1848, you'll find my name in the list of those hanged. Then how are you here now? I thought the survivors had gone into exile in France. In contrast to my uneasiness, Count Andras is very relaxed and his face bears a nonchalant smile. That's what others believe, that I am living a carefree life in France, and they would not imagine I risk myself in return. I have my own reasons for coming here, but rest assured that I had no ill intent towards you. I wish to ask you for a favor, but I did not want to bother you. This has nothing to do with your Cici, and we can involve her. Ida scowls. And what is it, Ida? It's nothing. And when we have reliable information, who may know the whereabouts of Ida's sister. Finally, some good news. But I cannot show my face, and I'm afraid was seen by everyone as soon as she reached Barik. Could you meet her informant on our behalf? I can go myself. Cici's clumsy and she stands out. How can she go? Who else could we ask, Ida? This must be what they were arguing about before. Ida saved my life without any hesitation. Of course I will help her. Kanadrasi waits for a reply, and I will. Yes, of course I can do this, and I can go on Ida's behalf. You have no idea how dangerous this will be, Cici. The Emperor's birthday is soon, and Paris is full of secret police. That's exactly why you can't go. You're too suspicious. You risk your life at the cliffs to save me, Ida. And I think of you as my little sister. You are so annoying. And I had planned to break contact with you as soon as we reach Paris, and I didn't expect to be injured on the way. I don't need you to do this for me. Ida's eyes turn slightly red, and she bites her lip and grips the hem of her skirt so hard that her knuckles go white. You needn't worry, Ida, and I'll be alright. What a gutsy girl. Go to the Ivy Pub tomorrow at 9 and give this collection of poems to the bartender with a scar over his eye. I take the collection of poems and Kanadrasi smiles, and then he quickly disappears into the night. Fate has taken me further and further away from the peaceful life in Bavaria. Nan is invited to an early meal by the Empress Mother next day, and the Archduke Karl invites her for a walk in the gardens. The summer palace gardens are beautiful and secluded, but I'm in no mood to enjoy them. My mind is preoccupied with tonight's plan. You look far away, Cici. Is it because of that Count Wizard? No, it's not him. Don't be so quick to deny it, Cici. Perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself. Everyone can see it now, and from the way you look at him, or the way you left with him in a hurry yesterday. My secret is suddenly exposed, and I feel embarrassed, and I want to dive into the bushes. Please stop, Carl. Count Reza has never shared his feelings with me, and he hasn't even formally introduced himself. Really, and from the moment he saw you yesterday, a great sense of satisfaction filled his face. Perhaps you both made your choice already. But I will remind you as a friend that the freedom you desire is the exact thing he cannot give you. Carl looks at me earnestly, and his eyes fill with a great emotion I can't read, and I hang my head in shame. You can't understand what I'm saying now. But if it breaks your heart one day, I will beat him up for you. Thank you for always looking out for me, Carl. And I can't be easy with how stubborn I am. I should find a chance to confess my feelings. I have forgotten, and why would you ever listen to me? When you were young, I told you not to ride that wild horse, but you insisted, and even after you fell, you refused to give up. Let's not speak of this anymore, and I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Let me guess, you plan to sneak out? Yes, tonight, and I'd like to borrow a carriage and a coachman. Tonight, and where are you going? You know the palace is hosting dinner parties, and I cannot accompany you. I can go alone, and I want to sit in a common pub and collect some sheet music. My father has been working on a book about ballads. It's too dangerous to go out at night. You know that if you don't help me, I will find a way to sneak out on my own, Carl. And if you're totally worried, you may ask the coachman to keep an eye on me, and I'm just going to have a drink and some fun. Very well, I imagine your days of freedom are numbered. Carl nods helplessly to reassure him I compliment the summer palace. You don't need to risk yourself, Cici. In fact, Ida frowns and opens her mouth as if to continue speaking. Then she hesitates and she paces around my room. I promise I'll bring back good news, Ida. I gently pat her shoulder and take the collection of poems from the drawer, and I take a deep breath. It's almost time. I hope this evening goes well. To blend into a pub, I should change into something plain. The coachman car has sent Nosebody quite well, and the carriage soon stops at the entrance of the unremarkable pub. The pungent scent of alcohol, sweat, and tobacco assaults my nose as soon as I open the door. Ah, remember those days when the people used to be able to smoke and stuff indoor? And because of the time period, it could also be opium. I scan my surroundings while clutching the poem collection and get seated in a small group thinking and chatting. I bet the Emperor's birthday celebration will cost tens of thousands of gold then. I think it's more than that. It's not just a birthday celebration, but also the Emperor's engagement party. Yet here we are, cowering in a dark corner, trading our hard-earned money for a glass of watered-down wine. Cheers, Stephen. At least our bellies are full. But the harvest will likely be poor again this year, and I don't know what we'll eat in the winter. Oh blast, the rule of this country rests on the Emperor's four expensive armies. An army of standing soldiers, an army of seated soldiers, an army of kneeling clerics, and an army of hidden spies. This is no different from when Metternich was in charge, and yet we still cling to the hope that he is an enlightened emperor. Shh, keep your voice down and start talking about the emperor, and you can never be sure who's spying, Stephen. The boorish man called Stephen is obviously drunk, and he slams his hand on the table and staggers to his feet. Come get me then. Arrest me. I can't live anymore anyway. Not since my little Susan died. And that was the third child Maria and I lost, and Maria died miserably too. I was a useless father, and I couldn't even afford my own children's medical bills. Also in modern days, that's still a very real, very modern problem. Don't say that, Stephen, if you haven't been wrongfully in prison for half the year. Stephen slumps drunkenly on the table and begins sobbing and shoulder shaking. And I feel a rush of emotion, and these people are whispering, complaining about their misfortune. And the bartender with his scar over his eye has been silently polishing the glass, and I quietly hand him the collection of poems. Someone actually came. The bartender gives me an intrigue look and hands me an envelope. I'm about to sigh in relief when the pub doors are thrown open and a troop of armed soldiers swarm inside. There are people challenging the Emperor's authority here. Arrest them all. It was him, not us. Someone points at Stephen, and the soldiers surround Stephen and his friends without waiting for an explanation and beat them shamelessly. Stephen curls up into a ball on the ground and flails wildly. This guy must have an accomplice. Arrest everyone in the pub. And frightened of getting arrested and beaten, everyone rushes to the back door and table chairs and wine bottles are knocked down. I have the letter now. I should get out here quickly. I tuck the envelope into my pocket and glance back at the bar, and the bartender has already disappeared. I follow the crowd, but I spot Stephen lying on the ground, moaning and bleeding from his head. He'll be beaten to death, and all he did was complain. Are you not running? And you'll be arrested if you stay. Someone shoots me, and this place has descended into chaos, and I decide to. Stop, don't hit him anymore, you'll kill him. I clench my fist and shout at the top of my lungs, and the lead officer is startled. What is this? An old lady sticking out to play, and how dare she meddle? We got a report he was slandering the royal family in public, and he deserves to be executed for this. He's a drunk and broken-hearted man, and he shouldn't be punished for babbling a few words. As far as I know, there are no such laws in Austria's Empire's Code, and the friend beside him is even more innocent. Since when was it the duty of the military to wantonly arrest citizens? Colluding with revolutionaries is a grave crime, and you have to think about where you stand before you speak. I stand with justice. Then you elaborate on justice in prison, arrest her. I suppress my anxiety and take a few steps back, and I hit the solid edge of the table behind me. I'm trapped. Let go of her. She's a passenger by, and she's behaving like your accomplice. The officer tightens his grip on my shoulder, and I feel a pound of pain, and my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Stop. Count Razor strides into the pub with a stern bellow, and scowling, he scans the room. The room falls silent, and staring out at the majestic, inviolable Count Wizard. Put down your gun and cease this search. Your Majesty, they. The officer glances at Count Wizard and immediately looks away, and large beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he stammers. Take your men away this instant. The Emperor ordered that you do not hurt innocents when making arrests. Or are you going to tell me everyone in this pub is a revolutionary? Yes, that's right. No, they're not. The officer wipes the sweat from his forehead, and he gathers his men and hastily leaves the pub, and they leave the pub an absolute wreck. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm okay, but he's seriously hurt. Risa glances at Stephen, who's lying on the ground, and his expression looks both compassionate and cold at the same time. He places a few silver coins on the table beside Stephen and gently pats me on the shoulder to comfort me. Let's leave this place. I follow Count Wizard out of the door, and when I glance back at Stephen, he gives me a smile and mouths a silent thank you. He'll be okay. His wounds are superficial. He'll be fine once he finds a doctor. Ugh, a doctor that he can't afford. Are we just going to leave him like that, and shouldn't we help him find a doctor? You are a kind and generous person, Cici, but you must understand a situation before you can help someone. Richard stops in his tracks, and I nearly bump into him. Richard turns around, and his face has cold as ice, and he's quite angry. Do you know how dangerous that place is? If it weren't for the coachman's quick thinking, do you think I would have come so quickly? Will you tell me what you were doing here at this hour? Richard's tears pours into me, and his gaze is deep and cool and collected, but flashing darkly, and I don't want to lie to him, and I can only silently bow my head. You are a reckless girl, so you weren't here to hear ballads. You were here because of your Hungarian friend, aren't you? Yes, I came for Ida for news of her sister. Huh. And since I can no longer allow her to accompany you. What? She is taking advantage of your kindness and she has put you in danger time and time again. No, she hasn't. If not for Ida, I would have died on my journey to Barik. And it was the soldiers who caused the danger tonight and not the people in the pub. The people were simply frustrated commoners with no way out of their predicaments. But you must admit the complaints were directed at the Empire, and the revolutionaries planning to overthrow the Empire mingling with them too. If you heard them, you would have discovered the complaints were full of disappointment and helplessness. The man that you're letting bleed in the pub was wrongfully imprisoned and could not pay the medical bill, so he lost 3 children and his wife. You promised me in Dresden that you would change this. Have you forgotten? No, I haven't forgotten, and my promise remains unchanged because it is not only a promise to you, but also my duty and my creed. But if the royal family tolerates and acquiesces in all matters, how will the empire maintain its dignity and stability? The emperor must consider the millions of people throughout his empire, not just a single individual. No, but to do evil on one individual for the sake of the many, that's just like the evil dictator way of thinking, you know. Everyone matters. Don't these single individuals make up the empire? Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, Dalmatia, Lombardy, Venice. Are these places made up of the emperor? Are made up of the emperor alone? If an empire of this magnitude obeys the whims of only one person, it will eventually fall. That's enough. You are challenging the emperor's authority, Cici. Oh, I've forgotten you're an officer. The emperor likely trusts you very much. You may arrest me now. I tilt my head and look at Count Riese square in the eye for the first time, and his blue-eyed gaze is filled with intense anger. He looks away and purses his lips, and he's trying to control his anger. I am disappointed in you, Cici. My intention was to remind you to look out for your own safety above all, and no matter what happens, you should remain cautious of Ida and other individuals with unclear origin. Well, just because somebody has a very clear origin and a good pedigree doesn't mean that they're like good people, you know? And like lots of evildoers have had great family upbringings and names and stuff. Caligula, he had a good family and upbringing and and like he did awful, terrible things. What will you face in the future? Well, what you will face in the future will be more complicated than what you have faced in Bavaria. You mustn't be so stubborn anymore. And by stubborn, he means you must be an obedient little woman. You have the most mysterious origin. I don't know what family you come from, and I have always been a stubborn and unreasonable person, and have you only just realized? He says I'm an unreasonable person, and I can't believe I wanted to confess to him. I'm such an idiot. I'm nearly overwhelmed by the indignation and resentment I feel, and I turn away from him and run towards an alley. Cici, wait. He grasps my wrist and pulls me into a warm embrace. My heart flutters and Conrison releases me and covers the back of my hand with a silk handkerchief. I notice a faint trace of blood on the back of my hand, and I must have scratched myself. You hurt your hand, and be careful when you return. His voice is softer and gentler like the moonlight, but I don't dare look at his face, and I close the handkerchief and walk away without looking back. The carriage waits at the mouth of the alley, and I climb in, and Carl stares at me in shock. Why are you crying, Cici? Are you hurt? Impossible. And he went impersonate, and how could he allow you to be hurt? I wipe the tears spilling down my face with a handkerchief and stare out the window. Count Razor stands alone at the mouth of the alley, and he looks even more thin and lonely in the night. He saved me, and I didn't even thank him. Yeah, saved me. Yeah, she saved him for like his own soldier. That doesn't really quite count in my book. and he gave a bunch of bully lunatics the authority to bully whoever they perceive as revolutionary. And then under that the mantra, literally everyone falls under that category. Whatever. Moving along. I return to the palace late at night, utterly exhausted, and my mother gives me a good scolding and grounds me. I pass the envelope to Ida, but she sighs heavily when she opens it. There's a blank sheet of paper inside. I'm worried about Ida will be upset, but she seems to have expected it, and she persuades me not to concern myself with it anymore. I watch closely for the next few days, and Mother hires an instructor to teach me how to dance, and she's worried to make a fool of myself at the birthday celebration. These changes make me restless, but what really troubles me is the argument I have with Count Wizard. You're right, Cici. You've been so listless these past few days. I'm fine, Nene, don't worry. The Emperor's birthday is tomorrow, and you must rest tonight. Nene sighed softly, and her slightly frown makes her look troubled. What's wrong, Nene, and have you seen the Emperor yet? I met him 2 nights ago for a brief moment. And how was it? Is he still as handsome and dashing as you remember? Did you talk to him? My heart feels with happiness for Nene, but Nene flushed and shakes her head slightly. The Emperor looked very serious, and I think he was worried about something. Then someone called in and whispered a few words in his ear, and his expression changed, and he apologized and left in a hurry. We met for less than 10 minutes, and it was barely a greeting. Well, you'll formally meet the Emperor during tomorrow's birthday celebration. Don't worry so much, Nene. The Emperor has to think about the millions of people. Okay then, did something happen when you and the Archduke Carl went out 2 nights ago, Cici? Why have you looked so upset since? Nene, I'm feeling anxious and frustrated and unsettled. I seem to have fallen for someone. I rubbed at the back of my hand and my wound has healed, but I feel the warmth of his fingers. I care about his opinion a great deal, and when we disagree, I argue with him. And I'm even more stubborn than usual with him, but I hope that he'll still care for me despite that. I think you love him even more than you think you do, Cici. And will you tell me who is this man who makes you act so strangely, dear sister? I don't know who he is, not really, and I don't think we'll meet each other again. I treated him very rudely 2 nights ago, and I fear he'll never want to see me again. If he really loves you, Cici, how could he stop seeing you after one argument? Like all great relationships and romance are built upon arguments on top of arguments upon arguments. Or so says the bad relationship counselor person. Whatever. It's impossible to assume that you're not going to argue at least once in your marriage, relationship, or whatever. Nene smiles and strokes my head and I hug her. Rest well, Nene, and you will become the happiest woman in the palace tomorrow. I hope so. Nene leaves my room and I lean despondently against the window and I catch sight of a figure far, far away. The figure approaches slowly and gradually becomes clearer and clearer, and my heart pounds harder and harder. He walks to the tree closest to my room and paces. Has Count Ritter come to see me? I have to put on a coat and go meet him. I can't think straight, and I run all the way to the tree before slowing down. Count Ritter hears my footsteps and turns to see me, and I can see he's pleasantly surprised from his slight raised eyebrows. What are you doing here, Cici? I don't know. What were you doing lurking near my general vicinity? Should I tell him I came down to see him? Should I apologize for what happened 2 days ago? No? But it's better to apologize even if you're right, cause you can be right and still be a jerk about it. You know? I saw you under the tree from the window and rushed down. And I came to see you. I wanted to apologize. You saved me at the pub that night, regardless of what else happened. And I should thank you, but all I did was argue with you, and I feel terrible about it. No, I should apologize to you. I was worried about you, and I spoke harshly without thinking. To tell you the truth, I was panicked at the thought that something might have happened to you, and on the way to the pub, and I haven't dared come to see you at the palace, and I could only seem to stand here, hoping that you'll pass by or see me from the window. What if I never came? I would have stood here forever, or I would have thought of something else. I wanted to see you tonight, no matter what. Canrice's deep blue eyes look at me fondly, and I can tell that there are many things he wants to say. If you do not resent me for what happened 2 days ago, I wish to invite you to walk with me. It would be my honor. I guess going for a walk is like the 1800 equivalent of like Netflix and chill. Just doing a lazy type of activity that's not too energy intensive. Canrisa and I walk along the quiet path to the pine forest outside the summer palace. The dark clouds clear and the silver glow of the full moon shines on us, and Razor's eyes are as bright as moonlight. What you said the other day, the Emperor already knows. Investing millions of guldens to build an army of spies to watch over his own people, this was not the Emperor's wish. He used to visit the Commoner's Quarter to verify the accuracy of his weekly reports and saw many distressing sights. But the Empire is unstable, and no Emperor would dare take risks now. I know change can be accomplished overnight, especially in such a large empire. But Mr. Malais told me that everything could change in the near future, including. Canrisa tightens his grip on his sword, and he looks down and frowns, and I don't finish my sentence. He sighs softly, but his face is still gloomy. It's no secret that many wish to overthrow the royal family. Because that was a fashion in the day, like off with their head type of situation. Like, it's even a miracle that like there's still kings and queens roaming around in Europe, considering that in the 1800s, like the peasants went in a king decapitation spree. The emperor plans to declare a general amnesty after his birthday celebration and release most of the Hungarian political prisoners. Really? That's fantastic. Ira's sister. If she was on the list of apprehended criminals, they will soon be reunited, so please do not take any more risks. I know you must have persuaded the emperor. As a soldier, your allegiance lies with the emperor, and I willfully slander him. You are right to call me stubborn, but what matters is I accept you. But please believe the Emperor loves his people from the bottom of his heart. He understands better than anyone that his throne shouldn't be built atop of bayonets, and instead it should rest on the love of his people. The Emperor is wise, but outside the palace, rumors persist that he is brutal and tyrannical. That's because an Emperor's order is sometimes created by power-hungry schemers. The emperor should share his beliefs with the people directly. This ancient empire does not need a progressive emperor, and he cannot express his beliefs any more clearly. However, the emperor intends this general amnesty to be a gesture of goodwill. He hopes that the people will trust him again, and the conflict between Austria and Hungary can be resolved peacefully. Now you put like people in prison for like disagreeing with you, and then afterwards you release them and be like, oh, square, don't worry about it. Yeah, we're not mad, right? Yeah. That definitely never ends well. Just saying. Like, I mean, especially if they're like people that were put like who were innocent, who just happened to be in the general vicinity. How we saw in the bar scene, that's definitely not gonna cause problems. Just do the right thing, but like expect or don't do the wrong thing to have to like have you do the wrong or whatever. Moving on. Have you ever heard any speak of an Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy? An Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy. That is Mr. Malai's greatest wish. He wants to build a dual monarchy with both nations as equal. It's a long story, and perhaps the emperor cannot accept it yet. I want to find an opportunity to bring his suggestion to him. I think you'll find many opportunities in the future. After many years of helplessness and loneliness, I am certain the emperor hopes for someone who speaks to him as an equal. Perhaps when Nene becomes empress, I may be able to meet him. Nene will make an amazing empress, and she's dignified and generous and a good listener. Can read his smile face and he swallows. Have you considered being the empress, Cici? Me? You are also a princess of Bavaria. Please don't make fun of me. I don't understand court etiquette, nor do I please the archduchess, and I can't even dance. But Nene is different, and she has always been strict with herself, and I can't think of anyone more suitable. Suitable? Is suitability that important? Of course, it's not the most important thing, and what's most important is that Nene loves the emperor, and I don't think there's a better match in the world. Has someone asked the emperor what he wants? I hadn't considered that. But Nene is a wonderful person, and I'm sure the emperor will love her. The night wind blows silently, and I think I hear Razor's sigh and no louder than a whisper. What if the emperor doesn't love Nene? You're close to him, Count Razor. Do you know how he feels? No one has ever asked the emperor how he feels, and he's not one to speak of it either, and naturally I know nothing. Everyone believes the emperor has to choose an empress who will benefit the nation's stability. His Imperial Majesty, I feel bad for him. Who can truly follow their heart and do what they wish, Cici? He is the emperor, and he must bring happiness to millions of people, and when can he do as he pleases? In the past, I would have chosen to follow my heart without hesitation, but now my opinion is the same. You may think I'm childish and reckless, but I still believe a person should follow their heart no matter what. Life is short. Living in a cage will be a waste. But we have responsibilities to bear and duties to fulfill. If he cannot at least acknowledge his desire, he may spend his entire life conflicted and in pain. Is that the best way to fulfill his duties? Thank you for solving my dilemma, Cici. I am making a big decision. I think I made my choice. Canrisa glances at me gently yet steadfast, and he offers his hand to me. May I have this dance, beautiful lady? Dance? And why are you suddenly asking me to dance? We missed our opportunity in Dresden, and I'd like to make it up. But I don't know how to dance. I'm taking lessons now, and I'm not dressed for it. We can start with simple stuff. If we don't do this tonight, I'm worried I'll regret it. Harriet's smile slowly widens, and he gazes down at me, and his eyes bright as stars. The moonlight outlines his face clearly. He's so handsome, and without thinking, I place my hand in his. Take your time, don't rush, and left foot, then right foot. And his voice is low and pleasant, and I dance awkwardly, and I just can't follow his steps. You're a wonderful dance partner, but I can't do this. I think we should stop, and I keep stepping on your feet. Learning to dance will do you no harm, and you'll have many uses for it in the future. Perhaps as soon as tomorrow night. Carl has invited me to a dance during the ball, but I was planning to make something up. Everyone will be focused on the Emperor and Nene anyway. What if the Emperor asks you to dance? You're joking again. The Emperor would ask Nene to dance, of course, and what will he ask me? There are so many people who want to become Empress, and why are you not interested at all? Cousin Richard asked me this so many. Cousin Richard has asked me this so many times tonight. Why? Because being Empress means I have to bear an Empress responsibility, and I want to live a carefree life. More importantly, I don't love the Emperor. I nearly blurted out, and I fell back to that word stiffly. But in a moment of panic, I accidentally stepped on the hem of my skirt, and I tilted backwards. Careful. Khan raised his grip around my waist tightest, and I stumbled into his arms. His warm breath brushes against my ear, and for a moment my mind goes blank, and all I can hear is the deafening sound of the racing heart. Sorry. A fresh scent like the pine forest envelops me, and flustered I push him away, but meet his intense gaze instead. Thank you for telling me how you feel, Cici, and for reaffirming my decision. What decision? Don't worry, what is your favorite flower? I like roses. They blossom like small flames and they make me feel like life is full of warmth. Roses are my favorite as well. It's a good description for a rose, like a tiny flame. And what is your favorite color? Purple. Carissa and I dance and talk, and when we aren't tired and we don't pay attention to the time. And we talk about many topics from nature to literature, from history to the future of the empire, and our dance steps gradually synchronize. And only when the sky has begun to brighten do I hurry back to my room, and only he remains in my mind. I returned to my room excited to tell Ida the news about the pardon, but she's not there. There are two letters on the dressing table, and I opened the letter on top. My dear Duchess Elizabeth, my deepest apologies. The mission the other night was a test, and I did not expect you would be in any danger. And I am terribly sorry, and please forgive me for thinking out this terrible plan to verify your bravery and selfishness. And there were 112 revolutionaries, including Melinda, who were arrested and imprisoned. And we desperately need a trustworthy friend to be our intermediate for future peace talks with the Emperor. And allow me to apologize one last time. In the future, I promise you my eternal loyalty, Andrassi. I see, the count intentionally arranged for a blank piece of paper, and no wonder Ida stammered through that meeting. The Count wants to make peace, and the Emperor intends to pardon the President, and Mr. Malay's wish may come true very soon. But how can I be an intermediary for them, and the Emperor doesn't even know who I am? Perhaps I should ask Count Wizard. And I opened the second letter, which contains Ida's crooked handwriting. Cici, you will understand everything after you read the Count's letter, and this was the real reason I argued with the Count, and he wants to become an intermediary. But I don't want you to put you in a difficult position, and I recover, so it's time for me to leave you. And thank you for your care, but I will continue to fight for my nation, and I hope we never become enemies. Your friend, Teresita Ida. Ferenesi Ida. Ferenesi. It is Hungarian tradition to put surnames before giving names, and I didn't expect to learn Ida's surname during her goodbye. I raised a sigh, but Ida is nowhere to be seen, and a maid tells me that a girl in red riding outfit left the summer palace on horseback early this morning. I guess she's the original Little Red Riding Hood. Dispirited, I returned to my room only to bump into Mother and Nene. Ada disguised herself and left the palace, and she's looking for Count Andrassi. Where have you been, Cici? Go, dress, quickly. Nene's lifelong happiness depends on today. Have you seen Ida, Mother? And she left early this morning. Oh, thank God, that child is more responsible than I thought. Nene will soon become the Empress of Austria, and it wouldn't do for her to stay with us any longer. I'll be sending a telegram to Max and warning him not to meet with those circus members anymore. Mother, it's dangerous for Ida to go alone. Ida could be in even more danger if she stays with us, Cici. The Emperor said martial law will be lifted in several cities tomorrow. Ida will be able to return to her hometown, so you shouldn't worry too much. The Emperor still likes you, and he may have left in a hurry the other day, but he still shared important news with you. Why do you still worry the Emperor will not like you? A faint blush appears in Nene's cheeks, and shyly she wrings her hand. I hope Ida will see her sister soon. I knew Ada would one day leave me without saying goodbye, but now that the day has come, there was a pang in my heart. Would I ever see Ida again? And now, Cici, don't think about her anymore, and you cannot be late for the ball today. Which reminds me, our two card personally bought you a gift earlier today. Carl? Someone paused it. I opened the gift, and there's a rose and a cross-shaped brush with a purple gem inside of it. What a beautiful brush. Carl knows what you like, Cici. Purple gems are quite rare, and this is an expensive gift, and Carl is a thoughtful man. A rose and a purple gem. I don't think this gift is from Carl, it's from him. It's come Razor attending the ball tonight. And now daydreaming Cici, it's time to change. Don't wear that pink silk dress. Nene, I think a light yellow suit will suit you better. Wear that periwinkle crown as well. And you can wear any dress, Cici. Just be careful not to step on your partner's feet when dancing. Yes, mother. I have to wait until after the ball to ask Conrad to search for Ida. Mother lectured me on many fine points of ballroom etiquette. In proper attire, we go to the ballroom. Guests enter one after another, and I hear each one being announced to the emperor. When we reach the entrance, Nene suddenly stops. What's wrong, Nene? Nothing. I just suddenly felt a little nervous. I gently hold Nene's hand, and her fingers are gone, slightly cold, and I smile at her, and this is my first time comforting Nene like an older sister. Don't worry, Nene, you will become the happiest person in the world tonight. Princess Ludovica, Duchess of Bavaria, and Princess Helen of Bavaria, and Princess Elizabeth of Bavaria. The ballroom is brightly lit, and I hear cheerful, elegant waltz music. And following Mother's instruction, I looked down as I slowly walked into the ballroom and dropped into a perfect curtsy. Welcome, Aunt Ludovica. Welcome, Helen. And I hear a low, familiar voice in front of me, and my whole body shivers, and I look up in surprise. Beneath the bright, blinding lights, Richard is standing straight and tall before me, and he looks more dignified than ever. He stands in the center of the hall, and everyone is looking at him with admiration. His identity is obvious. It's very nice to meet you, Elizabeth. Wait, Richard is... I stare incredulous into the Emperor's eyes, and his gaze is still warm and affectionate, but feels like a stranger's. That is the Emperor, Cici. Do not stare at him so dumbly. Mother hisses at me, but I am rooted to the spot, and tears well up in my eyes. Are you alright, Cici? I apologize for my rudeness, Your Imperial Majesty. The lights are too bright. I hastily rise and do my best to collect myself, and my smile is bitter. Cici? The Emperor looks at me as if I'm the only one in the room, and his eyes are filled with anxiety, and as I wish to sink to the floor. You are such an idiot, Cici. His uniform is covered in badges, and he called his brother, and he shared the Emperor's trouble with you again and again. Why do you never realize, and why do you allow yourself to fall deep into the warm, mesmerizing dream? It's like, dude, the only thing that was left for him to tell you, for him to spell out for you, I am the Emperor. But I guess, you gotta consider that in those days they didn't have like television and stuff, and it was very easy for people not to have any idea what somebody in another country looked like a king or something. Like this is all 18th century, 19th century problems that were immediately solved with the invention of like the television. Presenting Maximilian, hereditary Prince of Thurn and Tarsis. So he also owns Tarsis? Okay. I'm sorry, Cici. The Emperor apologizes in a low voice, and he walks past me and shakes hands with the incoming guest. The Empress mother looks at me with disdain, and she pulls mother and Nanny aside to speak with them. Panic, I search for a corner to stand in, and I can hear people talking all around me. Look how the Empress mother is behaving. The future Empress has been chosen. But her lineage is impure, and her grandmother, the Princess of Edinburgh, was not part of an independent royal family. Oh God, like, can you imagine? Just how nitpicky can you get? So by impure, are they complaining that they're not inbred, dude? Yeah, the Habsburgs, who famously were inbred for inbred again. Still, Princess Helen is quite tall and graceful, and she conducts herself demurely and elegantly as well. So that sister is quite disgraceful. How can she panic when she met the Emperor just now? And what an embarrassment. That's right, he's the one Nene loves, and Cici the one Nene, and the one that Nene will marry. He is Franz Joseph, the Emperor of Austrian Empire. It's time for you to wake up and put aside this hopeless love, Cici. My heart is being torn apart, and I cannot look at the man shining amid the crowd, and I just want to leave. But my mother grasped my hand tightly. Why are you standing in a corner, Cici? Stand next to Nene. Follow tradition, and the Emperor will use the bouquet he's holding to ask Nene to dance. I don't feel well, Mother. I'd like to leave. What are you saying, Cici? This is the most important moment in Nene's life. Do not cause for trouble. Mother. Mother pulls me to Nene's side, and I sway unsteadily, and Nene is focused on the Emperor, who is close by. Cheerful music presents us to a climax, and my ears are ringing. The music suddenly stopped, and the Emperor walks towards us, holding a large bouquet of roses, and his features are dark and striking, and he smiles lightly. He is so handsome, the room falls silent. The Emperor is coming towards you, Nene. He approaches us step by step, and every step he takes feels like a blow to my heart, and I squeeze my eyes shut. This is Nene's moment of joy, and I have to act normal. Don't let them see that you're a lunatic, just like your father raised you to be. May I please have this dance, Elizabeth? My eyes open and I see the bouquet of roses, and then his jaw, his nose, and his bright shining eyes. He is giving me the flowers to me. Please accept the flowers, Cici. The Emperor repeats himself, and the whole world has gone silent, and I hear only his voice and my own heartbeat.
By the way, this actually happened in real life.
Yeah, like that. This legitimately happened, legitimately in like the real world. He shows the other sister, the crazy one, not the one that his mother wanted him to marry.
Yeah, it's like he's even more crazy than she is.
Yeah. Cause you know how boys are. In order to be a contrarian to their mother, they will marry the other chick, the chick that their mother hates the most. It ain't the first time that like a guy has married a chick that his mother hates. Like, the more he hates them, the more she hates the chick, the more he likes her.
Also, the Emperor was always mine too. Complete by chilling scene.
Yeah, like the Netflix series that follows Empress Cici is from this point onwards after their marriage and stuff. Whatever. Gasps and wild whispers rise all around us, and finally understand what's happening. He's asking me to dance. He's proposing. Panic, I look at Nene, and she's clutching her skirt, and a probable stiff smile on her lips. You took my man, my little sister. I'll murder you. No, Nene should become empress. I can't steal the one Nene loves, but he's also the one I love. What should I do? Let's just take our sisters, man. Reach out a trembling hand. Memories of my time with Razor flash in my eyes, and I reach out my hand. But this is too cruel to Nene. I can't. Then do it. I pull my hand back, but the Emperor pushes the roses closer, and his face steadfast and intense. This is for you, Cici. This is only for you. His long fingers brush my palm and my heart trembles, and unsettled I take the roses. Take the bouquet. Take it! The Emperor commands that you take these roses.
And they throws it at you.
And the animation throws them at you. Take him! Take fast! Take him! His Imperial Majesty asks Princess Elizabeth to dance with him. The music begins again in a bright polka song. Oh yeah, like polka. Polka! Dun, dun, dun. Y va después. Y va después polka. The Baron erupts with applause. Someone respectfully holds the bouquet for me, and the Emperor takes my hand and leads me to the dance floor. My body is stiff, but since we rehearsed the night before, the Emperor and I danced together smoothly. I am so sorry, Cici. I didn't mean to hide this from you. But I couldn't find the right time to confess, and you must be surprised and angry. I am very confused, Your Imperial Majesty. Call me France, Cici. You already know how I feel, and it was you who gave me a courage to make this choice tonight. From the bottom of my heart, I ask you to spend the rest of my life. I ask to spend the rest of my life with you. Boom! Gorgeous fireworks bloom outside the window, and my heart feels full and heavy at the same time. I catch a glimpse of Nene running away. I'm sorry, sister, I took your man. Nene! Fate has been so cruel to the both of us. I'm sorry, sister, I took your man. Alright, we'll continue with Princess Cici the next time I stream time. Princess, but I hope you have. We left off at 1:15. I knock on Nene's bedroom door again and again later that night, but receive no response. Let Nene calm down, Cici. Mother, I truly didn't mean to do this. I didn't know. You met the Emperor before, Cici. I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't know he was the Emperor. The Emperor liking you is a good thing. It's just... That's why the Emperor's mother told me to prepare myself at the start of the ball. The Emperor had already informed her of his decision. Mother, Nene will understand eventually. I'm worried about you now. Your future will be very different than what you imagine. An Emperor has many heavy responsibilities. You will never return to the carefree days of your youth. Go rest, Cici. The Emperor's mother will summon you tomorrow. Mother sighs softly and leaves, and how can I sleep after all that? When I close my eyes, the Emperor's loving gaze and Nene's sad face flashes through my eyes. At dawn, Nene pushes open my door and comes in, and she's been crying all night, and her eyes are red and swollen, and her voice is hoarse. Are you alright, Nene? I'm sorry it turned out this way. Please forgive me. Cici, he's the one you spoke of before. Yes, but I didn't know who he was until I saw him at the ball. I studied and practiced so diligently for many years, Cici, so just so I could be a suitable match. But it turns out love is unreasonable. I know this isn't your fault, but I can't forgive you, not yet. But I will give you my blessing. Nene. I rushed to hug her as tightly as I did when we were children. I'm sorry, Cici. Maybe we'll be as close as we once were one day. But I can't be generous and considerate sister right now. Nene pushes herself out of my embrace and leaves. No, Nene, I'm going to return her happiness to her. I'm going to see the Emperor. After a change, I grab a eyebrows and race to the Emperor's study while ignoring everyone's glances. Your Highness, you cannot enter. His Imperial Majesty is in a meeting. Please step aside. I must see the Emperor. I angrily throw open the study doors and run into someone. Oh, this must be the bride the Emperor has selflessly chosen for himself. His Imperial Majesty, you will pay the price for your weakness and incompetence one day. Who is he? Why is he speaking so impertinently to the Emperor? He walks away before I can see his face clearly, and I can tell his elbows drawn from his back. I turn to the Emperor, who is standing in the middle of the study, and he doesn't look angry, but I can sense his wrath. Who was he? Clemens von Metternich, someone formerly important from Vienna. He was an advisor that Mother invited back from London last year. Clement von Metternich, an extraordinary famous name. I know nothing about politics, but I know that he once established an Austrian golden era. Some say he's the devil, while others say he's the savior of the empire, and he was a policymaker and advocate for conservatism and autocracy. In 1848, Metternich was removed from his position during the unrest and went into exile. I didn't expect him to return, and at the Empress Mother's invitation, perhaps he implemented those strict regulations, and he was so rude to the Emperor, and he must be causing him grief. Are you alright? I'm sorry you had to see that, Cici. But you will have eventually discovered that I'm not an omnipotent emperor everyone believes I am. I am not even Count Ritter, who can fight only for his beloved. The emperor stands in front of the light and shadows hiding his expression. Also, he's more of a puppet emperor with Metternich calling the shots. My hand trembles slightly, and I feel the urge to reach out and caress his face and to hold his hands and pull him from that gloom. That's not why I'm here. I force myself to swallow my words of concern, and I take a small stumbling step back and change the topic. Ida has left. I know, this is my palace after all. She will see her sister before long, and the amnesty will soon be officially announced. Thank you. I know that was not an easy decision. As I said before, this isn't just for you, and I plan to make this signal that I am taking the reins of the empire. May forgiveness such as this plant a seed of goodwill in the hearts of the people instead of being seen as a weakness. This is not weak. Forgiveness is a sign of true power. I've been arguing with Metternich and Mother for several days now, and I'm exhausted. But I feel better when I speak with you, and you comfort me in times like this. Thank you, Cici. The Emperor smiles and he stands in the shadow, but his gaze is still bright and steadfast. I didn't come to talk about this. You were caught in a fury, and you came here to talk about Helen, yes? He can always guess what I'm thinking about. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, I beg you to take back your proposal. Nena is more suited to being Empress. I offer the bruise to the Emperor, but he reaches out a hand and pushes it back to me. His fingers touch the back of my hand, and he grips my hand tightly, and I try to pull my hand away, but he holds on. Suitability is not what's important, but Nene loves you, and this happiness should be hers. She has looked forward to this all her life, and she met you before I did. I failed to make a decision sooner and hurt Helen in the process. But will she be happy if she marries someone who does not love her? And becoming my empress is not necessarily a happy fate. The emperor pulls me closer and presses to his chest, and I can hear his strong, steady heartbeat. Your Imperial Majesty, His long, slender fingers somehow move to my lips and burning hot. Please hear what I have to say, Cici. The empire is in a time of unprecedented turmoil, and I need someone to weather the storm with me. The nobles war at words, and the incessant celebrations and the rage of the commoners. You will have to bear all these responsibilities with me. I admit I made a selfish choice and I dragged you into this mess. The challenge you face is in your guilt, but you're worried that I bound your future to the Empress title. I see a dark future confiding me like a cage in my future and I stumble back. Do you fear such a future, Cici? Franz gazes at me intensely as he's trying to read my mind and I blurt out my true answer. I'm not afraid. I stare at the Emperor and his eyes look like they're shining with light and in that moment the cage I see suddenly disappears. And in that moment all I see is him. I'm not afraid as long as I'm with you. I am started to realize I admitted the love I didn't want to speak out loud and I shake my head and babble unable to stop. What I mean is I need not be afraid of, but I can't stand at your side, Nene. Nene won't be afraid. Not everyone can bear the weight of the crown. And will you marry me, Cici? No, I can't, your Imperial Majesty. Call me Fran, Cici, and look at me in the eye when you answer. Do you truly not love me? Francis embraces me gently, and the way our breaths mingle makes my heart shudder. My guilt, my fear, and my love jumble together. How in the world do I respond? Franz, The emotions I suppressed for so long burst forth, and my tears fall uncontrollably, but I can no longer refuse. His lips touch my cheek and soft as a snowflake and kiss my tears. And my breath goes quicker and shallow, and I shudder, and my heart softens, and I wish time would freeze at this moment. I love you very much, Cici, and you are the most precious gift God has ever given me. I don't need you to answer right now, Cici, but I ask you to listen to the voice inside of you, and then tell me what you truly feel. Will you do that for me? Fran looks at me earnestly, and his eyes' affection spill out of his blue eyes. He's straightforward and loving, and it's impossible to refuse him. And I blush and pull him away, and I run out of the study in a panic. I'm sorry, Franz, I can't answer right now. How wonderful it would be if you weren't the emperor. I lean against the wall in the corridor and take a deep breath, and I try to suppress my trembling emotion. I don't feel like myself, I'm bewildered. Are you alright, Cici? Artsy Crowley is standing next to me, and his voice is slightly husky. I am, Carl, thank you for your concern. I finally understand all the baffling things you said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. My brother asked me to keep it a secret, and he cherished the simple interactions he had with you. And I will soon have to address you as your Imperial Majesty. This is all happening too fast, Carl. I'm not ready. Are you not ready to marry the Emperor, or are you not ready to marry Count Richard? I wish it wasn't the Emperor. I wish it wasn't the person who Nene loves. I fought with my brother in destiny, and as usual, I lost. I felt indignant at the time because I didn't think he'll actually choose you, and I thought he would choose political benefit over love. Only last night did I realize I had truly lost. I am certain you will find your soulmate, Carl. Don't worry about me. The noble ladies have already lost one precious partner, and they can afford to lose me as well. We will meet again in Vienna, Cici. Archduke Carl smiles as playfully as he did when we were children, and he kisses the back of my hand slightly and leaves in a grand style. It's been a short day, but my life has turned completely upside down. Ida, Nene, and Carl, and they all said goodbye to me in their own way, and I stepped into a new world. Who's there? A pair of eyes stares at me from the shadow in the corner, and I call out, and the shadow runs across the end of the corridor, and I race after it. Freeze! I hear the Archduke's office cold, majestic voice from the corner in the corridor, and I stop in my tracks. The shadow disappears in the stairway. Who was that? Who was watching me? Whether working for the Empress Mother or someone else, is that what my life would be like? I follow the Empress Mother into the gardens of the Summer Palace, and her eyebrows are plucked in a scowl, and she looks furious. How can you run about in the palace so carelessly, and I have no idea what France sees in you? You are rude, stubborn, childish, and impulsive, and you lack the charm and meekness a woman should possess. You are unsuited to be an empress. I never wanted to be empress. I wanted to ask the emperor to withdraw his proposal. Do you think his proposal is a game? Have you any idea how jealous every woman in Austria was of you last night? You are poised to marry the richest, most powerful man in the empire. They envy you. I don't care about money, fame, or power. No, that's well. Then again, she does have money, so I guess she has like something to fall on. But like if little Cinderella, yeah, Cinderella didn't hesitate to marry a prince. The only thing I care about is love. When it comes to the Empress marriage, love is merely the icing on the cake. This is the first time Fran has disobeyed me, and for a childish girl like you, it's absurd. It's not absurd. The Emperor chose me because he loves me, and all of the frustration and panic I endure is because I love him too. I am surprised by the words spilling from my mouth. I am saying all of this off the top of my head, and does that mean I already know my answer? The Empress mother stares at me with intense scrutinizing gaze. You must accept France since he chose you. From now on, you must serve the Empire and the Emperor. Your Grace, and you speak of restricting my personal freedom. The Emperor and I should be equals when making choices about who we love. And after I give his proposal a serious consideration, I will give the Emperor a formal answer. Ridiculous, it seems you're the one who instilled these absurd ideas in France's head, and that is why he's disobeying me. Do you start to consider the Emperor's feelings when you gave your orders? Your actions may have been well-intentioned, but they also restrict the Emperor's freedom. Personal freedom means nothing to the Empire, and that goes for the Emperor's freedom too. The last light of the day falls on Archduchess Sophie caught her face, and then the sun disappears and the sky fades to a pale twilight. But you at least care for the Emperor, so I accept you, reluctantly. To see you just stop being a child and now you become the Empress, and the result makes my heart pound. You must obey my instructions and learn the Empire's history, and most importantly, you must be humble and obedient. Do you understand? The Emperor's mother's gaze is fixed on me, and she waits in silence for my reply. I I don't think an empress should be humble and obedient. Oh, and how do you think she should be? Well, the empress is neither humble nor obedient. She's a little dictator. Just saying. I think she should be determined and willful. If the empire is threatened by an oncoming storm, the empress must be able to weather it alongside the emperor. She should love her people with all her heart, just as the emperor does. And she should be a beacon for the people, someone who illuminates the dark. Aren't you pompous? I raise my chin to meet the empress mother's icy gaze, and I'm no longer afraid. Moreover, the empress doesn't just serve the people, she's also the emperor's wife. She should be his haven from the storm, or an oasis in the desert. She should be his soulmate. And what nonsense! The emperor should admire the emperor, not adore him. And you can forget about interfering in politics. Because of you, the emperor argued with the advisor to pardon those Hungarians. If those Hungarians are innocent, then it's prudent for the emperor to pardon them. And how could they possibly be innocent? They insulted the emperor and threatened the stability of the empire. The royal family's display of forgiveness may work to stabilize the empire. But look at all the crimes they've committed. The emperor's mother angrily flings a newspaper to the ground. This is tomorrow's edition of the Vienna Daily News. I bend down and pick up the paper, and on the front page is an official announcement. The emperor has pardoned hundreds of people for their crimes, and a list of names is printed on the page. Melinda Frenesi, Lese Majesty, Janos Kovas, and Disturbing the Peace, and Andrasi Guila Treason. The emperor. Every person listed here can finally return to their home. I believe the people will love the emperor more for his compassion. That's ridiculous. The world will mock the emperor for this, and it will make the royal family look weak and incompetent. Now that these people have been pardoned, they'll act more brazenly, and they'll try to overthrow the royal family and destroy the empire. It is sustainable for an empire to only remain standing by prosecuting its people. Mm. Well, it worked for certain countries all throughout the world. The same. The people have been praying for a fair, enlightened emperor for a long time, and his imperial majesty's action may bring about a new era. I'm warning you for the last time, it is imperative for an empress to be cautious with her words and actions. If you truly wish to be a worthy empress, you must abandon your dangerous ideas of equality. The empress mother lives in a rage, and I read the announcement several more times and then put the newspaper in my pocket. It appears my seemingly insignificant words and actions can change the world. If I stay by the emperor's side, maybe I can ease his loneliness and help the people too. But this will be a heavy responsibility. From now on, I won't be able to live accordingly to my whims. When I realized my concern was not just about Nene, I jotted from my vision of a happy future with the emperor. Run away, Cici. The voice in my head has returned, stirring my fears, but eventually I made my decision. No, I can't run away. The sky is gray and dark clouds are gathering. It looks like it's starting to rain at any moment. And I walk quickly towards my quarter, but notice footsteps following me. Someone has been following me. I found him more quicker, and the footsteps behind me also speed up. I jerk to a stop and turn around, and the person runs right into me. It's a maid with a remarkable feature, and she seems startled and looks a bit uneasy. I'm here to deliver a message. Then why do you keep following me? Sorry, I couldn't find an opportunity to give it to you. I didn't know what else to do. The maid gives me the letter. Cici, when you receive this letter, please come to the pine forest outside the summer palace alone, and I need your help urgently, and I wait for you. Your friend Ida. Did I not see her companions? And do you know who you're delivering this letter for? Yes, for your former study companion. And I met her outside the palace today, and she was being very agitated and begged me to bring you this letter. And she also gave me some jewelry. And please forgive my greediness, and prices have gone up this year, and my family doesn't have enough money for food. The maid blushes with embarrassment, and I carefully read the letter again to make certain it's truly Ida's handwriting. Wow, so like, even a maid that works in like the royal palace can afford nice things like food. Ida's such a proud person, and something seriously must have happened, and I better hurry. My friend has an emergency, I must go to her alone. But there are so many people in the palace now, and I'll watch my every move. The maid seems to sense my hesitation and offers a solution. I can distract the attendants for you, you won't be noticed. Thank you. Your Highness is thanking me. You've taken a risk to deliver this message to me, and I should be thanking you. The maid blushes again. It's getting late, and you better go. Yes, my friend is waiting for me. I walk quickly towards the path in the garden, and when the maid distracts my attendants, I scramble over the lower wall and set off into the pine forest. Moonlight casts a silently glow over the pine forest, and as the light breeze blows, the rustling stirs are fierce in me. And I race to the woods and see someone in green camping beside the campfire. Ida. Cici, you're here. How did you get here so quickly? Ida's expression is complicated and I can't read her. You sent me a letter, Ida. Of course I came. But you're going to become empress, and why do you still care about my letters? It's a long story. But no matter who or what I am, you'll always be my friend, Ida. But, what's the matter, Ida? Why do you look so awful? Are you in trouble? I'm sorry, Cici. I feel a dull pain in the back of my head and I fall to the ground. Cici. Several people walk towards me from the shadow and they circle around me and murmur. If we hold her hostage, the emperor will give in, right? Who knows? According to our informant, she was chosen by the emperor in front of everyone against the empress's mother's wishes. And who can tell if the devil or even cares about his so-called beloved? I said we assassinate the emperor and take our revenge. And what are they talking about, and what are they going to do? Why would Ida do this to me? France, France. My head aches, and I slowly close my eyes, and endless darkness engulfs everything. Some time later, I tiredly open my eyes and find myself lying on a soft haze surrounded by darkness. This looks like a barn. Is anyone there? Ida. I call out and the barn door slowly opens and Ada enters with another woman. Ida, what's going on? Why did you attack me? I think you already know, Cici. I said I tried to lure you and order someone to attack you. Why are you doing this, Ida? What in the world has happened? Don't forget we're enemies to begin with, Cici. It was you who trusted me too much. You have to run with us and change into some clothes that are easy to walk in. Ida stands beside me and holding clothes in her hand, and just like it was before, but now she looks cold and distant. Harry. The other woman looks up, but she tries her best to put on her fierce expression. I don't know what they're up to, but I had no choice. I just have to take things one step at a time. Expressionless Ida folds the clothes I was wearing and hands it to the woman beside her. Send it to them when the sun is up, and we should still make it in time. Wait, Ada, what in the world are you doing? Are you taking me hostage, and what are you going to do to the Emperor? Thinking of the conversation I heard before losing conscience, I start feeling anxious. Ada, you met the Emperor before. He was Count Ritter. Don't you remember how in Destra he reclaimed your pistol and brought you Kaiserschanz for the children in the alley? It was him? No wonder he shows you. Ida's gaze trembles and she makes as if to speak and then hesitates. And the Emperor is also planning to declare amnesty. Enough, we won't fall for this again, and our hopes have been dashed again and again. Don't speak to her anymore, Ida. Don't forget she's our enemy. Think of the torment our people have suffered in prison. Please don't talk anymore, Cici. I don't want to hurt you. And we won't hurt you. Stay here for the night, and tomorrow we'll talk about everything else. Ida and the woman leave, and the barn door slams shut. Ida, what in the world are you going to do? Has our friendship really ended like this? There's still a dull pain in the back of my head, and through the gap in the doorway, I faintly hear the conversation between the young man and a young woman outside. After the time spent chatting Hungarian with Ida, I understand every word they say. When our nails will the Count and John return, and I want to hear news of Melinda and the others so badly. We done this secretly without informing the Count, and will he be angry when he learns of it? And we've been forced to do this. This is all that horrible tyrant's fault. And how did they plan to secretly execute our people and thank God John was hiding in Paris for so long and heard this news? Secret executions, what are they talking about? I don't understand how the Khan is still determined to make peace negotiations when things have come to this. The Khan has never wanted us to make unnecessary sacrifices. That is why it's important for us to be prepared for anything. This girl is the best hostage. But I just can't shake the feeling that we're doing something bad. And when the girl heard something happened to Ida, she snuck out right away, and I think she's a good person. The Khan always told us to look after our long-term interests and not to be overwhelmed by a moment of hatred. Stop it, Gisela, and we've been labeled as villains since the day we became refugees. But I don't want to be a villain. Huska, I want to go home so badly. I miss the plains. We'll go back, Gisela. The man hums a song in a hoarse voice, and the tune is low and melodic but touching. That's the song of homesickness that Ida sung. And they're just ordinary people, and why have they become villains? The indignation I feel from being betrayed is gradually replaced by endless sorrow, and I bang on the wooden door and cry out, "Listen to me, the Emperor's not a tyrant. We must speak with each other calmly." No one pays attention to any of my cries, and the man's humming gradually ceases. Exhausted, I collapse weakly on the pile of hay and sink into unconsciousness once more. Cici. In my days, I see Franz standing some distance away, eyes smiling ever so slightly. Cici, I've been waiting for your answer. Franz. I run towards Franz joyfully, but he stares so slowly away, and his handsome face gradually fading into darkness. Franz, don't go. I miss you so much. And I made up my mind. And suddenly a black shadow lodges, and a dagger pierces Fran's chest, and blood gushes out. And he falls onto his back, still with a smile on his lips, and behind him the palace is burning, and flames dance devilishly in the sky. Franz, no! Screaming, I wake up, and an acrid smell suddenly stings my nose. Flames are licking away at the barn, and thick smoke fills the air, and I grit my teeth against the pane and run to the door. Cop, let me out! I bang frantically on the wooden door, but my only response is a raging fire. Am I going to die here? In my moment of desperation, the door is suddenly flung open, and Ada stumbles in, looking incredibly anxious. Cici, quick, come with me. Then the fire rages through the wooden beams, and several collapse in front of the doorway, and Ada and I had no other choice but to struggle towards the back door. The flames are spreading wildly, and the barn's back entrance is blocked by the debris, and Ada walks ahead to clear the way for me. As I watch Ada push open the barn door, I suddenly notice a shiny piece of metal on the ground nearby. Ada must have accidentally dropped her pistol when she rushed in to save me. Cici, come, I open the door. Amidst the thick smoke, Ada calls to me anxiously. In a critical moment, I decide to look at the pistol. This is the only thing Ada has of her that her Ada's father left for her. The spark sees a crackling, and I don't have time to reconsider. I spring for the pistol. When I straighten up, a piece of the wooden beam crashes to the ground beside me, and I cover my nose with one hand and fly out of the barn. Cici, are you alright? Why did you suddenly stop just now? The sky is glowing brighter, and we're standing on the path beside the barn, and Ada hugs me tightly, and her eyes are full of tears. Yes, I'm alright, Ada. Look, I'm outside. Here, don't lose it again. I give the pistol to Ada, who stares at me, incredulous. Did you stop just to pick my pistol? And how does a fool like you exist in this world? No wonder I can always trick you. Smoke and flames rise in the air, and the gray sky turns bright red. Ada bites her lips, and she seems to make a decision, and her expression becomes fierce again. I don't know who set the fire. It's too dangerous here. We must leave now. I don't want this to happen again. No one is leaving. I hear a chaotic trampling outside, and several people emerge from nearby bushes and surround us. Ada, we were worried you would treat her too kindly, and so wanted to get rid of her. We didn't expect you to dash in recklessly. You nearly died with her in the fire. You promised you wouldn't hurt her. Did we not have an agreement, and we were only holding 60 hostages to make a deal with the Emperor? Why are you suddenly threatening her life? The Emperor has secretly executed our friends, and we want an eye for an eye. No, the Emperor is not that sort of person, and he will never kill innocent people. This must be a misunderstanding. The Emperor told me he's going to use the occasion of our engagement to declare amnesty. You may defend your Emperor in the afterlife. The fire gleams brightly in their furious faces, and step by step they approach us ruthlessly. And bang, Ada fires at the sky, and the gunshot pierces the dawn, and a sound that shocks the soul. What are you talking about? And didn't they say the execution will not occur for another week? Not to mention Cici is innocent, and she has always treated me very well. You've been tricked, Ida. A young man with a scar over his eye walks in front of the crowd and glares at me viciously. He's the bartender from that pub. John, you're back, and why are you the only one back? And where's the count? And what in the world have you learned? Ida. And we made this decision because we heard news we heard from John. And Melinda and the others, their executions were moved forward, and they were secretly executed tonight. There's no need for us to make a deal with the Emperor anymore. Everyone's faces go pale, and a fair woman covers her face with her hands and wails in pain. Varga, he was only 20. Sister. Secretly executed. What are they talking about? Ida, please tell me everything. Earlier, John had the Emperor would secretly execute a group of revolutionaries in 1 week. And to verify this news, the Count and John were gathering information, preparing a rescue plan. But they did not return for a long time, so we prepared a backup plan by kidnapping you, and we plan to use you to get my sister and the others back. And Ada grits her teeth desperately, trying to control her pain and anger. Who would have thought them moved one day forward, and they hung everyone tonight. And the Count was arrested by the secret police was spying, and I escaped alone. So we're going to kill them all and make them pay. Yeah, make them pay. Our kinfolk are dead and will kill her first and then kill the emperor. Kill her, kill her. Wait, I never heard of the emperor ordering secret executions of revolutionary and he was going to declare amnesty. We will not believe your one-sided story. The fire faintly illuminates in the sky and all of them clench their fists and slowly surround us, faces filled with bitter hatred. Stay back. Without any hesitation, Ida stands in front of me, and with trembling hands she raises her pistol and points it at her friend. Everyone, please don't come any closer. Ida, she, Ida, she's our enemy, and I badly want to take revenge too, but Cici's not involved in it, and she has always helped me. And I already lost one sister. I don't want to lose another. That hypocrite was only pitying you, Ida, and you're falling for her lies. If we kill innocent people, what difference is there between us and the tyrant we oppose? Stay back, I won't let you hurt her. Ida is shaking furiously, but she shields me determinedly. I'll protect you, Cici. Ida. The flames grow higher, twisting in the air like ferocious beasts, and the lights dancing in distorted faces. Do you just say the emperor will be declaring amnesty? We will never be fooled again by such rhetoric. It's not a rhetoric. The emperor is truly going to pardon all of you. Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? All of their faces look anxious and yet secretly hopeful. Melinda Ferranis and Janos Cova and Varga Mortis, these are your kin, yes? Voice trembling, and I recite what names I can remember one by one, and from among the people before me freeze. Yes, that is it, and how do you know their names? Because the emperor has declared amnesty for them, and I saw their names with my own eyes. The evidence is inside the pocket of the clothing I was just changed out, and there's a copy of the Vienna Daily News that will soon be issued. The list of those who will be pardoned is printed on it. You can look through it. The shivering woman who has been holding my clothing quickly digs the newspaper out of the pocket. She takes a look at the front page and instantly bursts into tears. Varga, Varga. The young man standing close by grabs the paper and it suddenly taps the shoulder of the girl beside him. Gisela, you can't read these words, can you? And it does show a list of those who will be pardoned. This must be real, yes? Cici wouldn't lie. And she wasn't all prepared, so she couldn't have forged the paper. Melinda. Melinda's name is there, and I'll see her soon. They pass the paper to each other, and the tension in their eyes loosens, and John's face is the only one growing darker and darker. This could just be a plot of the Emperor's. Hypocritical casting a benevolent image for himself while also secretly executing our people. Don't be fooled by her clipped tongue, she's just trying to survive. An emperor of Austria has always tried to kill us, and I've seen the list of execution with my own eyes. This man just keeps trying to stir up people's emotion, and I had to fight back. On our journey to Paris, I was attacked by a group of revolutionaries. They claimed to be of Korsume and attacking convoys and passersby who came by. Nonsense, it will never hurt the innocent. I did not have witnessed it with our own eyes, but I know this may not be the truth. It's very likely someone's trying to drive a wedge between Austria and Hungary, and he wants the emperor to kill you all. And as for what happened to them, it's equally likely someone is giving you false information to cause trouble. Are you accusing me of lying? I don't know if you're lying or not, but there's no reason for the emperor to secretly execute these people. If he wants to intimidate you, he would execute them in public. And why would he make an execution secret? Because he wants to appear benevolent but also rid himself of the threat at the same time. Why would the emperor, who controls a military, need to do something so unnecessary? If you're worried that what you see in the newspaper is fake, you can wait patiently and see what happens. Perhaps tomorrow you will see your loved ones again. And why are you in such a hurry to kill me? What are you afraid of? It's almost done, soldiers may arrive, and naturally we must get rid of any potential trouble as quickly as possible. Think about the royal family has always acted, and the royals are all hypocritical, and why would they pardon us now? I am the one who has fought alongside of you, and why would I deceive you? They slaughtered our people long ago. These people who were hesitant just a moment ago lift their weapons again and slowly come closer to us. Don't come any closer, I won't let you hurt Cici. Either do you truly wish to become our enemy? They are the ones who ordered Melinda's execution, and I met the Emperor is not as brutal or ignorant as the rumors claim. More importantly, I believe in Cici, so I believe Melinda is still alive. And it was Melinda who taught me never to hurt an innocent person. And behind us is a sea of fire shielding me as I move backwards step by step. I already tried my best to convince him. Is it true that once a seed of hatred is planted, it can never be removed? I hear a horse galloping through the woods, and the forest rustles and a rider atop a white horse bursts into the open. Count Andrassi, my lord, you're all right. Ada's face brightens immediately, and the young girl is crying with joy, and only John's face pales. You're back. Traitor, you didn't expect to see me alive, did you? Count Andrassi swiftly draws his sword and points straight at John, and he looks both angry and sorrowful. Traitor, and what's going on here? And be suspicions of him ever since Cici was suddenly caught in that incident at the pub. And would the secret police bother checking such a small pub just because of some groundless rumors? And I thought of his latest discovery felt suspicious too, and that's why I insisted on verifying myself. But he was more audacious than I imagined, and he sold me out to the secret police. And thank God was already worried and managed to escape. However, it did delay me. John, you traitor! And everyone stares at John in disbelief, and his mouth curly, and his scar gives him a menacing air. How very lucky you are. Canandrasi ignores John and strides toward me with a look of concern. Elizabeth, why are you here? Because no one else dares to look at the Count, and Ada quickly explains what happened, and the Count shakes his head, scowling. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, and we were reckless, and thank God you are safe and sound. In fact, Ida, the fact that your plan went so smoothly was strange to begin with. And what sort of money could tempt a maid to betray her future empress to Hungarian refugees? Unless she was incited to do so because of another more powerful person. Planting a spy in the emperor's palace would be beyond the means of this exiled Hungarian. And she did look panicked, but I was too anxious to think about it much. I'm sorry, Cici. And not your fault, Ida. I gently pat Ida's shoulder, and then I turned to look at green-faced John. I believe the person who gave orders to the maid is the same person who bribed you, yes? And all these schemers are clearly designed to drive a wedge between Austria and Hungary, so what in the world are you after? Even if you knew about it, what could you do? Naturally, the person standing behind him is someone who wants a war. John, we were once comrades in arms in the revolution, and why are you doing this now? Because you're always weak and incompetent, always dream about fighting for a rise with peace talks. Our sacrifices have brought no hope, and you can't blame me for switching sides. You want to make peace, I joined them, and there's no difference between us. What you are doing is only fulfilling their political ambitions. But what I want is to achieve through my peace talks are freedom and equality. You're deluding yourself. Those supporting you are the conservative Austrian ministers who are bent on eradicating us, yes? The reason you try everything to cause a dispute is to make the emperor pay for his generosity. I suddenly remember what Metternich said in the study that day and before he left in such a hurry. Is he the true mastermind? All of the emperor now needs is a true leader to maintain the new order. And it's not us, it will be Prussia. Generosity is just another word for weakness, and those who hesitate will ultimately lose. It's done now, and once the emperor receives my letter, I'm certain he'll rush anxiously to the garden. And the show's about to begin, and the war will finally commence, and no one will escape from death. What are you saying? John sneered, and he turns around and runs into the sea of fire, and the winds of flame engulf him instantly. The emperor. Their other purpose was to use my disappearance to assassinate the emperor. This was not organized by us, and we only wanted to send your clothing to them to get my sister and the others back. They must have other plans in place, and my knees suddenly go weak, and Kanadrasin holds me steadily. Don't panic, the conservative ministers are behind it, so the emperor will not suffer serious harm. They probably just want to warn the young emperor. After all, they still need the emperor to fulfill their own ambitions. There's a deafening crack of thunder as the lightning tears the sky, and it makes my heart tremble. I realize what I have to do. No, I need to go right now. I'm going to see the emperor, and Canandrase, please lend me your horse. My lord, you can't just let her go like that. We can wait until amnesty has taken effect, and then we can let her go, and Melinda and the others have returned. How can you say such thing? Either we've been tricked too many times. My lord, many of us have died in the struggle, and we can't let this end so easily. What if I withdraw amnesty after this incident? Can Andrade please allow me to leave? Everyone is arguing loudly, and Ada clutches my hand and quickly whispers something in my ear. If she's saying she'll distract everyone, and she wants me to grab the horse and leave. This is the fastest way to get out, but it won't resolve the conflict, and it may put Ada in a difficult position. But Franz is waiting for me. I take the bruise Franz gave me from my pocket and hold it in my hand, and thunder is rumbling overhead, and these moments determine my destiny. I decide to make a promise and convince the crowd. I can't run away like that. I am no longer just Elizabeth of Bavaria, but the future empress of the empire. I squeeze my brush in my hand and shake my head at Ida, smiling, and then I look at the crowd calmly. Since all of this stems from the Venus manipulation, I promise that if you let me go, I will never hold you accountable. The Emperor's pardon will certainly take effect in time as well, and I will personally bring your kinfolk back to you. Varga, I just want him to come home. Can you really bring him back? That is my promise. I calmly look at all of them before my gaze starts at Canandrasi. I admit I'm moved by you, and the offer of honesty has made me believe in the Emperor's sincerity. More importantly, I believe in your sincerity, future Imperial Majesty. Before I send you away, please promise me one thing. What is your request? For a long time, there has been no true communication between Austria and Hungary. No one sees our request as important, and we hope you will stand beside the Emperor and speak for us. And we need a goddess of peace and justice, and please be this person for us, your Imperial Majesty. Khan Andrade places one hand on his chest and gives me a slight bow. I agree with you, and I also appreciate your sincerity and honesty. However, kidnapping a lady as you done is uncivilized, Khan Andrade. Out of the conviction in my heart, I will speak with the Emperor, but I will never compromise on the thread. Equality, justice, freedom, civilization, these are the common goals we share, yes? I express myself in Hungarian, though not fluent, and the crowd's eyes widen in surprise. As a show of sincerity, please accept this. The Emperor gave me this brooch to me, and it's a symbol of the royal family. I solemnly hand the brooch with the purple gem to Canandrasi. Beautiful and gorgeous, magnificent, confident, you have all the virtues of an empress. I am sure that soon we will sit down together to discuss this matter, and this also is my gift to you. If you and the Emperor keep your word, and I will have an even more precious gift for you. Canandrasi hands the reins of the white horse to me, and everyone has bowed their heads in silence. Will we see each other again, Cici? I'm sure we will, Ada, and when we do, I'll see Melinda too. Ada smiles at me, and her eyes are red, and reluctant to leave her, I embrace her gently, and then I go on the horse and ride away. The sky has lightened a little, and thunder trembles like the sound of 1,000 chariots. And a few moments later, rain pours and wind sweeps through the pine forest, and I gallop the horse towards the darkness. The rain pelts my face mercilessly, but I feel no pain, and I know that there's someone anxiously waiting for my return. Perhaps what lies before me is a claustrophobic cave, an abyss of pain, or an endless darkness. But right now, no matter what the storm, I must endure, and I'm determined to spring towards the light in my heart. Peaceful, equal, and openly new world. There will be countless trials and hardships, and I want to stand by his side through them all. Franz, please wait for me. I promise I will weather the storm with you. Ending weather the storm together. Alright, and we finished Princess Cici. I hope you have fun with me. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and we're continuing with Time's Princess. This is a sub-story of the Queen Marie Antoinette storybook, and this one is The Affair of the Necklace. Let's just bite into this. So what will you do? Madame, The girl sobbed softly, and her shoulders quivered as if she would faint any moment. I fiddled with a ruby ring in my hand, and there's no need to make eye contact with a lowly peasant. I had my clothes tailored made in Austria from the best designers. Now it's all drenched in ruin thanks to you. Shouldn't you compensate me? I do apologize, madam, but it was you who bumped into me. Are you blaming me? I am Jean de Valois, the noble Comtesse de la Monte. You ran into her and knocked over the fruit juice. She was scary, haughty lady. Why are you asking to be compensated? Her words drew several onlookers who agreed and looked at me with disapproval. And this one's following Jen, who's like a fallen noble woman. Fallen as in she used to be rich, but now she's not. But now her family's like they're poor, and she's not used to the transition. Cause it's very easy to rise, but when you start from up high and then and then go down low, like some folks don't take the transition well. I'm Glessa the Wizard Dane, and there's just a group of weaklings sympathizing with others like themselves. Stop being pitiful. The cheap use of yours has ruined this expensive dress of mine. I won't tolerate this. If you change out of the dress and pass it to me, I will do my best to clean it and restore it to its condition. You will make me wear a dress touched by your dirty hands, foolish peasant. How can I make it up to you? I certainly wouldn't count on someone like you to pay me back with an identical dress. This is a one-of-a-kind hot courtship dress. The only resolution is monetary payment. Monetary payment. You do not only wreck my beautiful dress, but also destroy my excellent mood today. Pay me 3 times the price of the dress and not one less bid. 1,000 libras in total. What? 1,000 libras? That's like robbery. The cost of your dress could feed an entire family for 10 years. It is a nosy peasant again, and she opposes me as if she's a messenger of justice. How ridiculous. I advise you not to challenge the authority of a noble, or... I was not done talking when she suddenly walks towards me and shouts, the nobles will fall one day, and someone like you will eventually be punished by God. Her harsh curse enrages me. Such audacity, filthy peasant. I'll have my husband arrest you. Jane. I hear a familiar voice and turn around, as though my husband, the Conte de la Monte, an officer of the gendarmes. You came at the perfect moment, my dear, you. I put my arm in his, hoping that he'll teach his professors a lesson on my behalf. But he pushes my arm aside in anger. And why was I charged for your jewelry purchases? What are you saying? I merely had them recorded under your name. What's yours is mine, isn't that right, my dear? Do you know how much of you own the store and the honor sending your bills to my camp? It's a glorious thing to buy jewelry for your wife. Your soldiers will praise you. Foolish woman, do you think this is glorious? You have no idea at all. And what makes you think I can foot such a massive bill? The onlookers focus their attention on my husband, and he will embarrass me at this rate. My dear, perhaps we should leave the rest of the discussion for after we return to the mansion. Now is no. I can't stand this anymore. Oh, good Lord, when did you buy the gem and the dress? Nicholas loses his mind and yells at me, and I forgot about the onlookers and argue with him. My jewelry is an everyday pastime, and those useless antiques you collect are the biggest expense. You don't understand art at all, and you don't even understand your everyday pastime. It is ludicrous to think this shabby material you wear is hot culture. Nicholas tugs at a ribbon at my waist, and I shove him in a fit of anger. Don't you criticize the latest work of Austrian designers, you oaf. The laughter rolls around us, and those filthy peasants are gawking at us. Nicholas finally realizes this is not a good place for an argument, and he turns to leave with no regard for my anger. And I return my attention to the brazen peasants, ready to teach them a lesson, but I am yanked from behind. Hey, stop right there, come, dang it. The dress is covered in intricate patterns, and the skirt is wrapped in a long lace ribbons. And the ribbons caught on Nicholas' buckle during the pushing and were torn the moment he turned to leave. Good grief, they're falling apart. Stop walking, you fool. My crosses do not slow him down, and instead he quickens his pace. And wearing heels, I am unable to follow his pace. Rip off the ribbons and stop. I rip off the irritating ribbons and shoot a scathing glance at the peasant. Where is a wretched girl? She wouldn't dare run from her debt. It was your own husband who ruined your dress, noble madam. And we all saw it with our eyes, and you can't blame it on someone else. You again, filthy peasant. Poor as we are, we wouldn't be caught dead all indecent like that on the street. I looked down at my dress because I ripped off the ribbons. The fabric was began to fall apart at my waist. Curses, the dress is falling off. I clutched my skirt awkwardly and leave this lowly street, too preoccupied to care about the laughter behind me. Because she hasn't lost her money yet. Because she shows up later as a secondary antagonist in like the Queen Marie Antoinette story in like the first chapter. When I arrive home, Nicholas is already polishing his beloved clock. And his movements are careful and gentle and completely different from the aggressive man he was in the street. This only serves to fuel my anger. You foolish man, you treat those worn out things as treasure, but are too stingy to buy your own wife a few pieces of jewelry. Don't judge my treasures with your trashy taste, you stupid woman. And if you wish to remain the Comtesse de la Monde, you watch your language. You watch your language, you embarrass me in the street. You order an imitation dress from an alley shop. It's not my fault the workmanship is awful. He exposes me without mercy, humiliating me in front of the maid. I pick up a cup and trash it on his eyesore of our clock, and this elicits an even colder look for him. Jean, I will not tolerate your behavior forever. Tolerate? I am the daughter of the Valos family, a descendant of royalty. I will not tolerate your behavior. You're merely a fallen and nameless noble. A descendant of royalty? You mean Henry II's bastard son? Ha! They grant you a generous stipend, do they? It's better than the paltry son the Comte de la Monde gets. And what then, royal descendant? And do you always use my money when shopping? The only dress you paid for was a fake. Because my husband can't give me a decent life, and you should be ashamed. You think you can live like the queen, a life of extravagance? You should be ashamed for not facing reality. You spend frivolously in front of your soldiers, but here at home you live in borrowed money. Is that your idea of facing reality? I can't avoid socializing, but you can definitely stay at home. You think I won't know what you're up to if I stay at home? Lies. Too bad those mesdames you butter up did not help you become more successful. Nicholas is about to explode when a maid comes from the outer chamber. She announces we have a visitor. The Duke is here to demand my payment again. He invited you to dance once, but it looks like that wasn't enough to write off your debt. You're not much better. I take the chance to leave the stifling room, but Nicholas speaks again with that gravelly voice of his. Aren't you staying? Perhaps your royal blood could help us delay payment again. Affairs like this are best letter F to the sociable Comte de la Motte. Such matters are too lowly for my noble blood. Just you wait, I, Jean de la Rose, Saint Remy, shall be part of the elite, and I shall crush everyone who has insulted me. I returned to the jewelry store with my own money, and why should I grovel with that useless husband of mine? A rich lady walks out of the store, and every finger adorned with diamond rings, and she admires her hands, waggling them back and forth. The diamonds sparkle in the sunlight. It feels like they're taunting me. How tasteless! How dare she flaunt her wealth in front of me, a true aristocrat? Those jewels are not fit for her rough, yellowish skin, and they would only really shine on me. She satisfied me, and I give her a contemptuous look and hold my head up proudly as I walk into the store. Please accept this as an apology. There are two customers in the store, and it's obvious that the elegant figures that they are true nobles, not unlike that show off earlier. Please take it, and I have to apologize. Bummer, the owner of the shop, fawns over every customer, and they're wealthy and noble after all. But he seems different today. There's fear and caution in his expression. Oh, but I'll take it. Remember what you promised. The lady reluctantly takes his gift, and there's a certain aura about her. Of course, don't worry. The lady turns to leave with her companion, and her face comes into view. What a beautiful and refined face, and my heart skips a beat. This face, I've seen it before. There's no time to think. I will quickly move to accidentally bump into them as they leave. Oh, I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty, Madame. Thank goodness my friends are right, and watch where you're going. My apologies, I should be more careful. I am Jean de Valois. Mademoiselle, if you are in the middle of a shopping trip, I'll be glad to help. I know the shops around here quite well and would like to guide you. To apologize for crashing into you, and I'll make sure you get the best buys here. I remember when I visited the Palace of Versailles with Nicholas. That elegant lady is the queen, and if I befriend them, my life will take a turn for the better. Uh, no, there's no need for that. Thank you. I'm a little tired. Perhaps another day. I'm about to try my luck again, but I notice that her companion's impatient gaze. But when I push it, I can give them a bad first impression. Oh, tired already? Alright, but please do allow me to help you next time. The two ladies nod and hurriedly leave the store. It didn't work, I sighed in disappointment. I so can find myself stepping on something, and my first reaction is to kick it away. But wait, it's a locket necklace. Did they drop this? But they already left. I pick up the necklace and I'm about to leave, but Borne calls me out. Welcome, Comtesse. Are you here to shop? Of course. I tuck the necklace away and walk into the store, eyeing the latest jewelry. And Borne's expression is the same as usual, but his tone with me has changed lately. Comtesse, I regret to inform you, we're low on stock and many clients have reservations in advance, and we will be delivering those orders soon. So you don't just deliver bills, and we strive to give our customers the best service, but we only deliver to the clients making large orders, and we require payment up front. He's referring to my bill. What a conniving, greedy miser. Well, the guy's gotta keep the lights on in his fireplace. But I can focus on that now. I have more important business. Paul, my dear, and who are those ladies from before? Noble ladies like yourself, of course. Ladies whose checks don't bounce. He doesn't seem willing to divulge. My dear Bonnet, how long have we known each other? And you know you can't tell me anything. I'm not keeping any secrets. But those two women are not just noble ladies. The matter does not concern you. I'm just curious. I need to know. My memory hasn't failed me. If it's just only curiosity, why are you so insistent? Curiosity has to be satiated after all. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. The store has already been cleaned today. I helpfully called to the newest customer and bought with signs. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. They were the Queen and the Duchess Polignac. I knew it. My memory is not failing me. The Queen is as ravishing as ever. Of course. I knew Lucky, the Queen and her friend came to your store. But Bowen doesn't look happy at all. In fact, he looks quite vexed. Lucky, no, the Queen's visit was nothing of the sort. Oh dear, what happened? You can tell me anything, dear Bonner. It's just that the Queen refused to buy my diamond necklace. Diamond necklace? Yes, a necklace the previous king commissioned for Madame du Barry. It's made up of many large and glorious diamonds, and we labored tirelessly to make this necklace. It's a breathtaking piece. Sounds like quite a treasure. But the Queen wasn't interested, and she only came to reproach me for spreading rumors. Perhaps he hasn't found its true owner yet. Such a luxurious necklace deserves the noblest of honors. That irritating Bonner refused to show me the fancy necklace, but I do have another necklace, and this could be my chance. I take out the necklace and open the locket. The portrait is inside of Queen Maria Teresa of Austria, mother of Queen of France. There is no mistake, this belongs to the Queen. Fate is smiling upon me. So you found the necklace, and how much money are you hoping for it in return? Money, how short-sighted. Getting to know the queen is the best reward I could hope for. Yeah, cause like the queen is famous for like paying off all of the debts of her best friend. Most unwise, Her Majesty is quite picky about the companion she picks. The only one she's truly close to is the Duchess Polignac. Friendship between two women is not complicated, and that's something you never understand, I suppose. Gabrielle's already benefits much from her association with the Queen. I can't afford to miss out. All the best, then. Conte del Amor remains doubtful, but a fool like Nicolas de la Monte wouldn't know an opportunity if he slapped him in the face. I shall not waste my breath, and I change into an elegant dress and I head to the palace. A powerful fragrance assaults my nose as I alight from the carriage near the Queen's estate. Her estate, the Petit Trianon, is located within Versailles, and this exquisite garden belongs to the Queen. The King's love for his Queen is evident as his soldiers line the courtyard protecting Her Majesty. But even if they're the Queen's guard, they are no better than common thugs. Halt! Entry into the estate is strictly forbidden. I am Jean de la Voz, Conte de la Monte. I must see Her Majesty urgently. Her Majesty has refused all visitors. Please leave. It seems you, dear guard, do not know I am a close friend of Her Majesty. The Duchess de Polignac is Her Majesty's only close friend, and she is currently in Her Majesty's company. What a coincidence, Her Majesty has also requested my company. Now, if you let me through. If you were invited, please show me your invitation. I was invited by Her Majesty in person in the jewelry shop yesterday. There's no need for a formal invitation between friends. My apologies, madam. Her Majesty has refused all visitors without an invitation letter. But I have something very important for Her Majesty. I suggest you let me do before Her Majesty punishes you. You can leave the message or item with me, and I will have it delivered to Her Majesty. Are you dull, and do you think I could possibly hand over something so precious to you? What if you break it? I will have to answer to Her Majesty for your blunder. The guard's stubbornness is getting on my nerves. Madame, I must advise you to leave. Damn it. I take another step forward and the guards raise their guns. To think that these lowly guards would point their guns at a helpless lady. They'd be like, none shall pass. I stagger backwards in surprise and trip over myself. Look at this, Your Majesty, your barbaric guards dreaming of your friends. The guards stop approaching only after I start to cry loudly. Madame, we did not touch you, and please leave. Despicable lowly fiends, and you even take responsibility for your actions. I merely took a step and you attacked me. Is the palace of Versailles such a lawless place? You are being unreasonable, madam. And what happened here? A well-dressed attendant approaches us. Oh my, why is this beautiful lady on the ground? He walks to my side and helps me up. Goodness, sir, thank you, you came back. Those bruises almost killed me. Please do not listen to her, and we have not done anything to her. Her Majesty has forbidden all visitors, especially those with questionable intent. And I have already told them I'm Her Majesty's friend. You were trying to barge into the estate without an invitation, madam. How bullheaded, and do you think I, Jean de Valois Saint-Remy, would lie to you? Jean, Countess de la Jean. And what a coincidence, I was just tasked with delivering my employer's invitation to you, and to think I will meet you here. Oh, then it is an honor to have you escort me into the estate. This attendant seems to understand what I'm going through, perhaps. He might be able to help me improve the situation. You hear that, fool? Our house is currently holding a banquet in Versailles, Palace of Versailles, and as a good friend of the Countess, should attend as well. And perhaps you should meet Her Majesty there. Holding a banquet in the palace, and the person he serves must be extremely important. Your employer is kind to extend the invitation, and I couldn't possibly disappoint them. The attendant leads me to the banquet, to the house, to the banquet. I am full of excitement, and if I don't meet the Queen today, I might still be able to profit from this meeting. Thank you for escorting me, good sir. And might I ask who you serve? Don't worry, Countess, we just arrived to the banquet shortly. Ah, you misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude to your employer. Please have some faith in my employer. They sincerely wish to meet you, and they have heard of your various achievements in Paris and are impressed, and as such they wish to invite you to the banquet. I am honored. Please convey my gratitude to your employer. I shall be done, Comtesse. I arrived at the end of the opening corridor, and the way into the grand hall and into her high society is now open to me. Crystal goblets, curtains woven from woven thread, and glittering chandeliers. In the palace, banquets may as well be holiday affairs. The luxury and extravagance on display here. Yes, this is the lifestyle I deserve. Please wait here, Comtesse. Very well, I'll wait the Duke here. The attendant places him in a spot, a good view of a gorgeous banquet and hall ballroom. And in a place like this, it's hard for anyone to hide or deny their passions. And I do feel an irresistible urge to join the ballroom floor, but I have more important matters to attend to. I am starting to feel a little fluttered, and it has been some time, and that attendant has yet to return. Did he lie to me? It can be. I am Jean de la Valois Saint Remy, and no one would dare disregard a member of our noble family. It sounded like the Duke has been a long time admirer of mine, and was to have been waiting a little longer. Excuse me, beautiful madam, and will you be kind enough to move so that I can get myself a glass of red wine? I suddenly take notice of the gentleman standing next to me, and he's dressed in a lavish clothing and appears to be great importance. Instead of moving, I turn around and fetch him a glass of red wine from the dining table behind me. I was so entranced by the beauty of the bargain I failed to notice you. I hope this glass of red wine will suffice as a token of apology. You're too polite, madam, and there's nothing to apologize for. More importantly, why are you standing here alone? I made the mistake of coming to a banquet alone. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who made that mistake. It's not too much to ask, and would you like to dance? Of course, it will be my honor. I take my first step to the dance floor, and I can finally be part of this extravagance. And the man speaks in a manner that is both light-hearted and reserved, and his responses are so guarded that I never get his name. Who cares? A banquet like this, my next target is never too far away. The attendant finally returns with someone in tow, but the man doesn't have the look of a duke. My apologies for keeping you waiting, madam. You don't have to apologize, good sir. I'm sure the Duke must be busy with his duties. Thank you for understanding, kind madam. As you said, the Duke is busy with his duty and is unable to meet you personally today. I see, and that is unfortunately. The Duke feels sorry as well, madam. And as a token of apology, he delivered an exquisite tea set to your residence, and he hopes you will take it. The Duke is too kind, and I'm sure we'll have another chance to meet at another time. Of course, the Duke hopes that he will see you often at his banquets. It will be my pleasure. And the gentleman behind you is... Oh, my apologies, let me introduce you. Madame, this is Cardinal Louis Rohan. Cardinal Rohan, this is Countess de la Monte, Jean de Valois Saint Remy. Ah, Cardinal Rohan, I heard so much about you. I am flattered, beautiful Comtesse. Oh, that's right, the Countess de la Monte is a close friend of Her Majesty. Cardinal Rohan, and you're troubled over what happened with Her Majesty. Perhaps the Countess can help. Oh, my dear Countess, you're a friend of Her Majesty. Rohan suddenly becomes excited when he hears the attendant's word, and he looks at me eagerly. Of course, Her Majesty and I are very close friends. I came to Versailles to return the Queen's necklace. The Queen's necklace? That's right, I didn't get to meet her today, unfortunately. But it's okay, Her Majesty often visits my residence when she leaves the palace. As I speak, I pulled out the locket necklace to further convince Rohan. My goodness, this is Queen Maria Teresa. Indeed, Her Majesty greatly respects her mother. Rohan's face twists when he sees the portrait of Queen Maria Teresa. My apologies, I must leave to assist the Duke with his duties. If I'm unable to return before the banquet ends, the Countess, don't worry, I will escort the Countess back to her residence safely. You can trust me, I'm a cardinal. Thank you, Cardinal Rohan, and I will take my leave. Rohan takes me eagerly when the attendant leaves, and it looks like the identity of the Queen's friends will bring me many opportunities. My dear Countess, I know this is sudden, but I need a favor. It is my honor to meet you, Cardinal Rohan, and you may ask me anything. The honor is mine, my dear Comtesse. Since you are Her Majesty's friend, you must know that Her Majesty detests me very much. Rohan frowns as he tells me this, looking troubled. Holding the locket in my hand, I am reminded of Queen Maria Teresa and that rumor. My dear Cardinal, although I hate to disappoint you, I cannot lie. I believe you understand Her Majesty will never tolerate anyone speaking ill of her mother. No, madame, this is a misunderstanding. I did not mean to spread those rumors. I was a fool, and I can't salvage anything by saying this. Oh, Cardinal, please don't say anything. Although Her Majesty is understandingly upset over what happened, she admires your talent. You mean Her Majesty doesn't hate me? Rohan's eyes light up immediately, and he is desperate to face his relationship with the Queen. Since I happen to be the Queen's friend, it's a perfect opportunity for him. Of course, it's such a waste of talent for you to be employed as a cardinal. Both his and Her Majesty share the same opinion. This is wonderful news, my dear Comtesse, and thank you for telling me this, lovely angel. And as I thought everyone lost for power, and Roja is counting me to get back in Her Majesty's good book after all offending her, and he's fully convinced of my identity and to have such a wealthy fool at my disposal. What a golden opportunity. It is my pleasure, dear Cardinal, and I only helping a friend in need. Her Majesty has been fretting over this as well, and I will mediate. My dear Comtesse, how can I ever thank you? Please don't mention it, Cardinal, and I enjoy making friends, especially friends as brilliant as you, and I hope we'll keep in touch. Certainly, my dear Comtesse, and I am truly fortunate to have a friend like you. The dazzling banquet and the luxurious palace of Versailles, and I can already see many nights of splendor ahead of me. My dear Rohan, my friend from now on, and we shall take good care of each other. The sapphire necklace spangles under the tassel at the ends of the bracelet gently swing every time I move my... Oh wait, let me see. Crystal goblets and curtains woven from golden thread glistening chandelier in the palace. Let me see. Now it goes from four, and now we got 5. The sapphire sparkle under the light, and the tassels dangling at the ends of the bracelet gently sway every time I move my wrist. This is just as I thought, only I can showcase the finest jewelry. And I wasn't expecting you to deliver them personally, and you shouldn't have gone to the trouble, Cardinal Roja. Anything for you, madame, please, you must accept. Only a woman as charming as you can bring out the true value of these jewels. If that's what you really want, rest assured I will take good care of them. It's an honor for them to be under your care. In your last letter, you mentioned the Queen is holding another charity event. Indeed, you must understand the success of such an event can enhance the Queen's standing. Of course, it's not too much trouble. I would like you to pass these funds to the Queen. You have nothing to worry about, Cardinal. I will ensure the Queen receives every last coin. Thank you, kind madame. I am glad to see relations between you and the Queen have improved. The credit is all yours, madame, and I wouldn't have done it without you. You don't have to be so formal with me. Friends are supposed to help each other, and I have another piece of good news to share with you. There's always a surprise when I visit you. To be exact, this is a surprise from the Queen. She replied to your last letter. Really, that's great news. I can tell you're eager, and she took her time with this response. Her Majesty is most likely occupied with preparation for the charity event. But you're right, I have been waiting anxiously for her reply. Haha, you can be honest to a fault, Cardinal Rohan. Rohan carefully assessed the Queen's envelope and retrieved a pink envelope decorated with pearls from his robes. Is it something you prepared beforehand? Nothing seems to get past you, madame. I will hand this to her along with the funds for the charity event. You have my utmost gratitude. After Rojan's departure, Nicholas emerged from the back room dressed in a dazzling outfit, ready for the night out. You're getting bolder, my dear, and will those be the fun? Will those funds be getting past you? His condescending tone is starting to ruin my mood. He'd be like, "Are you keeping those funds for yourself? You should know when to stop, and the only reason you still have any dignity left. I am your husband. Remember what you told me earlier. What's yours is mine." Huh. Don't suggest me to your ridicule and sarcasm, and the only reason we still have any coin to spend is because of Cardinal Rohan. I am the only person he trusts. Perhaps he should be more careful about who he trusts. Her Majesty hasn't held any charity events, and it wouldn't be long before your lies are exposed. And how long do you think you can deceive him with those forged letters? It doesn't really matter, does it? Roja doesn't doubt my friendship with the Queen, and the power-hungry simpleton generally believes in the Queen's good books. If you're that confident, my dear, then I wish you luck, and I mean us the best of luck. Nicholas leaves the house and he will likely only return in the wee hours. What's a wee hour? After all the better, and now I can focus on replying to Rohan's letter. That's right, those letters from the Queen were all written by me. Simple-minded fool. Does he really think the Queen will favor him? Then again, there are countless fools in the world. I take Roja's envelope and I dread the idiocy that awaits me. My dear Queen, each time I read your letter, I am both delighted and fearful, but at the same time, there's something that I'm deeply mystified by, and I truly hope that you can explain it to me. I can't contain my excitement after reading Her Majesty's long-awaited letter, and I am greatly indebted to the Comtesse Lamont, and she advised me on how to reconcile with Her Majesty. Having exchanged more than 10 letters with Her Majesty, her animosity of me must be a thing of the past. When Her Majesty's recent letter had taken more time, I can tell her tone has softened. Moreover, she seems enamored by my talents, and seems are definitely looking up. I hope that's not the only thing looking up, Cardinal. I carefully put the letter back into the envelope, and it's definitely something worth keeping. In one of the Queen's letters, she mentioned she was looking forward to meeting me. Perhaps this is time we meet in person. The weather is perfect today, the scent of roses fills the air as butterflies start playfully in front of me. I am here on an impulse, but I can no longer contain my excitement at seeing Her Majesty, the most noble woman in the entire world, and she is more beautiful than any rose and more enchanting than any butterfly. That opera performance was so dull, and even you were dull enough. Stop teasing me, Your Majesty, and then you fall asleep too. Indeed, perhaps we should invite your favorite theater actor from Austria for the next show. Really, Your Majesty, if we did that, then his performance would definitely be amazing. The Queen and Queen's voices draws closer, and they just watched an opera performance together. But the Queen clearly mentioned she was feeling lonely and dejected in the palace. Would it be better if I just left? No, I'm not here only because of my feelings. This would also be the Queen's will. I smoothed out the creases of my clothing and composed myself and walked to the King and Queen. Cardinal Rohan. The King notices me first, and for some reason a sense of guilt overwhelms me. Good day, Your Majesty. I am here too. Your Majesty, don't you have matters to attend to, and we should return to the palace? Why is she ignoring me? Your Majesty, do you need something, Cardinal? Her eyes sit on me, spared with a harsh expression. What's going on? Has she forgotten what she said in her letters? I'm just passing by. My apologies. I did not mean to interrupt, Your Majesty. That when speaking to a chick in person, she's not acting the way of it. Like, I guess it would be like catfishing, but before the internet, sending somebody corresponding pretending to be someone else to get money out of them. So this guy, so this guy was catfish first. There's no need to be alarmed, Cardinal. As the Queen said, we have things to attend to, so we will be on our way. They walked past me like I'm not significant, and the Queen still loves me like before. Where did I go wrong? I need to send a letter to Countess Lamont. Fool, that fool. How naive does he have to be to think that the Queen has eyes for him? Is there nothing inside the thick head of it? It's like I said before, lies like this can be easily exposed. I'm not going to let him spoil my plans. If you want to meet her that badly, I'll grant you your wish. Oh, so you already have another plan. Just sit back and watch. Just like that, understand? That doesn't sound too difficult, and I should be able to do it. Your meeting with Rohan must be kept secret. Do not let anyone know about this. You know the consequences. Also, like she hired a Queen Marie Antoinette lookalike. Please rest assured I won't tell anyone. Good. I'll treat you well as long as you cooperate. Thank you for helping me when I was mostly stressed. Huh. You should send that face of yours. That resemblance is uncanny. Oh heavens, hurry and change into the clothes I brought you. Those rags are an eyesore. Yes, madam. Huh. Filthy peasant. I only had to exchange a few words with her and I tainted her foul smell. My goodness, I forgot to tell her to take a shower. And what was her name again? Dova. My name is Nicole, Madame Nicole Lugar de Oliva. It doesn't matter for now, you're Queen Marie. Remember your identity at all times and keep your head up and stop bowing. Yes, madam, I will pay attention to my mannerism. As expected, a lovely peon can never compare to a queen, but I had no choice. I must count on her. You look exactly like the queen, and Roja won't figure out anything as long as you keep up the act. Will this work? I'm a little scared. Do you still want money? If you don't, I can throw you out of the carriage this instant. I'm so sorry, madam. Slowly, peasant. You really can't expect much from them. I must stay calm. Don't look so frightened, you know I won't do that. And you need the money badly, don't you? With that much money, you'll live comfortable the rest of your life. I understand. I will do my best, madam. Great, go on, and Roja will be waiting. I hope to hear good news the next time we meet. Definitely, madam. Nicole was off the carriage gracefully, and Roja must be anxiously waiting. The night breeze blows gently, and the garden appears serene and enchanting under the hazy moonlight. And a white rose in hand, Roja stands under the trees, tall and dignified. Life as a nobility has taught him to carry himself with grace, but his trembling hands and flushed cheeks betray his nervousness. I've been in tenterhooks since that day, and I never thought the queen would be willing to meet me after what happened. In a place like this, late at night, waiting with a rose. Rohan's heart flutters as a thought, and his heart beats loud in the quiet night. Hearing some rustling from the flower garden, he looks up and sees a beautiful figure approaching. Rohan tries to stay calm, and his heart racing, gripping his rose tightly as he walks towards her. The light is too dim here, and I can't see your beautiful face. But you're holding a white rose, so you must be the one I'm waiting for. Yes, it is me. Oh heavens, a voice as sweet as an angel's kiss. It can be anyone other than the queen. Please accept this rose, your majesty. You are the most noble lady I know. Thank you. Your majesty that day. Oh, sorry, Rohan. I'm sorry for what happened that day. I didn't have a choice. The lady lowers her head apologetically. You don't have to explain, your majesty. I understand. I am grateful for the chance to meet you tonight, and I truly regret the hurt I had caused you. And since that day, I thought about how I should ask for your forgiveness. Please don't blame yourself. I understand. Roja can barely contain himself as he hears those words. Oh, my queen, you truly are an angel, and does that mean you forgive me? Overcome with elation, Rohan suddenly closes the distance between them, and the lady takes a step back, startled. Rohan, I forgive you. You are close to me after all. A little too close. Rohan stops in his tracks, realizing his behavior was a little offensive. Forgive my impertinence, thank you, and thank you for giving me this chance. Rohan thinks the queen must be the most beautiful angel in the world, and he feels a strong urge to express his affection. I guess he feels a strong urge to send his celibacy vows out the window. But people be made of flesh and blood. I prepared a most precious gift for you, and I hope that you will accept it as a token of my sincerity. Marie sweats profusely, too nervous to figure out what Rohan is talking about. Then I accept it. I do apologize, Your Majesty. The gift is not with me right now. It's okay. You may hand it over to the Comtesse, and she'll deliver it to me. That is wonderful, my queen. The gift which you will be soon longing for will be yours, and I'm certain that you are the only one worthy of wearing it. Thank you, Rohan. I am already looking forward to our next meeting. Really, Your Majesty? Marie trembles nervously and her impersonations start failing terribly. Unfortunately, Rohan is too blinded by infatuation to notice anything suspicious. The intimate atmosphere is broken by a sudden noise, and there seems to be someone hiding behind the trees. Panic-stricken, Marie's first thought is to flee immediately. Oh my goodness, I must leave now. Your Majesty, please don't forget what you promised, and please forgive me. Running frantically, Marie neglects to respond, and the meeting did not end well at all. Things didn't go according to plan, and I didn't expect Marie to return to my carriage in such a miserable state. She gives me a full account of what happened when she reached the residence. Oh, you poor child, don't worry, it was most likely nothing. But what if someone exposes me? It was just a little noise, perhaps it was only a falling branches. Don't worry, no one else knows your identity. But Cardinal Rohan will be meeting Her Majesty again. Indeed, you shouldn't have promised to meet him again. But we can use it to manipulate him. I may require your service again when the time comes. Wow, those two have like some hilarious catfishing going on there. Thank you for your kindness, madame. You can go now and take your money, and remember to keep your lips sealed. Yes, madame, and I will keep it a secret. Looks like your plan didn't go so well. It was just a little hiccup. There have been no talk of this incident around the palace. Even if there was somebody there, it was most likely a drunk banker guest who lost his way. My dear, I really do admire your calm intelligence. But are you worried about Rohan? It is unlikely that the queen to lose her composure the way Nicole did. Think about it, and what I set up for Rohan was a secret rendezvous with the queen. The queen ran away because she was afraid of her scandalous affair being found out. This would only convince the fool that what transpired was genuine. Just wait and see, the cardinal will be there to thank me tomorrow. The day after the garden meetup, I received a letter from Rohan. My dearest Comtesse, I cannot thank you enough for everything you have done for me. I am sorry to disrupt you. Haha, what a moron, Rohan, walking straight into my trap. My lady, I take it all back. I am certain Rohan will bring us great wealth, and it couldn't have happened if you hadn't masterminded the whole thing. Nicholas suddenly appears by my side and giving me a saccharine smile. Whatever that is. Something is up. It's obvious he wants something. You finally get it. Yes, my lady. Since Rohan trusts us completely, we should exploit him further. And what great idea do you have now? Rohan's charity money will guarantee us a good life, but we can't rely on him to keep his promise. What if we're found out? Yes, that's a valid concern. And I'm guessing you want to make a killing once and for all. Seems like I cannot hide anything from you, can I? Didn't Rohan mention sending the quiff a rare gift? I bet he only said that on the spur of the moment, but let's make that happen. Yes, and we should definitely lend our beloved friend a helping hand. We'll help him with a gift selection, an expensive gift selection. I have something in mind. That was quick. Of course, and what do you take me for? It's time to pay Rohan a visit. It's late at night and I see the Rohan's face clearly, and I can tell he regards me with great respect and gratitude. I laugh inside at his trembling silhouette, and what a foolish man. I must offer my apologies, Cardinal Rohan, and it is most unfortunate that we can only meet at late night in a dark alley. However, the matter I'm about to discuss with you is of a great importance, and we need privacy. Don't worry, Comtesse. You help me reconcile with the Queen, and I will do anything to repay your kindness. You are too kind. God allowed you to bond with Her Majesty, and I was merely the messenger. The Countess' benevolence knows no bounds. Now tell me what troubles you. I will do everything in my power to aid you. Thank you, but it's not I who is troubled, it's the Queen. The Queen, what ill fortune has befallen Her Majesty? We are the East Cardinal Rohan, and it isn't anything serious, but the Queen has an unfulfilled wish, and I was wonderful if we could help Her Majesty fulfill the wish. The Queen's wish, please tell me more. I sure you know of a particular diamond necklace. It is famed for its luster and value. Do you mean the Dubarry necklace? Indeed. There have been rumors that the Queen wants the necklace. You catch on Queen, but it's not just a rumor. No one can resist the allure of such a beautiful necklace, much less a queen. Only a queen deserves such a necklace. Sadly, the treasurer is in a tight spot at the moment, and Her Majesty cannot openly purchase the necklace with that little coin we have left, and the necklace remains out of Her Majesty's grasp. Ah yes, the necklace is extremely expensive. Her Majesty is aware, but to every woman gazing upon a beautiful jewelry is akin to gazing upon her one true love. Well, she said it, not me. Preposterous is the Queen denying her desires because of naysayers. Yes, but that is where you come in. You can purchase a necklace on the Queen's behalf. Naturally, the Queen will not have you shoulder the burden of a purchase, and you just have to pay in advance. Oh my, Her Majesty should have just asked, and I will gladly assist. And please let Her Majesty know, Countess, and tell her her wish will be granted. Of course, Cardinal, and I know you won't disappoint her. I've been fretting over what to do ever since I blunted that I'll give the Queen a special gift. This is an excellent opportunity. I must give that necklace to Her Majesty as soon as possible. Welcome. Hello, you must be Monsieur Bonner, the owner. Oh, good sir, I'm honored you know my name. Yes, I am the shop owner, Bomer. Monsieur Bonner, I am Luis de Rohan. Ah, the respectful Cardinal, and your presence is a great honor to my little shop. And what kind of jewelry would you like? I can give some recommendations. These are the latest. No, I'm not here to buy this. I am here on behalf of a distinguished lady. I see. And could you tell me who the lady? Monsieur de Beaumont, that is not a good place to discuss that. Forgive me for my foolishness, my good sir. I will temporarily close the shop. The Countess is right. The bomber is a good merchant reading the situation, and he closes the shop. Even the interior cannot do anything to hide the sparkle of jewelry, and this is indeed the most luxurious shop in Paris. I heard you have an extraordinary diamond necklace here. Is that true? But Miss visibly excited upon hearing my words. Yes, indeed, and it would be like to purchase this necklace. I can bring it out for you right away. Yes, do that. I do want to buy this necklace, but the price is 2 million livres. It's much too steep. Good sir, you would not say that if you have seen the necklace. It is definitely worth more than that. Bomber eagerly takes out the exquisite box and carefully presents it to me. My goodness, I swear to God that I've never seen a necklace as extravagant and mesmerizing as this. It should indeed belong only to the Queen. Please do not mistake it. I do not intend to bargain. That is good news, sir, and customers with an eye for jewelry are exceedingly rare indeed. However, it's difficult to amass such a massive sum of money in so short notice. Perhaps we can work around. Are you saying installments? I'll pay you 500 livres every month, so you'll be fully paid in 4 months. So this is indeed a good way to resolve the issue. But it's difficult for a small shop like ours to survive in this large city. The necklace is simply too valuable. I understand your concern, but do not worry. The lady who sent me will give you an absolute guarantee. As expected, the cunning businessman will not give in easily. Unfortunately, the Queen personally wrote an authorized letter and had the contents passed to me. This is a lady's request, and she can prove my credibility. Goodness, this letter was handwritten by the Queen. The bottom of the letter bears the royal seal, and there's no doubt that it is genuine. Of course, good sir, the Queen, just that the Queen had previously. Yes, that is what I said is going to say next. And I believe you know that the people are happy with the queen for buying the necklace. Yes, that's true, the poor queen, and she ought to have all that is beautiful in the world. And all the cake. You're right, and that is why our transaction must remain a secret. Understood. And as for the installments, and I will never doubt you or the queen. As long as you pay the deposit today, this necklace is yours to bring to the queen. Of course, and I have brought the money. With a precious diamond necklace in hand, I can already see the queen's lovely smile. And I look forward to our next meeting and to hear her sweet angel kiss voice. So this is a fake necklace from the rumors, and what a dazzling marvel, and you could blind a person with this. Right, madame, and I felt the same when I first saw it. No word exists could describe its splendor. The queen will be ecstatic to see her, Cardinal Rohan. And Her Majesty will certainly be surprised by how capable you are, and you granted her wish so quickly. As long as Her Majesty is happy, I will do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. No cost too great. I think you finally regain Her Majesty's favor, and I will visit her more often, and I can't let you take my place in her heart. Rohan turns red at my teasing, and what a stupid man. I suppose it's kinda cute. Of course not, madam. You always be the queen's most treasured friend. A treasured friend of mine as well. And I don't know how to repay such kindness. I'm just glad I could help. All I wanted was for you to bury the hatchet. Okay, madam, and I will pray the Almighty Father to grant you a life of peace and prosperity. The Cardinal praying for me, I am truly blessed. There is another issue I require your help with. You mean the necklace? Friend not, Cardinal. I will deliver it to the Queen myself. I will tell her of the trials and tribulations you went through to procure this necklace for her sake. My dear Malay, you are too kind, but we cannot let the public know about this. I'll wait for an opportune moment to pass it to Her Majesty. You are wise, madame. And I will leave the necklace with you, and please deliver it when the time is right. Are you sure, Cardinal, to entrust such a valuable necklace to me? I trust you, madame. I know you will take good care of it. Well, if you insist, you will hear good news from me soon. Of course, madame, and I'll be waiting. Rohan leaves with a huge smile on his face. Oh, he's practically on cloud nine. If only he knew, and cold hard reality will hit him soon enough. His dreams are over, but mine are just begun. After Rohan leaves, I admire the necklace and carefully place it back in the box. It might be a gorgeous, but it's just a necklace. 2,000,000 libras, all because it was meant for the palace. You're right, my dear. They call it luxurious but cast it aside for its value. How stupid. But it has given us a chance to rise to the top. Oh, you return. Of course, and I saw the Cardinal before left, and I suppose he's completed his task. You're sharp as usual. And could I ever compare? I could never compare to you, my lovely wife. And I worry that such a beautiful and bright woman will leave me one day. If that were to ever happen, I would have to seek out the Cardinal to hear my tale of woe. Nicholas, you sly fox. If I take the necklace and leave without him, he'll report me with no qualms. It's not like I plan on leaving him behind. Not yet, anyway. Don't say that, my dear. We're husband and wife, aren't we? And why would I leave my husband? You put my fears to rest. Well, we must pack, and we can't stay here any longer. You're right, my dear, and we should head to London immediately before we are exposed. Excellent idea, but I must do something. I'll destroy every letter from Rohan, and there's nothing left to tie us together. Dear Rohan, it's time for you to repay me. Take the necklace and run. Shouldn't you pack your clothes and shoes, my dear? The only luggage we need to care about is the necklace, and everything else will just weigh us down. If you say, it is as you say. I look out of the carriage window and gaze upon the city, and I never return to this place, and there's nothing here for me anyway. London is nearer and nearer, and that's where I'll start my new life among the elite. After a long journey, we finally reached London, and it's so different from the extravagant Paris, and it feels classy and elegant here. It isn't as bustling as Paris, but buildings are impressive. Forget Paris, my dear, and this is our home from now on. You're right, and we should look for a villa in the outskirts. Come now, and we can have the fanciest villa in the city, and don't forget why we came here. I don't think we can get 2 million livres for selling the necklace here. You don't say, do you? Of course we can just sell the necklace. That would only bring us trouble. So what do you mean is, you see in a moment. Welcome, esteemed customer. May I help you? Good day, sir. We just arrived here and are merchants like yourself. We need some capital. And so we have to take part with our treasure collection, and we hope you can give us a good price. Of course, madam, and let's take a look at your goods. I brought this here with me. Oh my, such exquisite large diamond. And what is called detailed craftsmanship. This is a work of a master. It looks like you're interested. Madam, if you're willing to sell it now, I'll give you a fair price. Of course. Like, she's not gonna sell the whole necklace, she's gonna sell it in pieces. You're a genius, my dear, picking apart the necklace and selling the diamonds alone. Of course, it's no problem, I can't solve, and no one will grow suspicious of us that way. And diamonds are easy to sell. Have you heard the latest scandal from France? Is it about the Queen? Why, yes, the Austrian wench. And what did they call her again? Madame Deficit, was it? The citizens are suffering, living in poverty, and their queen chose to empty the coffers for a diamond necklace. From what I heard, the queen herself did not make any lavish purchases, and the apprehended jewelry merchant and cardinal both insist the queen put them up to it. Who knows? I mean, why would the merchant make a false accusation? It's only natural for a merchant to pursue his bills. Still, isn't this hilarious? The ever so distinguished Queen of France asking for favors and paying in installments. That's true. In fact, there are rumors that the Cardinal is in an illicit relationship with the Queen. Oh, that explains everything. The Queen instigated her lover to make an expensive purchase on her behalf. Alas, his foolish lover defaulted on the payments, and so the poor merchant had no choice but to bring their shady affair to light. The scandal has irreparably damaged the Queen's reputation so much, and the truth barely matters anymore. Well, she deserved it. Didn't think she was too greedy for her own good. Haha, it seems the scandal has set off a massive uproar in Paris. You never cease to amaze me, my dear, and how could you ever find humor in this peril? Our heads will roll over if we destroy every trace leading us back to the necklace, leading back to us, including the necklace. All you have to do is wax your mouth and no one will ever suspect. I'm afraid not. There's still the small matter of the Queen standing. That harlot, it's done. She'll be removed soon. Oh my, I underestimated your wits and wiles again. Cardinal Roja must be on cloud 9 by now. I set this up exactly how he wished it for. He should be simple. I help him set up an illicit relationship with a woman he longed for. Haha, and yet the Queen sees nothing of him. Even if Roja were to rat us out, he has no evidence to back his claim. This incident has worked entirely in our favor. The Queen is nothing but a disgrace now. Queen Marie Antoinette, the wretch who turned me away from the Petite Triana. And how do you like that? Oh, my dear, and now that we brought our second villa, shall we celebrate the occasion? That's a great idea, and we can throw a fancy party in our garden like we used to. Or we could convert the upper floor into an opera theater, and it would be nice to enjoy opera at home. So I guess like like that was their home theater back then. The movies, or they have live performers whenever they're in the mood to watch theater. I'm sure our banquet guests will be envious of us, and I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Boring. We haven't been to a casino yet, and why don't we splurge a little for the thrill of it? And we should also invite our novice Richie. You fool, I will not party to this low-class entertainment. A walking disaster like you in a casino, you'll lose all our money. For me? Doesn't matter if we lose a hand or two. We're aristocrats now. Aristocrats can't be that petty. Oh god. I gotta already see the train wreck coming. No, don't go to a casino. Well, I guess it's kind of like the lottery curse, like money that came easy, gone easy. True aristocrats must multiply their wealth by making smart investments. They don't squander their fortune. And why do I even bother? A tactless man like you will never understand. Smart investment. And what about that shop you took over last month? It folded up smartly yesterday. It wasn't my fault I bought the shop, but someone else managed it. It's because of that incompetent manager you hired. And you call yourself an aristocrat, and you drew a commission by docking his pay, you greedy miser. And where are the maids I asked you to hire? And do you expect me to clean that villa by myself? You're being unreasonable and leaving it, and I refuse to spend another second with you. You want the maid? Fine, I'll get you your maid. The content that Amon lives in a house, leaving me on the streets that bear strong resemblance to the winding alleys of Paris I used to loiter. But I'm no longer the beautiful girl in a knockoff dress. This loathsome abomination of a man simply wouldn't understand. Only I deserve to live in luxury. Driven mist and ominous clouds marred the morning sky, and rain dust pelted against the window pane like a malfunctioning clock. Then what's with this atrocious weather, and why is it always raining here? 'Cause it's London and it's tradition. Lazy folks tend to dislike being disturbed, especially so they have a bad hangover. What are you on about? Get out of London if you can't deal with the weather, and I wouldn't even bother to stop you. What was his attitude, Eve? Damn you, and how dare you hit me with a pillow? Are you trying to kill me? You fool, and don't you dare utter that vile name to me. Nicholas snapped back to reality upon hearing my ferocious scream, and the swine actually mistook me for that hussy. Jean, I called you the wrong name by mistake, and don't push your luck. I must have forgotten you hired 20 odd sweet young maids, and indeed it's difficult to remember all their names, you idiot. They were hired to serve you, and you're already the most dignified woman in London, so quit whining. I am so grateful for your kind gesture, Comte de la Monte. Unfortunately, the sloppy service disgusts me, and I'm already sent them out to tend the farm. You're absolutely unreasonable, and wait, you bought another farm? What has the matter with you? Perhaps you like to tend to the vineyards with them. What a grand villa. A charming yet pretentious voice rings across the hall. Curses, you hired another maid? No, you idiot, I didn't even know you had sent all our maids away, and why would I bother to hire another? The hen could it be? Wait, she spoke French. So we speak French. We haven't met a single French person since coming here, you idiot. I am seeking shelter from the rain. Hello, is anyone home? And what a beautiful mirror. She's so rude, and throw her out this instant. I'm not in the mood to do anything right now. Curse you, and why bother asking? Good heavens, that's my antique Austrian carpet. Get your filthy shoes off my carpet. What a charming lady, and just me, you must be the mistress of the villa. That's like the spy master from France, the stabby everyone with a pointy end of the rapier. Get off my carpet and show yourself out. I must apologize, my lady, but please don't turn me away. As you can see, I'm just a miserable traveler. She strutted across the carpet while speaking, inching closer to me with every step. Perhaps you should do a favor for a fellow French. Shut up, you nauseating accent irritates me. How vulgar, your marbles hardly befit a noble. Unfazed by the rain dust trickling down her thickly powdered face, the stranger continues to stride towards me. I back off instinctively. A mere trespasser berating the master of this villa. Do you have any idea who you're speaking to? How narcissistic, why would I know? Are you a celebrity? You're nothing but a nouveau rich, and do you really expect me to address you as a noble lady? Listen closely, you daft woman. I am Jean de Valois and Remy, a descendant of the Valois royal family. How dare you, a mere peasant, talk back to me? Jean, now that's a familiar name, and a celebrity after all. Yes, so you best get on your knees and beg forgiveness, you crass woman. Perhaps an apology is due. Alas, you'll be apologizing, not I. Her aberrant accent breaks into a husky voice, and her creepy smile gradually fades. My heart begins to tremble. Who on earth are you? Finally decided to ask my name. Unfortunately, it's a little too late now. Ah! The, the stabby spy master from France caught up to them. Pitter patter. It sounds like the never-ending rain in London and the gloomy weather I once complained about. The dim light of dust makes me open my eyes reluctantly, and the damp air and filthy water drops are slowly eating their way into my bones. That scoundrel Dion, and how dare he adopt me and drag me back to France. Guard, tell your master I want to see him. Do you hear me? Are you deaf? To imprison me here without any proof, how dare he? Huh. I dispatch those steery places, the air is terrible here. That irritating voice again, and he does really think I will stay here and let him judge me, how laughable. Oh, poor madame, it's only been a few days, and your skin has already turned so dull. The air here is not fit for any person. But you're a criminal, so let's just say it's part of your punishment. But Monsieur Dion, I'm no criminal. Oh my, and you know my name. You truly are a cunning one, Comtesse Lamont. Oh, monsieur, your guards pay me no heed, but they sure do talk a lot. Perhaps you should imprison them for their impudence. Oh, I will, madame, but now is not the time, and let's talk about you instead. Monsieur, a wise man like yourself would not let me suffer such an injustice. You're denying your involvement on the matter. If you're referring to the matter of the diamond necklace, then yes, I've been wrongly accused. I would have never known such a treachery existed if you hadn't mentioned it. It looks like you're still unwilling to speak the truth. It's alright, I'm a patient man. Let's talk about another necklace then. The Emposada family locket necklace, the one I used to prove that I was the queen's friend. That is the queen's necklace. Yes, it's been tucked away in my things. You certainly confess easily to that. Well, you found it in London Villa, didn't you? And there's nothing to hide. I bumped into the Queen and the Duchess Paulina at the jewelry store and picked it up when Her Majesty dropped it. I visited the Petit Trianon to return it to her, but her guards stopped me. I heard about this, yes? You can ask those guards to vouch for me. I didn't get to meet the Queen and I didn't dare hand over something so expensive to the guards, and so the necklace was left in my possession. And so you flaunted it. Oh, monsieur, no, this is a huge misunderstanding. I admit that I was bragging a little, but it was a moment of weakness which I deeply regret. I did nothing else. You sly trickster, and what a perfectly crafted story. I spent so much time tracking you down. It is true, monsieur, and you must prove my innocence. My poor little cockatoo, I feel sorry for you. But your despicable husband has abandoned you in your time of need. Ah, my husband, I haven't seen him since that day. He must have escaped. I act like a heartbroken, hoping that Dion will take pity on me. He pulls out a letter instead. I feel sorry for you indeed, and not only did your husband of yours flee when I was busy apprehending you, he sent me a letter exposing your crimes, and he wrote about your deception of Roja and your impersonating of the royal family, and your brilliant scheme. I quake with rage, and Nicolas de la Mole, you terrible man, you face my wrath. Monsieur Dion, I never thought things would get this far, and I confess that I have lied. This was all my husband doing and the Cardinal's doing. Are you concocting yet another story? Monsieur Dion, please, you must believe me, it was a moment of weakness, and I couldn't disobey my husband. Enough, sly cockatoo, and you might have a lovely voice, but I have no interest in wasting any more time. Perhaps it is time for the Queen herself to pass judgment on you. No, monsieur, please listen. 3 days of confinement and you're still as energetic as ever. Perhaps you need to be properly welcomed to the prison before the queen comes. Dion's eyes gleamed with ferocity and I turned my head to see the torture devices laid out. No, you can't do this to me. So jealousy and greed are your motivations, and who are you to covet riches and glory? You have only ever thought of yourself, and you do not care what kind of calamity that necklace might cause. In terms of position in family history, I am on par with the House Bourbon, and why can't I recover what is rightfully mine? Our first priority is to put a stop to all of the chaos so that the royal family can survive the crisis. No, you can't treat me like this. The royal blood running through my veins. I'm a member of the nobility. And will you really turn over a leaf if I let you go and you might do something even worse? No, your majesty, spare me. That's the 89th time I had that nightmare, and Marie's hypnotic face still lingers in my mind. The morning bell rings, and those bothersome nuns are going to make me clean this random monastery again. Sister Yin, our minds should not wander when speaking with God. Aren't you praying as well, sister? Oh, you, and I can't match your wit. Sister, I put those rose jewels in your room. And we must never forget to take care of our skin. All these high society habits, you spoil me, sister, but I must thank you. I never felt better. It's the least I can do, sister, and you are my only friend here. And besides, you've been helping me send my letters, and I have another one tomorrow, if you don't mind. Of course I don't, sister, and I will make sure it gets to your husband. Come now, it's time for Vespers. Let's hurry up then. God, you must punish all who wrong me, especially the self-righteous queen. Do they really think they can keep me in this filthy little chapel? Many years later. Oh my, have you heard? That swindler, the queen punishes kid that conversed with her husband's hubby yesterday. I did, and I heard she disguised herself as a boy to escape. But her husband was caught. How unfortunate. The crazed revolutionaries have stormed the Bastille, and it is God's grace that I managed to escape to the small farming village in London. I had left Paris behind, but I will never forget that the one responsible for this suffering is the Queen herself. I never wanted to mention her name in my memoirs, the source of my misery. But I have an obligation to let the people to expose her deception worse and frivolous way. The piggish queen and her brainless guards, and you do no longer have the power to punish anyone else. And Nicholas, my foolish husband, do you really think I would take you with me? You idiot, rot in the filthy vault for all eternity. And those who have wronged me are finally being punished, and God is truly on my side. We'll see who wins in the end. Obtain the ending Jean's scheme. Alright, so that's the end of that mini chapter. I hope you found it amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if it's running. No, estoy haciendo otra cosa. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and I'm continuing with Time Princess. This is a servant's resolve. It's a soft story of Maria Antonia. It is getting dark and my eyelids are getting heavy. Do you want to hear the story before I doze off? Let me see. My name is Alfred, and I was once a lovely servant in the Palace of Versailles. Yes, that Palace of Versailles. It didn't pay much, but at least I didn't have to pay taxes. And I had many stories to tell my fellow countrymen when I returned home on Sunday. Despite where I ended up, I was quite content with my job. but I'm getting off track. But then I worked a week every three. I worked a week every 3 weeks. Most days it was fine, but there were bad days too. Alfred, hey, wait up. Who's calling? Ah, it's you. The servant who yelled my name runs over breathlessly, gazing at me in relief. I don't feel good about this. Come with me. The content no license asks us to move a mirror. One mirror. He starts pushing me towards the south wing. Haven't you heard the Viscount who lives in the minstrel's wing has moved out? That's not my problem. And what are you mumbling about? The Countess has taken a shine to the mirror he left behind. But she is in the north wing, so we've been asked to bring it over. These novels really like their mirrors, and they call them fashionable decorations, but they are pretty boring. I think as I follow him and I realize something. Wait, you mean we're going to the minister's wing? Yeah, a natural either, and the place smells terrible. The toilet in the minister wing is absolutely putrid, and it's even started leaking into the surrounding rooms. That smell, just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. I know, wait, isn't that the Viscount's room? And we look at each other in horror and our faces turn pale. It's near the toilet. Indeed, that unlucky Viscount stayed near the toilet, and the smell hits me as soon as I enter the room. It's terrible. Hold your breath, quick, grab the mirror, and let's get out of here. Wait, I think I'm gonna vomit. Hold it, come on, lift it up. I resist the urge to throw up and we lift the mirror together. I don't understand how the nobles can stand this. It smells worse than cow dung. We carry the mirror out of the minister's wing, but I'm still overwhelmed by the nausea. Are you okay? Your face looks strange. How could I be okay? I almost throw up when I snap at him. And please just hold it on a little longer, we're almost there. We reach the north wing and the haughty countess is waiting for us outside her room. What took you so long, Harry? And what a fearsome hag. Oh no, I'm feeling wobbly. And what are you waiting for? Do I have to whip you? Madame, please move aside and we're about to enter when my head starts spinning and I stumble. The mirror hits the door frame and shatters all over the floor. Heavens, look at the mess you made. It was too foul-smelling. Shut up. I was about to complete my set of mirrors and this was the last one. She insists and she points at my nose and starts giving me a mouthful. You disgrace me and how dare you break my mirror. Countess, please. Enough, someone. I need to discipline this useless servant. My colleagues flee, leaving me behind to deal with this demented hag. Give him a good beating. Two muscular attendants appear by her side. No, don't come any closer. They surround me. I take a few steps backwards before flaying nervously. Their fists are huge and they came my face in with a single punch. Give him a good thrash him and then throw him out, and this is what you get for crossing me. The two brutes sneer as they loom closer, cracking their knuckles. Ah, no, please, spare me. Spare you, huh? Not when you disgrace me. Such audacity, and you get no mercy from me. Come now, and we'll give you a good beating. Don't come any closer, go away. And I scream and flail around hysterically, and they laugh at me. This is a palace of Versailles, you can't do this. So what if it is a palace of Versailles? Don't you know who I am? Whatever I say goes. I knew it, and these nobles don't see us commoners as people at all. And what are you standing around? Do it. Yes, madame. And I cover my head with my hands, waiting for the fist to rain down on me. Stop. Who's there? They lower their face and turn towards the voice. The palace of Versailles is normal for us lowly servants to get trampled on by nobles. They can punish us with a snap of their fingers, I know this well. These nobles were born into privilege, and to them were dirt beneath their shoes. But when the man appeared, I felt a glimmer of hope, and perhaps it's because he's the only one who acts like a true noble. A tall man strides towards us, and I can't see his face clearly, but my chest tightens. Another noble. They breathe a sigh of relief and raise their feet, intent on carrying out the contents order. The next thing I know, a huge fist lands right into my stomach. Ah! I said stop! Violence is prohibited in the Palace of Versailles. The voice rings in my ears, and I look up and I see him standing before me. Pain overwhelms me, but it doesn't distract me from the sight. This man, he has such a brilliant aura. And what's the matter? I didn't ask you to stop. The man frowns, glaring at the exasperated Comtesse. Madame, please ask him to stop. What, is he actually helping me? I'm not hallucinating, am I? And did it hit me too hard to hear? He's different from the other novels I've encountered, but he's still one of them. Why should I? He broke my mirror. A mirror? Exactly, mirrors are important. I could have 10 mirrors. And thanks to his idiocy, I'll be mocked by everyone. The concierge claws like an angry hen, and she looks ridiculous in his presence. He's a lovely servant, and I can punish him for his mistakes. He must take responsibility for his actions, of course. He understands that, doesn't he? You see, the Viscount lives in the minister's wing. And what does that have to do with the mirror? His room was close to the toilet in such a foul stench. And? Are you blaming something you couldn't control? I didn't mean to. I almost threw up on the way here and broke the mirror because I wasn't feeling well. Don't shrink your responsibilities. It's not something a man should be proud of. It might be a small matter, but I hope you realize your mistake. Yes, I'm sorry. He's one of them after all, and none of them see us as people. He's never stunned the Comtesse and her servant. He only needs to compensate the court. He does not need to bear the brunt of your unreasonable anger, madame. What are you talking about? Don't you think this is a bit too much to beat a servant for such a trivial matter? I beg your pardon, I'm only doing this to protect my dignity as a noble. Dignity? It seems you're doing this for your vanity. His gaze is resolute and his eyes look like stars. He really is different from the other nobles. You, and how could you take a servant's side over mine? Aren't you a noble too? You have besmirched your noble status with your actions, madame. As nobles, we must hold ourselves to a higher standard and set a good example for all. Your actions are not of a higher standard, madame. He speaks the truth. Most nobles are hypocrites. And I gaze at his handsome face, and my heart growing warm, and if only I could applaud his bravery. I don't know what you mean. A household only needs one mirror. Such extravagance has marred the ivory walls of the palace. You are a noble too. How can you say that? Precisely. We as nobles have a greater responsibility on our shoulders, and as discerning nobles, it is our duty to put an end to such things. And only nobles with too much free time on their hands would do such things. The Comtesse's mouth hands open. How could a noble say that? I must go, madame, and I trust you will make the right decision and let this poor fellow go. And he's about to leave when the Comtesse suddenly gasps. I remember you now. You're Gilbert de Montier, the Marquis de Lafayette. Marquis de Lafayette, what a distinguished man. Yeah, fresh out of the American War of Independence. The Marquis bows to her in such an elegant poise. Au revoir, madame. And he leaves his dark shadow vanishing as he descends the staircase. And what do we do now, madame? Please excuse me, I need to compensate the court. The Comtesse breathes and angrily pointing into the hallway as she shrieks. Go, get as far away as possible. Not every noble behaves badly, it seems. And I pull myself out, dusting the dirt off my clothes. And the Comtesse regards me with a gaze full of vitriol and scorn, and I must be manure in her eyes. And in my eyes, she's a crazed hen in a fancy dress. Well, it's over now. Don't you think you'll get away with it just because the Marquis de Lafayette stood up for you? She's still at it? How terrifying. If there's nothing else, then I should excuse myself. Such impudence, and a lowly servant is giving me attitude. I can exterminate you so easily. If I recall, this is the Palace of Versailles, not your private yard. You think you'll be this lucky next time? The Marquis de Lafayette won't remember a lovely servant like you. And I walk away, leaving that crazy Comtesse and her shrill voice behind me. Well, it's for crazy contestants like this that like the French Revolution happened and a lot of decapitations that follow. And then other people got decapitated, and then like everyone was decapitating everyone. That was the fashion during the French Revolution. Even the leading father of the revolution, Robespierre, he also got himself decapitated by the murderers because he went insane going on decapitation spree. And the only solution to that was to do more decapitation. That was during the French Revolution, that was like the solution to everything. Like that mad queen of hearts off with her head. Lafayette, huh? That Marquis really is different from all of the novels I met. I'm still hurting from the beating, but I can't help feel elation, and I whistle a merry tune as I go pay my dues. His name and face leave an impact on me. Little did I know the significance of his name. I should go back to my hometown for church service, and I usually go at least one Sunday per month. And there's nothing amazing about my hometown. Everyone is poor and barely scrapes by their meager earnings. And my parents are both farmers, and it is hard work for little gain. They are only 40, but the creases on their faces made them look twice their age. I don't want to suffer like them. At least this lowly job offers a better prospect than farming. If I impress the nobles, their tips could easily last me a few months. Things will even be better when I get a promotion, and I want to stay in the Palace of Versailles the rest of my life. It is a comfortable job that pays well, even if the nobles can be yours. Honestly, what more could I ask for? When I enter my house, my best pal Alexander is waiting for me, and he's also back from break. I thought it has been too long. Looking well good, lad, and what are you up to these days? I've been working as an apprentice on a ship. Good for you, and a shining career in the making. Quit teasing me and just trying to put food on the table like everyone else. Good point, the money we make is barely enough for us to get by. I thought you work in the Palace of Versailles. Yes, but just as a lovely servant to the nobles, like, who even cares about me? Alexander nods his head thoughtfully before speaking. And everyone gets more and more and everything gets more and more expensive these days. Even in this day and age, it's time to just survive. Blame our wretched fates. We were born in the lowest rung of society, destined to work ourselves to death for money. A gloomy atmosphere hands in the air, and after a brief silence, we turn to look at each other. Why are we discussing such things instead of celebrating a reunion? Haha, yes. We rarely have a chance to meet, and would you like a drink? Yes, let's go, my treat. Thank you, and I have big news. I stand up and pat Alexander on the shoulder, and we head for the door. We settle in our usual spot at the tavern. This place looks the same after all this year. And the world may have changed, but did not this place. And the waiter brings us 2 glasses of beer. Aha, still the good old taste I remember. Cheers to our pathetic life. And we click our glasses and sip our beer. So, my big news, heard it from some naval officers. Alexander beams at me excitedly, and he's clearly dying to share. Tell me, I'm listening. You know the new world, don't you? A war is brewing soon. Oh, so this is Lafayette before going to war. The what? You never heard of the New World? Alexander furrows his brow and he dips his finger in his beard and he draws a few lines on the table. Well, we're here and the New World is here across the sea. It's so far away and whatever happens there has nothing to do with us, right? You can't say that the Marquis de Lafayette intends to join the war. Wait, what? Lafayette? The name brings back memory, and I still remember that day. He does not need to bear the brunt of your unreasonable anger, madame. And what are you talking about? Don't you think it's a bit too much to be a servant for such a trivial affair? I beg your pardon, I'm only doing this to protect my dignity as a noble. Dignity, it seems you're doing this for your vanity. You, and how could you take a servant's side over mine? Are you a noble too? You have besmirched your noble status with your actions, madame. As nobles we must hold ourselves to the higher standard and set a good example for all. Your actions are not of higher standard, madame. The Marquis de Lafayette, he left quite an impression, and for a noble he's certainly quite nosy. Alfred, are you listening? Huh? Oh yeah, I am. Still, it's too far away. I have absolutely no interest in the New World or any war. Is your blood not pumping? Eh? I get more worked over finances. Well, I also get worked over the Marquis. I was hoping to convince you to join me as part of Lafayette's forces. Me? Join an army? You must be joking. It's not part of my life, and I'm waiting for a promotion. Think about it. How great would it be slaying enemies on the battlefield? How great would slaying enemies on the battlefield be? Well, I guess they can take their rage at the nobles against other people, against the British. And what will you get out of that? Only the risk of being slain yourself. I declined Alexander's proposal and down my beer. Wait, Alfred, don't you want to earn more money? Of course, and what's wrong with that? What I mean is this is a great way to make money. Huh, and what do you mean? Now I'm interested. Honey, I'll get your attention. Get to the point. The expedition to the New World and the war there that Alexander describes doesn't interest me. But why doesn't Marquis de Lafayette want to send troops so far away? The nobles in the palace revel in debauchery without a care for the world. A life we can only dream of, and yet he wants to abandon it all for a war. Is he bored? Have the nobles not caused enough suffering? So that he's wondering if Lafayette is just going to fight the British because he has absolutely nothing better to do with his time on this world. But he's rich. What the hell are you going off to fight the British, you lunatic? I have seen nobles burn over 1,000 candles for one meal. I have watched them fight over mirrors. I thought I'd seen everything, but the Marquis has baffled me. Trust me, Alfred, this is an opportunity you don't want to miss. I had no interest in throwing my life away on a fool's errand. You'll be properly compensated. Think about how much you get paid. Paid. Haven't you heard the Marquis pays his soldiers very well? Join his army and you'll receive a juicy salary every month. Alexander knows me, and this little detail is enough to perk my interest. That sounds too good to be true. It does, but it is true. Think about it, Alfred, and how much are you paid now, and how much more can you earn? You're right, I'll easily earn a year's worth of money in just a month. So I'll take that as a yes. The terms are tempting, but you must give me more time to consider. He assumes I'll take up the offer, doesn't he? And what kind of a person is the Marquis de Lafayette? And why would he give up his comfortable life and travel across the world to fight a war? And what a strange man, but he sounds more interesting than anyone else in the palace. However, I'm aware of the risk, and a soldier could lose their life before they have a chance to spend their money. And my current life is stable, but I decided, Alexander. Shall we register together? We can go together, but you must register before I do, and I want to know if the deal is as good as you say it. I figure you say that. Come, I'll show you the way. I pay the drinks and leave with Alexander. This way, hurry. Yeah. And looks like we came at a good time. There's no queue. It's a really a good scene. It means no one is. I couldn't finish my sentence, and a familiar figure approaches the Marquis de Lafayette. I recognize you. You're a servant in the Palace of Versailles, aren't you? Huh? The Marquis remembers me. The Marquis, and you know the Marquis de Lafayette. Are you here to register? I nervously nod, and my heart throbs decidedly. Follow me, and we need to talk before you register. With that, the Marquis turns and walks away. And what are you waiting for? The Marquis has asked for you. Go. The Marquis wishes to speak with me in private. I can't. Sir, I didn't think you would remember me. Relax, I just want to talk. With someone like me. Yes, please go ahead. Facing a high-ranking noble alone has tied my tongue. Regarding that incident, how did you resolve that in the end? Oh, I hated your suggestion and I paid for the mirror. His brows are furrowed and his expression intense. Did I upset him? Is that so? Very well, and I have something else to ask. Yes? Did the Countess treat you poorly after I left? How unexpected to think that the Marquis would be concerned about something like that. I explained that after, and the Marquis' expression slowly relaxes. All right, And now for the most important question, why are you joining my army? What else could a lonely peasant like me look forward to but money? Money, this war, people will die. I know, but everything is rapidly increasing in price, and if I don't make more money soon, I won't let me look forward to but money. Money, this war, people will die. I know, but everything is rapidly increasing in price, and if I don't make more money soon, I won't be able to afford even bread. I had no choice but to bet my life on this opportunity. Is that bad? But if you work hard in the palace and secure a promotion, your pay will increase and your efforts will be recognized, and you'll even have a chance to be exempted from taxes. Only if I get promoted in time, and I might start to death before then. If that's so, then you intend to dedicate your life to this battle. I am a lonely person, and lack of money is a death sentence. You nobles may find it difficult to understand, but we peasants will gladly give our lives for a chance at a better future. New world, a war? I couldn't care less. I only want to put food on the table. I see. Thank you for your honesty. It was enlightening. So, can I sign up? Of course. Though I must say you had a unique way of resigning for a job. Truly an interesting servant. And he smiled at me, and I stared dazzlingly at his handsome face, unable to avert my eyes. And welcome to the team, Alfred. I returned to the palace of Versailles after visiting my hometown, and I resumed my duties as if nothing had happened. I even wondered if that day was a dream. As a French noble, the Marquis de Lafayette has all the wealth and status one could wish for. How fortunate. And who wouldn't want to live in luxury? I couldn't understand why he wanted to go to the New World. The New World is said to be far less developed than France, and yet he gladly gave up his comfortable life to be there. Perhaps a difference in mentality between the nobles and us commoners. I asked about him, and if I ever met him again. I can't even concentrate on my work, and I've been thinking about Lafayette all day. And I almost bumped into Nanoa in the hallway, but managed to swiftly duck aside, and he glances at me menacingly. I am terribly sorry, sir. Fortunately, he chooses not to reprimand me, and he returns to the conversation with his attendant. We have been here a few times already, haven't we? Huh? And the king is always meeting someone in his study these days. I asked around, and the Marquis de Lafayette seems to be visiting the king very frequently these days. Lafayette, for what purpose? I'm not sure about this. Forget it, Lafayette must have important issues to discuss with the king and will come again on another day. The pair continued chatting as they disappeared down the hallway. Did they say Lafayette is in the king's study? Perhaps this is my chance, and I have a brilliant idea, and I'll take my work closer to the king's study. And I'll run to the other end of the hallway to find George, the attendant in charge of my word distribution. George, I need a word. Alfred, and what do you need? I'd like to work in a different area. Mind helping me? George looks at me skeptically. And why are you looking at me like that? Is it difficult? Fine, it's not like you'll be able to slack off in a new area. The nobles in Versailles tend to overlook the servants' movement, and with your help I transfer to a new area near the king's study. I'm on the floor beneath his study, but this is the closest I can get. All I can do is wait for the Marquis de Lafayette to walk by. And what's on your mind, Alfred? Oh, nothing really. George was near me now, so he dropped by for a quick word. I didn't move here to chat with him, though. You better work hard. You're very close to the king's study, so they'll quickly notice if you slack off. I know. You asked to be transferred here, and I can imagine why you put yourself under scrutiny. Could it be that you're trying to curry the king's favor? Don't say such nonsense. You're very outing, Alfred, but now I'm truly curious. Ask away. I'll answer if I'm in the mood. Why do you want to work here? I wonder what he'll think if I tell him the reason. I decided to maintain my facade and clear my throat and turn towards the confused-looking George. What other reason could there be? I'm bored of the mundane work, so I wanted to change the scenery. A change of scenery, like hell. I don't really care if you believe me, but I wanted to change the scenery so much I signed up for the Marquis de Lafayette expedition. The Marquis de Lafayette expedition, and I heard anything about it. I gleefully relayed what Alexander told me to George. Understand, we're leaving for an expedition to the New World. We're going to war. Crazy, right? Are you serious? I didn't expect this reaction, George. Alfred, you're dumber than I thought. You must be insane, you and those novels. You're all insane. Lower your voice, you're trying to get me in trouble. Just looks at me with contempt as if mocking the expedition. You're an ignorant fool. And why would you say that? It's already a miracle we peasants get to work in the palace, and we have a stable income, and we don't pay taxes. Do you have any idea how coveted our jobs are? Of course, this job is better than tilling plots any day. Listen, it's tough enough trying to make a living for a slowly peasant. And what are you trying to say? The Marquis de Lafayette is a noble, and he belongs to the highest rank of nobility. Who do you think you are? I'm nothing. I'm fully aware of that. The nobles can afford to feast and make merry all day, but we slog like donkeys every day just to make me sane. That's the reason I joined the expedition. I want more money. Alfred, it's an actual battlefield you're going to. You might die before you see any of that money. Worse, you might live, but I'd be horribly injured. Will you stop cursing me? I'm serious. The nobles have their families and servants to fall back on if anything there were to happen to them. Can you do that, Alfred? No, I can't, but I can start thinking about the possibilities. Before, I'll probably laugh at the novel's madness with George, but now, I'm about to make my case when a loud crash thunders above us. What's that noise? Perhaps the doors were flung open. It came from the king's study. We peered out nervously, wishing we could see through the floor. This would turn out to be a fateful day, and the loud crash terrifies me and George, and we stand frozen to the spot and slowly lift our eyes to the ceiling above. And I realized slightly better than George, and I expected the wrath for that crazy contest once and for all, after all. And George turned himself trembling fearfully, and he looked like he might wet himself. And we heard nasty footsteps coming down the staircase the next moment. I panicked and quickly hid in a corner, pulling George along. The Marquis de Lafayette was briskly down the stairs. It's Lafayette, but he doesn't look like his usual self. Lafayette looks stern and slightly furious, and with none of his usual friendliness. What's wrong with Lafayette? Did something happen in the king's study? And why are you sticking your head out high? Oh, sorry. As we whisper, the king's voice comes from the staircase. Lafayette, stop right there. It's the king. He sounds furious. Lafayette continues to walk down the stairs, not turning around. Come back, do you hear me? His Majesty's angry voice echoes in the narrow corridor, and I glance up just as Lafayette's back disappears from view. George, I have something on, and I'll leave the rest to you. Hey, wait, you. Not bothering to explain, I follow Lafayette. I see him at the end of the corridor after jogging down the stairs. Marquis de Lafayette, please wait. Did he not hear me, and why isn't he behind him? I guess I had to follow him. I followed Lafayette outside the Palace of Versailles, and feel that was tiring, but I can finally speak to him alone. Marquis de Lafayette, it's me, please wait. And what do you want from me? The stern expression makes him look like a stranger, and he seems so more distant. I just wanted to ask you something. What is it? The question has been bothering me for days. I just don't understand. Marquis de Lafayette, and why would you give up the life you had to fight this war in the New World? The life I had, what do you mean? I mean, your life as a noble, your comfortable life without any worries. I see. If that's the kind of life you wish for, following me to the New World won't get you that kind of life. The look on Lafayette's face, especially, it scares me a little. That's not what I meant. Think carefully about the future you really want. The Marquis de Lafayette seems more serious than usual today. Is that why you follow me? You're wasting your time. Lafayette frowns, his expression stealing, and he's not in the mood to talk. Guess I caught him in a bad mood. Unlucky me. Get back to your post and focus on your duties. Yes, I understand, and I'll take my leave. I will only vex him more if I keep asking, and I should get back to work. and an army of the palace guards appears and blocks our as I try to leave. What are they doing? Over there. I turn and see the guards behind us as well, and what do they want? They're here for me. What? You're a noble of the palace? The soldiers surround us. You're under arrest, Marquise Lafayette. Are you mad? Do you know what you're saying? We're here on orders from His Majesty the King. The guard shows us a handwritten order from the king signed by the king. There must be a mistake. Please come with us, Marquise Lafayette. How could this be? This doesn't make any sense. Guards take the Marquis to his cell. The Marquis Lafayette follows them wordlessly, and my legs tremble in fear and my mind goes blank. The Marquis' personal servant takes him too. No, I'm not. Don't argue, you're coming with us. I'm just a lonely servant in Versailles. Ask George if you don't believe me. No one listens, and I turn into a cell before I know it. I never thought I would end up in this place. Yes, I may have eyed the fortunes of others and dreamt of striking it rich, but I would never commit a crime. I met a man in prison for theft once, and I never forgot the look in his eyes. Even when released, most of them remain hosts of their former selves, and the torture changed them. And I developed the habit of quickening my pace whenever I walk past the prison. Now I unlock him here, and with a marquise no less. The soldier stomping in the cell floor. Ow! My body feels like it shattered before the fall, and as I get up I notice a figure out of the corner of my eye. Marquise Lafayette, is that you? I'm sorry, Alfred, I'm the reason you're in here. I can't believe the Marquis is locked up in a cell next to mine. But you're a noble, why will you be in prison? His Majesty himself gave the order. For what reason? You didn't commit a crime, did you? I think about what the Marquis could have done. Don't worry about it, His Majesty doesn't need a reason. So he was just like annoyed at him for calling him on his nonsense, and then he just randomly threw him in prison, cause you know that's what kings and queens were like back in the old days. He leans back to rest his head against the wall, and he looks worn out. Who wouldn't be devastated after something like this? Even though I don't know what happened, I still want to do something to cheer him up. I squeeze my face between the bars of the cell and grin dumbly. Marquis, fate. What is it? This may sound odd, but is this your first time in prison? What do you think? Even in a place like this, no one would dare lay their hands on a noble. Living in this damp and vermin-filled cell must be a new experience for you, huh? What? Be patient, Marquis. Look on the bright side and treat this as one of life's many experiences. What a load of. After your time here with the murky water, tough bread, and hard floor, when you return to your fine wine, tender steak, and feathery bed, you'll probably enjoy them more, right, Marquis? Even though our cells are dimly lit, I can tell from the Marquis' side that he thinks I lost my mind. Don't look at me like that. I'm trying to cheer you up. Let's say you succeeded and you have my thanks. I'm glad to be of service. Anyway, you have nothing to worry about. I'm the one they want. I'm so overwhelmed by the day's events I almost forget about something that's been bugging me. Marquis, may I ask you a question? You sure are full of questions today. It's not that we have much else to do, and what's wrong with a little conversation? I tell Lafayette silent as consent and ask him the question. My reasons for joining the war in the New World. I'm not remembering when he asked me the same question. You must have a good reason, and I want to earn some coin and live a good life, but you already have that. Very well, before I answer, let me tell you something about my father. Your father, what does he have to do with this? I can't tell if I'm imagining, but Lafayette's tone has taken a more somber turn. He died in the Battle of Minden many years ago. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. We're fighting the British in the New World. Huh? Didn't the British fighting? Is Lafayette thinking of avenging his father on the battlefield? Even though dying on the battlefield is supposed to be a great honor for a noble, my family doesn't want me to go. They dread the same fate will befall me. And you must think this is a perfect opportunity to take revenge. He shakes his head, and even in the dimly lit cell, I can see the spark in his eyes. It is ideals, not revenge, that spurs me on this path. Ideals? Yes, ideals. The colonists in the New World want to create a society where everyone is equal. That's easier said than done. Everyone treated equally. Is that possible? The colonists are being subject to harsh suppression by the British. They tighten the grip and look to quash any last hope the people may have. And why should that concern us? And these things are happening far away and don't impact us. How could you learn about their tragedy and continue living your life as if nothing is wrong? What I'm trying to say is, I don't know how to reply, and even though I have my own problems to contend with, I feel shame for not caring about others. The colonists are fighting for justice and freedom, and I will do everything in my power to aid them. This isn't about my father. I want to live up to my own ideals. My head feels like it's struck by a hammer, and countless thoughts race through my mind. Equality, freedom, and justice for all. This is also foreign to me. I didn't think those things were possible. That I had no words, Marquis. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. For all his talk about equality, I'm still just a lonely servant in his eyes. It's true my family was only able to afford school for 4 years, but I understand why he's so passionate, and I feel emotion behind his words. But I don't know how to convey my feelings, and I only stare at him blankly. Let me give you some advice. Don't follow me to the New World. Why would you say that? War is ruthless, and even if you're not on the front line, you will not escape unscathed. If you're only going there for money, stay in France. Marquis, Don't worry, I will let His Majesty know you had nothing to do with me. You should be out of here by dawn. And with that, Lafayette turns his back to me and walks to the other side of his cell. My head still hurts from the conversation, and there are some things I had to figure out. Even though my thoughts are cluttered, my fatigue catches up to me, and I zone those off, and someone then enters the cell. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's sleeping. I fall asleep quickly and I sleep well. I am exhausted and I can't keep my eyes open. I lie on the ground after the Marquis de Lafayette was away and immediately feel drowsy. And even though the cell is completely bare, the cold ground hurts my hips, and I can't resist sleep when it beckons. And when I sleep, not even the clash of cymbals can awake me. While trying to think, I quickly fall asleep, and I do not know what happened next. The cell door opens with a creak, and Lafayette straightens, and someone walks in, and in the dim candlelight, Lafayette manages to make out his face. Your Majesty. Yes, Lafayette, it's me. I'm sorry I had to meet you in this place. I would never have expected your Majesty to come here. It's my first time in the dungeon. It's quite grim. It's also infested with roaches and rats. I guess this is much worse than I thought. Someone told me to treat it as one of my many life experiences. Experiences? He also said I'll enjoy life more when I get out of here. Lafayette unconsciously glances at the cell next to his. An interesting fellow must have said that. And why are you here at this time of night, Your Majesty? Did you not come here to mock me, surely? Of course not. Do you blame me, Lafayette? I do not, but I wish you would tell me your real purpose, Your Majesty. I sent orders to capture you and put you in prison. You must have had a good reason, Your Majesty. You have purchased many ships and gathered many men. It has attracted British attention, and they are watching you closely. Are you nervous? Are they nervous? They sent a diplomat to pressure me into reining you in. I see. However, my orders to have you in prison were issued to deceive the British. Your Majesty, you mean? Yes, I support your decision to aid the colonies in the war against Britain. Thank you for letting me know your true intentions. I should thank you instead. Thank me. If I hadn't paid attention to this war, I wouldn't have the strength I wouldn't have strengthened my stand. Your Majesty, will you support the colonies in this war? This war is especially meaningful to you, yes? That is true. And their enemy is Britain, who is our enemy. Whether from the viewpoint of the king or a close friend, I firmly support the colonies in their war against Britain. The enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing. Oh yeah, and that backfires spectacularly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you so much. Be prepared, Lafayette, and you have an important task ahead of you. I am always ready to do your bidding, Your Majesty. We must make sure to fully prepare for this war. The British diplomat has not yet left, so we must maintain this current state of affairs. I understand, Your Majesty, and Louis looks Lafayette with trust and determination. You will be stuck here a few more days. We cannot do anything about that. Perhaps he was making sense after all. Oh, you're talking about... I'm starting to miss the fine wine and the feather bed. When I am released, I may actually appreciate everything more. Now I'm curious about this person, and especially loud snow from the next cell interrupts the conversation. That is starting to sound like. I did not realize boards were houseier as too. How strange. It sounds more like a man snoring now, and as you said, and people are incapable of producing such boorish sounds, surely. Listen closely, Your Majesty. It's coming from the next cell. The two men glanced inside the cell and confirmed the noise's origin. That noise is absolutely horrifying. He's a servant who was arrested with me. I intend to plead for mercy for this innocent man tomorrow. Snore. His Majesty can help but frown as my sporadic snores interrupt the conversation. You probably won't be able to sleep if he continues like this. I'm sure I'll be fine. His snores are the stuff of nightmare, and I can imagine anyone sleeping next to him. Do you find it that bad? Either way, I had enough of him. I, however, remain oblivious to the king's annoyance and my thundering snores. Guys, throw this hibernating boar out. Please, Your Majesty, wait. He's due to leave at dawn anyway, and just sending him out earlier. That's true. The soldiers nod the adjacent cell and huddle together to leave me. A way of this man wouldn't be wakened even if he tossed into the stream. You're probably right. The two men watched as the soldiers leave me away and disappear into the darkness. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's sleeping, and I fall asleep quickly and I sleep well. I am exhausted and can't keep my eyes open. I lie on the ground after the Marquis walks away and feel immediately drowsy, and though the cell is completely bare and the ground covers my hips, I can't resist sleep when it beckons, and when sleep, not even a clash of cymbals swimming. The cell last someone was in 5 minutes. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, now it's 9. I wake up the next day and find myself in a small alley outside the prison. My back, my hips, my whole body hurts. Wasn't I in prison? And the Marquis de Lafayette was in the cell next to me. I had a long talk with him before I fell asleep, didn't I? So why did I wake up outside? The Marquis de Lafayette, he must have asked to let me go. And he still has a way with words. But couldn't they have let me have a good night's rest before putting me out? Damn, you could have let me spend the night. I clutched my aching back as I stand up, gazing at the prison gates. Did they throw me out while I was asleep? And the Marquis de Lafayette said that he would ask the king for mercy and let me go free. And she actually kept his word, and I wonder how he's doing in there. I can't help but worry and walk towards the prison, and I need to thank him in person. Halt, who was there? I wanted to visit a friend. A friend. Well, I was captured with the Marquis de Lafayette yesterday, and I was let out first, but I'm worried and I'd like to visit him. Ha, you're telling me you're not a noble? Come on, just let me in. He can back me up. Who do you think you are? You can just walk in and out of prison. I just want to visit the Marquis de Lafayette. Put a cork in it, and if you don't leave, I'll lock you up again. Damn it, he's not going to let me see Lafayette. All I can do is return to the palace of Versailles. Alfred, pay attention. Ah, sorry, I was distracted. You've been acting like this the whole day, and what are you thinking about? Nothing much. And I've been mowing the words that the Marquis de Lafayette said to me inside prison. It is ideals, not revenge, that spurs me on this path. Ideals. Yes, ideals. The colonists in the New World want to create a society where everyone is equal. Everyone treated equally. Is that even possible? The colonies have been subjected to harsh suppression by the British. They tighten their grip and look to quash any last hope the people may have. And why should that concern us? These things are happening far away and don't impact us. How could you learn about the tragedy and continue living your life as if nothing is wrong? What I'm trying to say is, I don't know how to reply, and even though I have my own problems to contend with, I feel shame for not caring about others. The colonies are fighting for justice and freedom, and I will do everything in my power to aid them. This isn't about my father, and I want to live out to my own ideals. The scene has been swirling in my head, and I can't get Lafayette's resolute gaze out of my mind. A fire has been lit in the depths of my heart, and how could I even describe this feeling? And I resume my normal life, but I'm starting to feel frustrated. Alfred, we need to talk, and you've been bungling your duties as of late. I already told you I didn't do it on purpose, and you've been out of sorts lately. Has something happened? I've grown bored with this life. You never said that before. And what kind of life do you want? If we don't work towards our ideals, then isn't life just meaningless? Ideals, haha, did you really just say that? And what's so funny? And where do you even learn that word from? That's none of your business. Were you duped by someone, or did you hit your head somewhere? I know you wouldn't understand. And what are you trying to say, Alfred? My life feels stale, and I've grown weary of it. I was saying this, and I finally realized what I really want. I want to follow the Marquis de Lafayette, and not just for the money. I want to understand what he said, and I want to know what the new world has in store, and I want to see how he fulfills his dream, and then I can. George, thank you for helping me find my answer. What is your head on, right? George had helped me come to an important decision, and I no longer felt any confusion. I chanced about a conversation in the gardens that day, and it sounded like the king. Lafayette is a citizen of France, and your country has no right unto him. By your majesty, he is. The Marquis de Lafayette, what are they talking about? That name catches my attention, and I duck behind a hedge to eavesdrop on the conversation. This day is possibly the most important day of my life, and I can't believe eavesdropping on this conversation will lead me to make a decision. A decision that would turn my life upside down. And I wonder what might happen if I hadn't overheard the king's conversation with the British ambassador. Perhaps I would make a different decision. And will my life turn out differently? I will never know. All I can do is continue down the path I already chose. I conceal myself behind the hedge, peeking out discreetly, and I can barely see the king's silhouette from this distance. Do you have anything else to say? Your Majesty, the Marquis de Lafayette is still preparing to travel to the colonies. As agreed, your Majesty should put a halt to this expedition, and we can't allow Lafayette to join the war. And what agreement? What did he say to the king? I believe I already responded to your king's request. Your Majesty will then perhaps recall that Great Britain has formally requested a sanction on Lafayette. If Great Britain has followed up on this issue, I suppose you should be aware that I already ordered Lafayette's incarceration and he's currently in prison. So Great Britain is involved in the Marquis' arrest. But I already graciously granted the sanction on Lafayette, and if the Great Britain will continue to abuse my goodwill as the King of France, I cannot tolerate such impertinence. Your Majesty, my scouts report Lafayette is heading towards the port. The port, is he leaving France? And what do you say? Your Majesty, I'm afraid our agreement has been breached. We must send someone after Lafayette at once. And I must say I'm quite appalled by your Majesty's approach to our agreement. Ambassador, if Great Britain truly wants to kill Lafayette from the colonies, perhaps we should cease our quarrel and go after him immediately. I will report this incident to the king. Where with anger, the British ambassador comes at His Majesty, and I quickly leave the garden. I brought across the hallway as fast as my legs can carry me, but almost collide with George. Watch where you're going. What if you run into a noble? I'm sorry, George, but I must go. And what's the hurry, Alfred? And where are you going? To the port, and let me through, George. I don't have time to explain. I shout just outside and hurry away, and there's no time to lose. Lafayette's ship could leave at any minute. What port? Are you out of your mind? And just protest fate as I rush towards the palace gates. I'm almost at the port, and I can hear the ocean waves lapping against the ships. Please let him be there. No, he must be there. And I cast sight of a familiar figure as I hurried across the bustling port. And a glittering new ship sits proudly at the dock with sailors and soldiers waiting in line to board. The Marquis de Lafayette stands on top of the forecastle staring into the distance. I made it. Marquis, please wait for me. Lafayette turns when he hears me. Is that you, Alfred? And what are you here? You must listen, sir. I overheard His Majesty's audience with the British ambassador at the palace garden earlier. They were talking about you, and I think no, I must tell you what I heard. And I recount every detail to the Marquis. His Majesty's guards and the ambassador are coming for you. You must leave immediately, Marquis. Lafayette is caught by surprise, but he doesn't look worried. Did you come all this way just to tell me this? Tell me, why do you do this? Before I met you, I had no purpose in my life, but meeting you gave me one. Because of what I said in prison, Marquis, I couldn't completely understand what you were saying, and perhaps because I haven't had much schooling, but I never stopped thinking about it. I didn't expect you to be so moved by it. Of course I'm concerned, and I want to follow you, Marquis, and see the new world. Lafayette gazes deeply into my eyes, and his hair fluttering gracefully in the breeze. Welcome to our expedition, Alfred. You are a true warrior. And from this day forward, you are no longer a servant of Versailles. I stumble to open my eyes, and I can barely see Lafayette, and he appears to be speaking to someone. My body, it is as if I was run over by a cart, and the searing pain dazes me as I vaguely recall what happened. I was hit by a stray bullet, and the excruciating pain knocked me unconscious. So that was a dream. Major General Lafayette. Alfred, you mustn't speak now. You're bleeding too heavily. Just hang on. I'll get you. Tell me, please, sir. Lafayette inches closer, and I've never seen this much emotion in his eyes before. What is it? Speak slowly. You must not overexert. Did we? I barely managed to utter those words before succumbing to a violent coughing fit, and my lungs felt as they're crushed. Alfred, did we win the battle? We did. And why is Lafayette shocking as he speaks? It should have been a pleasant news. Well, maybe he lied to make me feel better. Because canonically speaking, like in the War of Revolution, the Americans lost most of the battles that they won. But they won the last one, which is the most important one, you know. They won their independence for sheer stubbornness. And so that's all you really need to succeed in life. Never give up, never surrender. You shouldn't be upset, we won after all. I try my best to smile, yet I can barely move my lips. Goodbye. In the end, the true calling. Oh well. And he died, and the servant died in the end in a war far, far away. Well, not all of the endings could be. Well, he died as he lived, chasing after Lafayette's skirt. The end. Well, I hope you found this sub-story of the Time Princess amusing. Bye-bye.